Thank you for joining our virtual hearing today on the effects of COVID-19 and the city's small business. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge that we've been joined by our speaker, Corey Johnson, and to you, speaker, a belated happy birthday, many more healthy, happy birthdays, and looking forward to be able to celebrate with you under different circumstances. I'd like to also acknowledge my other colleagues who have joined us so far today. Councilmember Brannan, Councilmember Chin, Councilmember Rivera, Councilmember Adams, Councilmember Lander, Councilmember Yeager, Councilmember Kozowitz. I'm going to turn it over to the Committee Counsel, Stephanie Jones, to go over some procedural items.
Thank you. I'm Stephanie Jones, Counsel to the Small Business Committee of the New York City Council. Before we begin, I want to remind everyone that you will be on mute until you are called on to testify, when you will be unmuted by the host. I will be calling on panelists to testify. Please listen for your name to be called. I will be periodically announcing who the next panelist will be. The first two panelists to give testimony will be Greg Bishop, Commissioner of the New York City Department of Small Business Services, followed by Lorelei Salas, Commissioner of the New York City Department of Consumer and Worker Protection. I will call you when it is your turn to speak. For the question and answer period only, we will also be joined by First Deputy Commissioner Jackie Mallon from the Department of Small Business Services, as well as Executive Director Stephen Edinani and Deputy General Counsel Mike Tiger from the Department of Consumer and Worker Protection. During the hearing, if council members would like to ask a question of the administration or a specific panelist, please use the Zoom raise hand function and I will call on you in order. We will be limiting council member questions to 5 minutes, which includes the time it takes to answer your questions. Please note that for ease of this virtual hearing, we will not be allowing a second round of questions for each panelist. Thank you. I'll now pass to the speaker to give an opening statement.
Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you, Chairs Gjonaj and Cohen, for holding this hearing today. There are a lot of bills on deck, so I will be brief. But I wanted to say that, as we all know, small businesses make our neighborhoods feel like home for residents, and they show tourists why we're the greatest city in the world. So we have no choice but to make sure they're able to weather this unbelievably painful storm. It is too important for New York City. I can't imagine my neighborhood or any neighborhood without our local small businesses, and I'm sure every New Yorker would agree with that sentiment. But they're not just a critical part of making New York special. Small businesses employ 26% of New Yorkers, and if they close down, hundreds of thousands of workers will permanently lose their jobs, and the city loses out on billions of dollars in sales tax, property tax, and income tax revenue. Our economy runs on small businesses, and now they are facing unprecedented losses. This could be the worst economic disaster that New York City has seen since the Great Depression. Many businesses will be forced to shut down for good if they don't get more help. That won't just devastate business owners and their workers, it will further destabilize our economy, our neighborhoods, and the lives of so many New Yorkers. Congress made some improvements to the Paycheck Protection Program, but those loans are still too hard to access and they're in short supply. And I'm not confident that they will end up helping the vast majority of New York City's small businesses. This is particularly true for the city's immigrant-owned small businesses. They face significant obstacles in accessing loans because of language barriers, documentation requirements, and eligibility criteria. We absolutely need more federal support here, but there are some things that the city can do. We've got a large package of bills that we're hearing today, including bills that would give desperately needed help to restaurants by capping delivery app fees. I want to give the sponsors time to discuss, so I'll just briefly mention two bills that I'm co-sponsoring. Introduction 1914, which I co-sponsored with Councilmember Adrienne Adams, would make threatening an impacted commercial tenant a form of harassment punishable by a civil penalty of between $10,000 or $50,000. And Introduction 1932, which I co-sponsored with Councilmember Rivera, would suspend personal liability clauses so that city business owners don't face the loss of their businesses and also personal bankruptcy. I want to thank everyone who has joined us. I know it is especially challenging for small business owners to take time to be here today. And I know we can't solve all of the issues that you're facing, but I want you to know the City Council is committed to doing everything we can as quickly as we can. And I will now turn it back over to the chairs. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Speaker Johnson. I'd like to acknowledge that we've been joined by colleagues since the start of the hearing, and we've been joined by Council Member Mario and Council Member Moya. Good afternoon. I'm Council Member Mark Gelinas, Chair of the Committee on Small Business, and I'd like to welcome you to our remote joint hearing today with the Committee on Consumer Affairs and Business Licensing, chaired by my dear friend, Council Member Andy Cohen. As chair of this committee, I've had the honor of being a voice in the City Council to advocate for and support the over 200,000 small businesses in New York City. The small businesses in the city are the living embodiment of what makes New York great. Nearly half of our small businesses are immigrant owned, and in some neighborhoods, these immigrant business owners employ up to 40% of the community. Our small businesses deliver cultural relevant goods that can't be found in larger businesses or in big box stores. They beautify our neighborhoods and serve as a meeting place for city's residents to socialize. Micro businesses with 9 employees or fewer, capture the more common conception of the mom and pop shop. They are a symbol of what hard work and an entrepreneurial spirit can accomplish in our great city. The COVID-19 crisis perhaps presents the greatest threat to our economy and small businesses in modern history. Our non-essential businesses are currently closed, and they must now decide whether they can continue paying their staff, rent, debt, real estate taxes, sewer and water charges throughout the duration of this crisis. Our essential businesses may also be struggling with declining business and sales, and now have the added burden of providing personal protective equipment, or PPE, to protect their staff and customers. I look forward to hearing from Commissioner Bishop about the SBS's loan and grant program and their success and failures in getting necessary financial resources into the hands of small business owners. I believe with the right amount of resources and leeway, you could have done more to save our businesses, and you still can. I have a number of questions for the Commissioner, specifically how SBS engaged with our immigrant small business owners, why these programs closed so quickly, and to get a breakdown of which types of businesses and neighborhoods benefited the most from these programs. It is well documented that this virus had a tremendous negative impact on the communities of color, and I want to make sure that the issuance of financial relief did not disproportionately benefit business owners living in certain areas or working in certain industries or of a certain size. And while I'm eager to get answers from the Commissioner on the grant loan program, I have to be honest. I have deep concerns that the mayor may have taken his eye off the ball in protecting New York City's small and micro businesses. While he's out busy playing national politics, struggling business owners were left wondering if he would do his job and focus on protecting them during the crisis. To say he was MIA, we'd be putting it mildly. The mayor needs to realize that he must work with this body to ensure that we can maximize the city's response. He often reminds us of when Washington told New York City to go to hell in the 1970s. By allocating only $49 million in aid to our small business, in essence, he has told New York City small businesses they can go to hell and they're not relevant. To put things in perspective, $49 million of the 200,000 businesses in New York City equates to $245 per business. We spend more on parades in New York City. This administration spent more on parades. This administration has a $62.4 million in the FY 2021 budget for the Department of Transportation Executive and Administration on other than personal service debt. The $172 million in contracts for legal services, $129 million for contracts for security services, $45.6 million for printing contracts, and $30 million for advertising. I suggest this administration focus on the lifeblood of our economy. Our small businesses contribute billions annually to our budget. They deserve more. They're entitled to more. The city must be there for them in this time of crisis. This hearing is also a legislative one. We will be hearing a package of bills today intend to provide immediate relief to our struggling small businesses during this crisis. We will be hearing 8 bills today that relate to third-party delivery platforms. We've had 2 oversight hearings on this topic this legislative session and have spent almost a year working on this legislation. The bills we're hearing today will ensure that the restaurants will be able to weather this storm and reopen for business after this crisis is over. I'm especially proud of my bills, intros 1895, 1896, 1897, 1898, and 1921. I'm also a co-sponsor on my colleague's bill, Councilmember Francisco Moya's bills intro 1907 and 1908. The committee will also be hearing intro 1914 and 1932. I look forward to beginning a dialogue with SBS and our advocates here today on all these bills as they continue the legislative process. The package of bills we're hearing today will provide small businesses with the essential relief they need and deserve. I fear after we open back up this city and life begins to return to a new normal, we will see our commercial corridors decimated and empty. There were signs of this before this crisis. We can't even imagine what our commercial corridors will look like after this crisis. We must prevent mass retail vacancies. We must save mom and pop shops. We must take advantage and legislative action to ensure small businesses are protected. Now is the time to be proactive. I created a petition calling for City Hall in Albany to wake up and delay business income tax, sales tax, payroll tax, real estate taxes, and water and sewer charges. Nearly 20,000 New Yorkers agreed that this must be done. With that said, I'd like to thank the Speaker of the Council for adapting to this new normal and allowing the Council to resume our work despite these challenges. I want to thank my Chief of Staff, Reggie Johnson, our Legislative Counsel, Stephanie Jones, our Policy Analyst, Noah Mexler, and Financial Analyst, Aliyah Ali, for their hard work in preparing for this hearing. I'd like to turn it over to Chair Cohen, who chairs the Committee on Consumer Affairs and Business Licensing, to say a few words and give an opening statement. Chair Cohen?
Mark, it's good to see your face.
Same here.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Andrew Cohen, and I'm the chair of the Committee on Consumer Affairs and Business Licensing. I'd like to thank everyone who has managed to join us for this remote hearing, and thank you, Councilmember Jonai, for convening this important hearing together. The scope of today's hearing is extensive, and it has been mentioned, it is both an oversight hearing and an opportunity to gather feedback on numerous pieces of legislation. I look forward to hearing directly from small business owners about the impact of this pandemic on their operations and their experiences navigating government programs meant to assist them. Small businesses are the lifeblood of our economy, but we all know that even before this pandemic hit, maintaining a profitable one in the city was incredibly difficult. So it is hard to comprehend how tenacious small business owners are making it happen now. But many of you still are. We've heard incredible stories of ingenuity and innovation in the ways that you have been able to utilize technology to reach your customers. I hear that there are bodegas in the Bronx that are now taking orders online, while others, such as restaurants and food trucks, are still operating and sending food to our frontline healthcare workers. While it is inspiring to hear about the generosity and resilience of our small business owners, we do not want you to bear this weight alone. Many of you have called for very specific legislation and governmental support to help you navigate this unprecedented crisis. In response, Chair Gjonaj, myself, and my fellow council members have introduced a package of legislation geared toward reducing the burden on small business to help you maintain your operation and get through this crisis. My bill, Intro 1916, will require the Department of Consumer Affairs to waive and refund all fees related to sidewalk cafe licenses for the remainder of this year. Sidewalk cafes cost restaurant owners thousands of dollars in fees annually. There are approximately 1,400 sidewalk cafes in the city, representing an annual cost to the industry of between $11 and $12 million. It simply does not make sense for the city to collect these fees when restaurants are one of the hardest hit industries. I look forward to hearing from Commissioner Salas and the administration regarding this legislation. I'm also proud to be a co-sponsor on several of my colleagues' bills, including the bills limiting the fees and commissions that restaurants and grocery stores have to pay third-party food delivery companies. In this time of need, these businesses and their workers continuously put themselves on the front line to help New Yorkers acquire basic necessities. It is distressing to hear that their already slim profit margins are further diminished by exploitively high commissions and fees. Finally, before we begin to hear the testimony, I would like to thank all the City Council staff who helped make this virtual hearing possible, specifically from Consumer Affairs, Balkis Murad, Senior Counsel, Leah Skorpizik, I hope I said that right, Policy Analyst, Sebastian Bashi, Senior Finance Analyst, as well as my Legislative Director, Patty and Trader, and a particular thank you to all the IT people who are really making this miracle of technology take place. These certainly are trying times, but I hope New Yorkers find it reassuring to know that the council can continue its work to serve the people of this city. I believe the Councilmember Gjonaj acknowledged all the members of my committee. I'm not sure he acknowledged Councilmember Koo, who has joined us also. And with that, Mark, I'm going to turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Council Member. I also want to acknowledge that with us we have Public Advocate Jumaane Williams, and we've been joined by Council Member Powers. I want to acknowledge Council Members Moya, who is the sponsor of Introduction 1907 and 1908, Council Member Adams, the sponsor of Intro 1914, Council Member Mario, the sponsor of the Preconsidered Bill, Council Member Rivera, the sponsor of Intro 1932, and the Public Advocate, who's the sponsor of the resolution number 1049. For ease of this virtual hearing, we will be limiting opening statements to 5 minutes for each sponsor. I'd like to turn it over to Council Member Moya for some remarks, followed by Council Member Adams. Council Member Moya.
Thank you, Chair Gjonaj. I want to start by thanking my colleagues and, of course, the Speaker of the City Council and Chair Gjonaj for partnering with me on the package of legislation to protect New York City's local restaurants that we're going to be discussing here today. When I introduced these bills back in February, we lived in a much different city. At the time, we were concerned about family-owned restaurants struggling to keep their doors open because commission fees from apps like Grubhub were really causing an issue for them. Now restaurants have no choice but to keep their doors closed. Many have already closed for good because of the devastating effects of the COVID-19 crisis. With no one sitting down at their restaurants, countless front and back of house staff have been laid off. Every restaurant felt the pressure to partner with third-party food service apps like Seamless before, but now they have no choice. Some people treated these apps like saviors for restaurants, allowing them to reach customers who are staying home and social distancing. In March, Grubhub made headlines when it announced it would suspend commission fees as restaurants struggled to cope with the pandemic. Good news for restaurants on the brink of failure. Outlets like CNBC and others reported that Grubhub would, and I quote, forego or waive commission fees. except it wasn't true. In fact, there was so much confusion and misrepresentation about what Grubhub was doing that it later had to clarify its statement. No, it wasn't waiving fees. It was just deferring them to a later date. So in other words, they were telling restaurants, we hope you survive long enough to pay us our money. How generous of them. Is there anyone who actually believes that these restaurants barely hanging on will be able to pay off the commission fees by some unidentified date? Of course not. It's disingenuous to act otherwise. Restaurants needed help before COVID-19 epidemic. They're getting swallowed up by the exorbitant commission fees that reach as high as 30% and exceed the slim profit margins most restaurants operate in. Now, as they perform the essential functions of feeding New Yorkers, they need this help more than ever. This is why we've added a section to Intro 1908, which would place a 10% cap on commission fees from third-party food vendor services to specifically address the needs during a crisis like COVID. The new section mandates that in times of declared emergencies where restaurants are limited to pickup or delivery only, apps could only charge restaurants for actually delivering meals. When we introduced this package of bills, I already could see a nightmare version of New York that had nothing but chain restaurants on every block because no locally owned place could survive the cost of doing business here. Without putting in place the protections these bills would create, that nightmare seems almost impossible to avoid. Restaurants and the workers who keep them running and the communities that they serve are demanding that we do something to give them a chance at survival. This was true before the pandemic turned the world upside down, but now more than ever, there's a greater urgency to get this done. So I want to take this opportunity again to thank the Speaker, Chair Gjonaj, and my colleagues for being a leader on this issue and a champion for New York City small businesses. And I urge my colleagues to join us in supporting these bills. Thank you, Chair Gjonaj, for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Councilmember Moya. I'd like to call on Councilmember Adams for some remarks, followed by Councilmember Matteo. Councilmember Adams.
Thank you so much and good afternoon. I'd like to start by thanking Chairs Gjonaj and Cohen for today's important hearing on the impact of COVID-19 on New York City. I'm proud to sponsor Introduction 1914 with Speaker Johnson. This bill would make threatening a commercial tenant based on their status as a COVID-19 impacted business or person a form of harassment punishable by a civil penalty of $10,000 to $50,000. Our businesses, especially small businesses, are extremely vital to the pulse of our neighborhoods. Small businesses are suffering right now as they're forced to adapt to a new normal. We need to act now to protect the businesses that make our neighborhoods vibrant and maintain the history and character of our communities across the city. Unfortunately, thousands of businesses in our city are suffering as they've been forced to close due to COVID-19. As availability of federal loans is limited, many businesses are unable to pay their rent. This leaves them vulnerable to harassment from landlords in search of ways to collect, or in essence, force the incumbent tenant to voluntarily abandon the property so that new tenants willing to pay higher rents can move on in. The threat of harassment will particularly impact the city's small, independently owned and immigrant-owned businesses, many of which were operating on thin margins and struggling to pay rent even before this crisis. So I thank the Speaker for his leadership and partnership, and I certainly thank my colleagues for considering Intro 1914 to protect our small businesses and protect commercial tenants. Thank you, chairs.
Thank you so much, Councilmember. I'd like to call on Councilmember Matteo to give his remarks, followed by Councilmember Rivera. Councilmember Matteo.
Thank you, Chairs Cohen and Gjonaj, for holding today's joint hearing. Thank you to the staff that has helped make it possible. Truly appreciate all your hard work. Everyone knows how terrible this pandemic has been. It has kept families and friends apart. It has taken so many loved ones from us. The toll on our physical and mental health continues to be felt, and the hardship it has placed on our small businesses has also been unprecedented. Small businesses are the backbone of our communities and the engine of our economy. They employ more than half our city's workforce and most of our residents. They support not-for-profits that enhance our neighborhood's quality of life to a level that government can never accomplish on its own. We have to support them to get back on their feet so they can continue to fill that vital role in New York City. That is why I've introduced this pre-considered intro. I appreciate that licenses and permits have been extended during the duration of this emergency, but the agency response to Executive Order 107 of 2020 has been uneven at best. Some agencies maintain that permits have to be renewed at the expense of small businesses. So we need the mayor to clarify which permits and licenses have been extended. We also must ensure that our small businesses are not burdened with red tape, just as we are starting to allow them to reopen. That is why no permit or license should have to be renewed for 90 days after this emergency is over. This will give small businesses, our mom and pop establishments, our local restaurants, and others at least some breathing room as they try to restart and to operate without worrying about paperwork or a fine from the city. I look forward to hearing from the administration and working with them to make sure that this burden is lifted from small businesses before it hobbles them in their comeback. Thank you, chairs.
Thank you, Councilmember Matteo. I'd like to call on Councilmember Rivera for some remarks, followed by Public Advocate Williams. Councilmember Rivera.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I am Councilmember Carlina Rivera, and I'd like to thank Chair Gjonaj and Chair Cohen and members of the Small Business and Consumer Affairs Committees for letting me speak briefly at this hearing on my bill introduction 1932, which would prohibit the enforcement of personal liability provisions in commercial leases or rental agreements involving a COVID-19 impacted tenant. This pandemic has already left a profound impact on our city, one that will be felt for years, if not decades. Nowhere will this long-term effect be felt more than in our small business community, where countless owners are facing the very real possibility that their stores may never return. We must do everything in our power through legislation and advocacy to help these pillars of our communities and the thousands of New Yorkers they employ. My bill will ensure that business owners, should they be forced to walk away or temporarily shutter their stores through no fault of their own, can do so without facing personal liability, ensuring that one day they may be able to return and relaunch or create a new thriving business in our neighborhoods. Sadly, I am already hearing from small businesses in my district that some landlords, who I understand may be suffering as well, are going after small business owners' life savings and personal assets during this national pandemic. These are folks like my constituents, Mario, the owner of Folia, an amazing Italian restaurant on 3rd Avenue. Mario is already getting rent due notices and threats from his landlord that the personal liability clause in his lease will soon be acted upon. He has nowhere to turn right now. No matter the need, it is a moral and an ethical failure for landlords to seek such restitution for people who have already lost their life's work. Any small business owner that's taken the right steps in incorporating their business should be protected by this bill, and I encourage all members of these committees to please support Intro 1932. I also want to recognize that the bills we are hearing today won't do enough for every small business owner, and that this crisis has only deepened the challenges our small businesses have faced for decades in our city. We must continue to fight for the assistance we need from Albany and Washington, both in the form of rental forgiveness for small business tenants and financial assistance as well. And as part of any relief package, our nonprofit and small landlords must be taken into account through methods such as property tax relief, so long as they're actively working to provide direct relief to their tenants themselves. When I go out to deliver food or assist folks in my district, I have been both saddened and strengthened by the store owners who, while shuttered and stressed, continue to support and give back to their communities so selflessly. It's time we stepped up and gave back to them in this time of crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Rivera. I want to call on Public Advocate Williams for some remarks. Public Advocate.
Thank you so much, Chair Gjonaj and Chair Cohen.
Can't hear you.
Can't hear me? Can you hear me now? Want to thank Chair Gjonaj and Chair Cohen for this. I apologize. I have to keep the mask on. I'm at a food distribution event in Staten Island, but I'm used to the magic of technology. I could still get my statement in this hearing. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I do want to thank Speaker as well for working with the council to get these hearings online and showing leadership for our legislatures actually across the country that this can be done. And I also like to say the speaker's quarantine period is much better than mine, so I appreciate that as well. And I appreciate the attention for Consumer Affairs and Business Licensing and Small Businesses for holding an oversight hearing on the impact of small businesses in New York City. I know the committee is hearing several bills that would support our restaurants and food delivery workers and our small businesses. I support my colleagues' efforts and thank them for introducing these bills. I would also like to thank our first responders and frontline workers for helping our city battle coronavirus, as well as keep this city moving. I'm calling and working with the city council to make sure that our essential workers, who very often were pushed out as expendable for the rest of the city, will get the recourse that they need due to the failures of our city exec, state exec, and our federal exec in decisions that were made. To the residents of New York City, I want to stress how important it is that we continue to practice social distancing and stay home as much as possible. With that said, as this crisis continues, the financial pressures on New Yorkers will only increase. My resolution 1049, aims to address a major root cause of one of the financial issues that many New Yorkers face: confession of judgment in business loans. A confession of judgment is a written agreement which, once signed by the borrower of a monetary loan, relinquishes the borrower's right to dispute legal claims made by the lender. In other words, a person is giving up their right to due process if the debt is unpaid and there is a dispute. While confessions of judgment allow lenders to resolve and receive compensation for loan defaults in a timely manner, these agreements have also led to predatory practices. Lenders can use these agreements to accuse borrowers of defaulting on their loans and seize their assets without proof and prior notification. The resolution calls on the Congress and New York State to pass legislation to prohibit the use of confessions and judgment in business loans. There has been some movement in our federal government. It's a step in the right direction, but it does not prohibit confessions of judgment from being filed against an in-state debtor, which leaves many New Yorkers vulnerable to predatory lending practices. One group of New Yorkers who have made this vulnerable population are taxi medallion owners. There are 11,938 taxi medallions in New York City, and obtaining a taxi medallion is not a cheap endeavor, with many taking out a business loan and they couldn't afford it. Between 2002 and 2014, the price of medallions rose $200,000 to more than $1 million, even though city records show that the taxi driver incomes barely changed. All right, can you still hear me? All right. The following year, the cost of medallions began to fall. As the value of taxi medallions fell, lenders denied borrowers appeals to refinance and instead issued confessions of judgment, allowing the lender to seize the borrower's assets as recompense. In fact, several banks use confessions of judgment in their lending activity, where the borrowers admitted defaulting on a loan even before borrowing any funds at all. The ripple effect of the predatory lending practices, much of which were based on confessions of judgment, has left taxi drivers and others who own medallions in a lot of debt. And cruelly, a number of medallion holders have taken their lives due to the overwhelming stress from their debt. Now the city has opportunity to address this outcome in a number of ways. The city should look to offer debt forgiveness, of course. Earlier this year, the mayor and the council appointed a panel to propose a bailout for thousands of drivers, and we applaud that. Although much of our city funds will be designated to addressing COVID-19 related issues, we need to look to how to make the promised bailout a reality for the taxi drivers as well. Not only are they among the frontline workers who are going outside every day to make sure people can get around safely, they are also among those who are financially struggling during this pandemic. Small businesses are also at risk of confessions of judgments used against them, probably even more so as we move through this COVID responsive recovery. Whether a local restaurant or retail store, the reality is that small business owners are vulnerable to the predatory practice. This is especially true in our current environment, as most businesses are closed, effectively stopping a steady stream of income. Businesses already have very tough decisions to make. Businesses that have signed loans with high interest rates cannot afford to go under because of a missed payment. The situation for these small businesses that empower and strengthen our communities is precarious at best. Losing any of these small businesses will be a catastrophe, and we expect it might be more than a few. But it does not have to be this way, and the legislation on the federal level and on the state is the best recourse. New Yorkers in distress cannot wait any longer as long as debt collectors continue to misuse confessions of judgment. So I'm asking my colleagues to join me, and this is just a resolution, but I think it helps New Yorkers, New York City Council make sure that we are pushing as hard as we can in conjunction with the other bills. I think we'll be moving in the right way in protecting all New Yorkers, including our small businesses. Thank you again. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Public Advocate. Before I turn it over to the moderator, I want to acknowledge that we've been joined by Councilmember Rosenthal. Council Stephanie Jones.
Thank you, Chair. We will now call on members of the administration to testify. First, Commissioner Greg Bishop of the Department of Small Business Services, followed by Commissioner Lorelei Salas of the Department of Consumer and Worker Protection. Before we begin, I will administer the oath. Commissioner Bishop, Commissioner Salas, First Deputy Commissioner Mallon, Executive Director Edinani, and Deputy General Counsel Tiger. I will call on each of you individually for response to the oath. Please raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before these committees, and to respond honestly to council member questions? Commissioner Bishop?
I do.
Thank you. Commissioner Salas?
I do.
Thank you. First Deputy Commissioner Mallon?
I do.
Thank you. Executive Director Edinani?
I do.
Thank you. Deputy General Counsel Tiger?
I do.
Thank you. Commissioner Bishop, you may begin when ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Public Advocate, and of course, Chair Jonai, Chair Cohen, and members of the Committee on Small Business and the Committee on Consumer Affairs and Business Licensing. My name is Greg Bishop, and I'm the Commissioner of the New York City Department of Small Business Services. I'm joined by SBS First Deputy Commissioner Jackie Mallon. First and foremost, this has been such a difficult moment for our city, and especially our small business community. My staff and I are working tirelessly for small businesses through our programs and advocacy for additional support. I'm so grateful for the Council's enthusiastic partnership and engagement as we continue to reach constituents in your districts that need help and to better understand the evolving impacts of COVID-19 on the city's small businesses. New York City small business owners are facing unprecedented challenges. Our goal is to connect them to the resources they need to preserve through this crisis and come out on the other side stronger. Based on the concerns we heard in January and February, SBS worked quickly to launch 2 financial assistance programs, the NYC Employee Retention Grant and the NYC Business Continuity Loan Fund. Through the NYC Employee Retention Grant, SBS has approved financial assistance totaling more than $19 million for over 2,600 small businesses. SBS's New York City and NYC Business Continuity Loan Fund has also seen enormous demand. We received thousands of applications and are expecting to award about $20 million in loans. Thus far, over 170 loans have been approved, totaling more than $10 million for small businesses. However, the overwhelming needs of our small business community can only be met by the resources of the federal government. To help New York City small business owners access their fair share of federal funds from the CARES Act, our agency has shifted our resources to provide technical assistance to business owners who need help applying to the U.S. Small Business Administration's emergency response products, including the Paycheck Protection Program, which reopened 2 applications earlier this week after initial funding was exhausted. Technical assistance ranges from overview of available funding options to communicating directly with lenders to address questions regarding applications. SBS is providing this technical assistance through virtual information sessions, small group sessions, and in a one-on-one setting. We will provide technical assistance in multiple languages so that our immigrant entrepreneurs are not excluded from these opportunities. Beyond these initiatives, SBS has shifted all our operations to support the most pressing needs of our constituents as we weather this pandemic. Our NYC Business Solutions Center's experts are available remotely to connect business owners with services, including identify additional financing opportunities through our network of more than 40 lenders and local philanthropic partners. Rent, as we heard, has been an enormous challenge for small businesses. Our commercial lease assistance program is available to support small business owners as they engage with their landlords to discuss changes to their lease obligations, which might include a rent deferral, abatement, or reduction, among other actions. CLA lawyers can help review leases to determine what a business rights and obligations are, negotiate a payment plan for arrears. And we know that Council is also committed to providing additional support for commercial tenants, and we look forward to discussing Intro 1914 and Intro 1932 further. SBS is also providing targeted support for our city's minority, and women business enterprises. In addition to connecting MWBs with relevant information about SBS and SBA COVID relief opportunities, SBS rapidly transitioned its existing programming workshops, one-on-one technical assistance, and contractor compliance operations to remote service delivery. SBS has collaborated with the Mayor's Office of Minority and Women-Owned Enterprise and Mayor's Office of Contract Services to identify MWB firms that supply essential services such as medical staffing, IT goods, childcare services, cleaning services, and food services to connect these in-demand MWB firms with emerging contracting opportunities. SBS's Workforce One Career Center staff are available to provide job seekers one-on-one assistance regarding job searches and preparation, as well as unemployment insurance. We are focused on recruiting for essential services such as healthcare, groceries, pharmacies, and delivery companies, as well as identifying opportunities that are close to home for our job seekers so that it's easier for them to travel to and from work. SBS is currently working with approximately 150 employers to fill 1,600 positions across the city. We are building on these efforts by working with the Food Czar team to establish a workforce development program that is specifically targeted towards the essential businesses that sustain our food systems, including grocers. To support the healthcare industry, SBS is working directly with hospitals and nursing homes to provide support in filling urgent staff needs and to develop a home health aid training to meet the ongoing demand of the home care and long-term care facility sectors. Since the onset of the pandemic, SBS has worked to ensure that our partners and constituents have access to the information they critically need. We share information through email correspondence, social media, advertising campaigns, and local and national print, television, and radio broadcast media. We have created numerous resource pages with COVID-specific guidance for small business owners and job seekers on our website. These new COVID-related pages have seen over 700,000 visits since the beginning of March. We have also activated our community partner network to disseminate information and share details regarding new or ongoing challenges faced by their small business constituents. And I've personally held regular conference calls with elected officials and with community partners, and through our neighborhood development team, SBS is in close communication with BIDS and other community-based development organizations. To continue providing critical support to neighborhood commercial corridors across the 5 boroughs, SBS has worked with all of our Neighborhood 360 and Avenue NYC grantees to rescope their efforts to align with our COVID response and recovery strategies. By providing technical assistance and working with our community partners, SBS is working to ensure that New York City business owners have greater access to federal funding opportunities. However, no matter how we are able to improve the access challenges of New York City small businesses, we must also recognize and correct the structural problems of the SBA's PPP and EIDL programs. Foremost among them, the timeline for loan forgiveness needs to change to be fair to New York City businesses. Congress needs to follow businesses that receive PPP funding to bring their employees back when their city reopens, giving them a fighting chance to sustain their business without taking on insurmountable debt. We are advocating for the extension of these federal loan terms as increasing the timeline for repayment would provide companies with the necessary breathing room to emerge from this pandemic financially sound. Furthermore, many business sectors, especially restaurants and the hospitality industry, need additional assistance with their fixed costs like rent, mortgage, and utilities, in addition to the expense of employee retention, which is the focus of the PPP. And finally, the federal government needs to do more to ensure that our smallest, most vulnerable businesses have access to the resources they need by developing financial tools and routing more money to business owners that have been left out of early federal funding rounds, including undocumented New Yorkers, some nonprofits, and religious institutions who desperately need more support. With your help and continued leadership for our congressional delegation, we will continue to identify these gaps in resources and advocate to the federal government to ensure that future stimulus packages capture the unique needs of New York City's small business economy. I applaud the Council's leadership in developing local solutions, especially related to third-party delivery applications, but I do want to ensure we are not putting additional regulatory burdens on small business owners at this time. I look forward to discussing further and continuing to work together to effectively serve New Yorkers. Thank you, and I'll be happy to take your questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Next, we'd like to invite Commissioner Salas of the Department of Consumer and Worker Protection to testify. Commissioner Salas.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Speaker Johnson and Chairs Cohen and Jonai. and members of the committee. I am Lorelei Salas, Commissioner for the Department of Consumer and Worker Protection. First, I'd like to say that I hope that each of you and your loved ones are staying safe and healthy during this crisis. My office has been in regular contact with many of your offices, but I look forward to, at this hearing, officially update you on the work that my agency has been doing. The economic cost of COVID-19 crisis is tremendous, as my colleague Greg Bishop just testified to. But for the over 200,000 small businesses in New York City, including thousands of DCWP licensees, revenue streams are strained or non-existent. Under this administration, DCWP has been especially attentive to small business needs by promoting a culture of compliance through presentations, roundtable meetings, and business walks. In fact, just last month, at our preliminary budget hearing, I testified to yet another consecutive year of decreased fines on businesses. DCWP's mission to protect and enhance the daily economic lives of New Yorkers to create thriving communities is more important than ever before. This is why DCWP has and will continue to work to provide guidance to small businesses and work in good faith to address unforeseen matters of concern. In compliance with New York State on pause, DCWP suspended in-person customer visits to the New York City Small Business Support Center in Jamaica and our Lower Manhattan main office on March 16th. Instead of in-person visits, DCWP published guidance advising customers to use a suite of online services and published public-facing contacts to further guide customer questions on issues including business compliance, collections, and licensing. This notice remains on our website homepage and is available in multiple languages. Less than 3 weeks after New York Pause, we extended to June 30th upcoming license terms and provided additional grace periods for licensees to submit renewal applications. The mayor has, of course, also issued Executive Order 107, which extends license terms for the duration of the state of emergency. And if the state of emergency extends beyond June 30th, we will extend our deadlines accordingly. DCWP has also been responsive to stakeholders. Although prohibited by state statute from extending the license expiration date of employment agencies, we acted where we could and extended the renewal application grace period deadline to August 28th in response to questions from industry. The complete licensing extension guidance is available on our website and in multiple languages, as I said. My staff and I have also been in close contact with the City Council through the COVID-19 crisis. Our partnership facilitated a mayoral executive order waiving consent fees for sidewalk cafes for the pendency of the state of emergency. We are processing refunds as quickly as possible and are on track to complete final steps over the next few weeks. Even in these difficult times for businesses, DCWP's core function and mission to protect workers and consumers must persist. In order to prevent stores from overcharging New Yorkers, I used my authority on March 5th to declare face masks temporarily in short supply. Subsequently, I expanded the short supply order to cover disinfectant wipes and hand sanitizers. By March 16th, our agency took further steps and issued an emergency rule making price gouging illegal for any service or personal or household good that is needed to prevent or limit the spread of or treatment of COVID-19. Under the emergency rule, businesses have an opportunity to provide evidence to DCWP if prices were raised in excess of 10% due to increased costs to supply them. DCWP has also subpoenaed several suppliers to investigate claims by businesses that they were being gouged. Thus far, the agency has reached out to several manufacturers of products to request assistance with positive results. Informational flyers for business compliance are available on our website and in multiple languages. And on March 6, DCWP physically distributed this flyer in various business districts in New York City. In late March, DCWP published updated COVID-19 guidelines for employers and employees as it relates to city, state, and federal laws that govern New York City private sector workplaces. DCWP received appreciation from stakeholders on updated paid sick leave guidance that clarified obligations as it related to new emergency protections passed by the state and Congress. I also want to take this opportunity to thank Speaker Johnson for amplifying the regularly updated guidance, which is now available in multiple languages on our website. Both the guidance for workplace laws and price gouging are the subject of ongoing virtual outreach events, stakeholder communications, and daily communication with sister agencies like SBS that further amplify our work. To date, DCWP has participated in 14 outreach events for small business owners since the COVID-19 crisis began. Before I discuss the broader package of bills, I'd like to express the sentiment that my agency and administration generally, we agree with the issues that the council is trying to address with these bills. Given the ongoing emergency and fiscal situation, it would be challenging for us to contemplate taking on a broad area of new regulation. With that said, we want to work with the council to figure out the best pathway forward and what we can do to help small businesses the most need this help right now. Introductions 1846, 1896, 1897, 1898, 1907, and 1908-A. This package of bills aims to regulate third-party food delivery services. Would like to work together on addressing fees as addressed in Intro 1908-A by Council members Moya and John I. Intro 1908-A would place a cap on the fees charged to restaurants during this crisis. We are discussing with City Hall to identify the best agency to tackle this pressing matter to protect small businesses, and would like to continue the conversations with the council to find a path forward. Similarly, DCWP supports the intent of Intro 1846, but we have several questions, including but not limited to the prudency of only requiring these disclosures to consumers who use a third-party food delivery service and not to those that order directly from restaurants. We're interested in working with you on the other bills as soon as the crisis is behind us. Introduction 1916 waives all license and consent fees for sidewalk cafes that are due on or after January 1st, 2020 until December 31st, 2020. As noted earlier, DCWP worked successfully with the City Council to address sidewalk cafe consent fees concerns for the pendency of the state of emergency by way of mayoral executive order. Circumstances resulting from COVID-19 are impacting the bottom lines of thousands of different types of businesses. DCWP alone licenses more than 75,000 businesses across over 50 business categories, and sidewalk cafes represent less than 1,000 of those businesses. As a general matter, DCWP will continue to explore ways that we can help businesses tied to dependency of the state of emergency. And we look forward to working with the council on this. The pre-considered introduction requires the mayor to issue guidance on license renewal deadline extensions. The legislation also provides that no license or permit shall be required to be renewed until 90 days after the COVID-19 emergency ends. This legislation impacts licenses and permits beyond those under the purview of DCWP. The Law Department is currently reviewing the proposal along with the other bills in this package in its totality. In conclusion, I'd just like to say that we're very, very grateful for the essential workers that are taking care of the sick and vulnerable, and for those delivering a variety of services we normally take for granted. We're also grateful for the incredible sacrifices in our communities, the small businesses that had to close their doors to protect New Yorkers, the New Yorkers who continue to abide by social distance guidelines, and our collective staff who have remained steadfast in working for the greater good of the city and on behalf of millions who are suffering in these trying times. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I look forward to hearing from you and answering any questions you may have.
Thank you, Commissioner. I will now turn it over to questions from Chair Jonai and then Chair Cohen. For these questions, again, we will additionally be joined by First Deputy Commissioner Jackie Mallon from SBS and Executive Director Stephen Atanani and Deputy General Counsel Mike Tiger from DCWP. Panelists, please stay unmuted if possible during this question and answer period. Thank you. Chair Jonai, please begin.
Thank you, Stephanie. Commissioner Bishop, thank you for your testimony. What is the total dollar amount in loans that have been allocated so far that have actually reached our small businesses, whether it be in grants or loans?
So first of all, it's good to see you, Councilmember Jonai, and glad that you're well. As I mentioned in my testimony, we have, as of today, in terms of our grants, we approved over $19 million. And as you know, during the when we make the approval, it is a direct debit into someone's account. So depending on their bank, once the approval is done, it could take up to a week for the money to actually get into the individual's bank account. And on the loan, we've approved over $10 million.
That's $39 million in total. Is that the total budget that was allocated for loans and grants?
So we actually, for the total budget was around 50 million. And as you know, and I know you talked about the allocation earlier in your opening statement. When we created these programs, we were on the ground in early February because we saw a lot of businesses experiencing the impact of COVID-19 in the city, particularly in our Chinatown communities. So this program was designed for smaller businesses that were already experiencing the impact. When the mayor made this announcement, the world changed within 5 days, as you can imagine, and we were able to quickly pivot, but we knew that the need was going to be far outweigh the ability for these programs to meet the need of the entire city. And we said, and the mayor said, that we will need the federal government to step in. From when we launched the program, it took us 5 days from launching, accepting applications to making the first disbursement for our grant program. And for our loan program, it took us less than 2 weeks. So our team moved as quickly as possible. And for anyone that's in finance, that standing up a program, making disbursements that quickly, it was a Herculean task. And we worked, well into late hours, weekends to get these programs up and running as quickly as possible. But I share your concern in terms of the need. We know that the federal government has the resources. As we all know, our budget situation we have as a city, we have to have a balanced budget. The state has to have a balanced budget. So we need to depend on the federal government in order to not only help our small businesses, but help the city in general. So we certainly agree with you that more needs to be done. We've been advocating, and I want to thank our New York congressional delegation because they've been fighting for the little guys. And I can talk a little bit more about the federal programs, but I just wanted to let you know that we moved really quickly. Money is out the door. There are companies that have received dollars from our programs.
Thank you, Commissioner, but I'm still not clear. Is it $39 million or $49 million that has been allocated in funds for loans and grants?
So the total number is 49 million. What you're seeing here is that we had, and I'll ask First Deputy Jackie Mallon to give you the clarity in the dollars. When we announced the closure of our grant program, because when we originally went out, there was a smaller number for our grant program. But instead of shutting the door and saying no to we had a tremendous amount of applications on the last day, I think double the amount that we had throughout the entire program. And remember, this grant program was employee retention. So when we decided that we were going to pivot to now help our small businesses connect with the federal employee retention program, that is why we decided to sunset our program, because our program was only for businesses 1 to 4 employees. We did open it up to nonprofits and individuals who immigrants could have also participated in this, but the federal program had a much larger catchment area. So we had a surge of applications, and we are going through those applications. So that number that you're seeing, there's dollars that far exceeds the allocated budget that we're working on right now. Jackie?
Yes, $39 million is allocated for the grant program, $10 million for the loan program, which is we're also using private capital in the loan program, which is how we get $20 million ish in loans awarded. That and to date it's about 19 in the grant that's been approved and 10, so it's not 39 so far, it's 29 actually, and in the loan. Council member.
So how much has been allocated already? 29 or?
No, awarded. So like on its way to the customers is 19 in the grant program, 10 in the loan. So that's 29 out of the 49 that's in the funding.
Well, thank you, Deputy Commissioner, but what's the holdup? I mean, this dollar amount is so small to begin with, but only 29 million is out the door. That would mean we have another 20 million that we could be allocating to these small businesses that are in dire straits. So I'm not sure who can answer that question.
So I started by saying that, we moved very quickly. And, part of and when we talk about out the door, we're talking about there's a financial process, right? So once we make the approval, the money needs to move from different bank accounts. And as I talked about, depending on your account, some of these transactions, and depending on the dollar value, some of these transactions do take a certain amount of time. We also have, for the loan, it is an underwriting process, and the underwriting process, our third party, we are not underwriting the loans. A third party is underwriting the loans. They have put all the resources that they need to. They process roughly about 40 applications per day. And they're moving as quickly as possible. So we expect to have all the dollars dispersed for the grant program within the next week, and then of course shortly after for the loan program. But in the meantime, we're still continuing to help our businesses connect with our federal programs, because we know this is just a stopgap. The city program was just a stopgap. The federal programs are the programs that our small businesses need, and we're continuing to advocate for changes for those federal programs to make sure that they match the needs of our New York City small businesses.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm just going to reiterate that you need to get this money out the door sooner than later. And the total dollar amount of $49 million, which equates to roughly 204. How many loans and grants were made? And what was the total that was requested? So maybe I can ask this in a different form. One, what was the dollar amount of the total loans and grants that came in the form of request, and the total dollar amount? You have that answer?
Yeah, so I think we had over 8,000 applications for our loan program. And if you look at how we are doing with the average size loan of like $60,000, that's about 1.5 to $2 billion in terms of need. That doesn't mean everyone will get, everyone has that average. But again, it highlights the fact that the need far outweighs our ability to help on a local level, which is why we were so excited when the federal government came in as quickly as they did. Because as you know, in the past, after Hurricane Sandy, the federal government took some time to bring in the additional resources that we needed. So in terms of our ability to stand up this program, we knew that it was going to be a program that would just be a stopgap until the federal government brought in their programs. In terms of numbers, we do have that information. So in terms of the grant, Jackie, do you have that readily available?
Sure. We received 8,800 grant applications, and we have awarded a little over 2,600 to date, which equates to that nearly 20 million that we're talking about.
So less than a quarter of the applicants have received any funding.
The approval rate is about 61%. Some people that apply are actually not eligible. They're larger businesses or whatever, a number of different reasons.
Right. We saw some. Remember, the grant program was specifically for small businesses. We wanted to make sure that we had, our very micro businesses. So only businesses that had 4 or fewer employees were eligible for this program. But that we had a number of applicants that had more than 4 employees. So what we have done is, for those that were not eligible, we've connected them to the Paycheck Protection Program, meaning we've provided technical support to help them with the application process, either through their lender or through a lender that's accepting new applications.
Thank you, Commissioner. Again, this is only a fraction of the need that's out there. And the total dollar amount of $49 million is less than crumbs when it comes to the needs of our small businesses. And I broke down the number, the total dollar amount versus business that we have in New York City. And that equates to about $245 per business. Our small businesses contribute billions of dollars a year to the city's budget. Billions. And in their most time of need and crisis, all this administration could give back to them was a total of $49 million. And in my opening statement, I outlined that we spend more, or this administration spends more on parades. They spent more on printing than they gave out in the form of grants. The message is clear from this administration. And although you're going to say this is a stopgap measure that was only temporary, the mayor's gone on the record quite a few times to say that the money's not coming in quick enough from Washington to aid our small businesses. It's time for our mayor and this administration to start focusing on this city with the resources that we have, no matter how limited they are. $49 million doesn't even come close to showing the relevance and the sincerity that is needed to our small businesses. This is their dreams that have been destroyed. They see a dim future, and this city and administration has failed to be there for them in this time of crisis. I don't want to take more time on this issue because we have so many that are going to testify on the other issues and the bills that we have. I'm going to open this up to Chair Cohen if he has any questions for the administration on the loans and grants, and as the Commissioner of Business Consumer Affairs.
Thank you, Mark. I will be brief. I'm going to let the bill sponsors, I think, focus on their bills. So I'm just going to say it's good to see you, Commissioner Salsa and Commissioner Bishop.
Good to see you.
And I appreciate the collaboration. Consumer Affairs, we've had regular briefings together, and I appreciate the transparency and us being able to work together. But one, in your testimony, you don't object to 1916. I understand that the agency is taking action on their own, but you don't have any objection to it, do you?
The question is addressed to me, right, Chair Cohen?
Yes.
Yes. So I think that what I did testify to is that the bill implicates, many more agencies than the Department of Consumer and Worker Protection, right? And so it is a larger conversation for the law department to really understand how this would affect the other agencies. I would say one thing, that operationally, we had timed our license expiration dates and renewal expiration dates so that they would be staggered deadlines, right? As you can imagine, operationally, it could be a challenge to suddenly have to process 70,000 licenses at once, which could just add to waiting times for license applicants or renewal applicants.
But But as related specifically to Sidewalk Cafe, you don't have any objection to that legislation?
Oh, I'm sorry. So with respect to the consent fees waiver for the year January through December 2020, as you know, we work collaboratively to arrive at a waiver of the consent fees for the March installment period. These consent fees are part of contractual agreements entered into with the city, right? The agency doesn't have its own discretion to act without involving other stakeholders that are part of or involved in these contracts, right? And I would just say also that obviously this would have an impact on revenue streams. So it's something to just take into consideration.
Can you tell us what the status is? Have you refunded everybody who's paid so far? Or are you still processing? What percentage of the Sidewalk Cafe license holders did pay? Can you just give us a little rundown on that?
I can tell you that we are still processing the refunds, right? We're in the middle of that. Our finance division will be sending out checks to those who had already sent their consent fees within the next 2 to 3 weeks. As to the percentage, I'm not so clear on that, and I'm not sure if Steve or might have access to that information, but if we don't have it right now, I'd be happy to send it to you once we get it from the office.
So Chair Cohen, I appreciate the question. I think for us, it's a multi-step process. The first of which involves our licensing team identifying those records that need refunds, and then once we have that in order, working to have the checks distributed. So I think our internal analysis is that over the next 2 to 3 weeks, we will have that completed.
That everybody who's entitled to a refund will have gotten it in 3 weeks or less?
That's right now. Our analysis is that will be the case. Yes.
And again,
we're happy to continue to update you if that timeline changes, but that is what we believe.
I appreciate that. And again, do you have any idea of the percentage of people who licensees actually paid?
I don't have that right now. I think that when we did some of the estimates, we were talking about $300,000 in total fees paid, but I don't know what that represents. So we'll have to come back to you with an answer on that.
Well, that sounds like a relatively small percentage. All right, that's great. Chair Jonah, like I said, I'm going to come back. I think I'll let our colleagues, the bill sponsors, ask questions, and then I can come back if I have more.
Okay, Chair, did you want to ask any more questions, or you want me to call on the council members?
No, thank you, Stephanie. Thank you, Chair Cohen. We have a slew of questions that our colleagues can ask.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I will now call on council members in the order they have used the Zoom raised hand function. If you would like to ask a question, you have not yet used that function, please raise it now. Council members, please keep your questions to 5 minutes. The Sergeant at Arms will keep a timer and we'll let you know when the time is up. You should begin once I have called on you. Okay, so first we'll hear from Councilmember Rivera, followed by Councilmember Lander. Councilmember Rivera.
Thank you so much. Thank you to the commissioners, all of you and everyone here. I just wanted to follow up on a couple of numbers that were kind of discussed. I guess the first one is you have some numbers here for the SBS, the Business Continuity Loan Fund, Commissioner Bishop, and the Employee Retention Grant Program. You have 8,000 loans, I think you said, 170 have been approved. How many people actually qualified? And I'm asking because I heard from some of my constituents that they were turned down. So I'm trying to understand versus how many applied, how many qualified, and then of course the number you included in your testimony, which is 170 loans.
Right, so far. So we had 8,000 applications, which represents the demand for a program that far outweighed the funding for the loan program. So It's a two-step process. So we go through the approval process, make sure that they have all the documentation, et cetera, and then we send it over to the lender to actually make the loan. That's the underwriting process. And so the loan is a traditional loan. So that is.
I'm so sorry. I just don't have a lot of time. And I just wondered, do you have the number of how many people qualified or not really?
Yes, we do. Jackie, do you have the for the
so
loan?
far 174.
174 out of 8,000.
So at by the lender, that's what you're asking, right? Yeah.
Okay, just want to move on. How many small business owners have contacted you about inability to pay rent? And since the city's applications are closed, where are you referring them to?
So we can get back to you in terms of the number of businesses that we refer to our legal services. But council member, I was going to tell you, so Mario, for example, can use our commercial lease assistance to get a free attorney. And we've been partnering with other law firms who are providing pro bono legal services to help our businesses negotiate with their landlords.
Okay. So you're referring them where? Sorry.
To attorneys. So right now, if anyone needs assistance with their landlords, we have the commercial lease assistance program. So we're referring them to pro bono legal attorneys, which will help them review their lease, help them negotiate with their landlord. It's helpful to have an attorney during this time to have that conversation with the landlord. But we're also advising small landlords because a number of the mortgage companies are issuing forbearance. So if a small landlord has a mortgage, they too can call their mortgage companies. Most banks have allowed a 90-day forbearance, which that information could actually, that relief can be passed down to the small business owner.
Okay, have you heard from business owners regarding personal liability concerns either prior to or during COVID-19? And if so, how would you assist them?
We have not, but again, we would connect them to our attorney network. That is one of the services that we provide in general for legal assistance, especially around contracts and leases. So that would be if someone contacted us, and they can do so either through 311 or nyc.gov/COVID-19-BIZ, we can connect them to an attorney at no cost.
What is your position on our bill, Intro 1932?
So Intro 1932, we are, sorry. So 1932 is the COVID related. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's on personal liability.
Yeah, so I think we would love to talk to you some more about that. The law department would love to look at some additional details, but in general, anything that we can do to provide some relief to small businesses is things that we would take a look at.
So you don't have a position at this time, but you're game to engage in conversation and figure something out.
Absolutely. There's some legal questions around that, so we want to make sure we do it right in terms of the concept, but the law department would love to take some time to review.
Okay, and then I just want, in the wake of the city shutting down its loan and grant programs, do you think the city still has a role to financially support businesses, particularly those owned by or employing undocumented New Yorkers and thus cannot apply for federal programs?
So, and I've mentioned this, and I mentioned this in my testimony. The private sector, we need to work with the private sector. We've done it in the past to help create a philanthropic pathway to get dollars in the private sector that doesn't have the restrictions of either federal dollars or city dollars to be able to help our most vulnerable, which is our undocumented entrepreneurs. And that is something that we are very much interested in pursuing. And we're working with you on how we can do that efficiently.
Thank you. I have a couple more questions, but thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Council Member. Next, we'll hear from Councilmember Lander, followed by Councilmember Powers. Councilmember Lander.
Thanks very much. I'm going to follow up in the latter part of my time on Councilmember Rivera's question, but I guess I just want to start from like what we can do on the PPP, because I spent a bunch of yesterday in advance to this hearing talking to a bunch of small business owners in my district. And not a one has either gotten, but in one case a person got, but just can't use the PPP because of the 8-week restrictions. So they have zero federal relief, nothing. They're closed, they got no revenue. Their employees are getting unemployment insurance, but they have absolutely nothing to cover rent and their own debt and their supplier leases, nothing. And so they're terrified. They're not going to be able to make their rent payments. They can't keep leasing the machines from their suppliers. And so unless we can make the PPP work, and to me, the 8-week issue seems like the one that is most, like that doesn't even cost the federal government anything to let people have until the end of the year to rehire and use 75% of the money for payroll. And all these other things are important. I'm signing on to all these bills and I support them all and I thank their sponsors. But if we can't get federal dollars to cover the loss of revenue, I just don't see what else is going to work to keep there being from just mass business shutdowns of perfectly viable businesses. So do you share that analysis? And if
Absolutely.
so, what are we going to do to change that?
So there's actually 4 things, 3 things related to PPP, and one I'll just jump in really quickly because I see the time is ticking. But you're absolutely right, and I've been working with the New York federal delegation. They share the same concerns that you have, and they're advocating and they're working right now negotiating in the next stimulus package. There needs to be a change in terms of the timing. Remember when the PPP was launched, no one knew how long this pandemic, the sort of pause would occur. I think, this hurts cities that have paused business operations. So we need to push as a delegation, and they have been doing it to change that time. We need to change the percentage. Only 25% of the PPP can be used for every other expense. And you hit the nail on the head. For a New York City business, we think based on the ratio, they can borrow 2.5 times their payroll. It should be a lower percentage that is required for payroll, and then they could use the rest for rent. And then 3, to ensure and absolutely ensure that our smallest, most vulnerable businesses have access. We are also asking for another tweak. We got the tweak in the second round where banks, small community banks and CDFIs had a $60 billion allocation. We are now going to advocate that only CDFIs have an allocation that they could work with and they can operate in. Technical assistance is so important, and it takes about a week or 2 to get a small business in terms of the technical assistance to apply. And the last thing I would say that we have not talked about is our insurance industry. Our insurance industry is sitting on about $800 billion of reserves. They have hid behind the cloak of, this is not a covered pandemic. But I say that we should lobby Congress to come up with a path, not necessarily bankrupt the industry, but have some type of percentage of allocation so that way the businesses that have business interruption insurance, these are businesses that have been around for 20, 30 years that have paid their premiums every month. And now in the most needed time, insurance companies are hiding behind a veil of it's not a covered event.
It's even worse than that. One of the people I talked to yesterday talked about the fact that they're still getting their insurance bill. So not only are they not getting their insurance, they're being expected to continue to pay their insurance. It's really outrageous. So I just, to me, it's like I'm open to other things that could matter at scale, but if we don't change PPP so it could work for our small businesses, I don't know all these things we're talking about are good, but I don't think they're going to be enough to save a lot of them. I'm a little less worried about the percentage, just because if people reopen and then they have revenue coming in, then they could use the PPP to pay the wages of their workers and use the revenue that's coming in to pay back the back rent.
Mm-hmm.
But I hear you. To me, it's really that totally to them without the time. Let me just, because my time is running out, I do want to underline what Councilmember Rivera just spoke about, because I'm going to work hard and pray that we pass all these bills, we get PPP fixed, and at least like a lot of our small businesses can benefit from that. That's a big, big leap of faith, but no one is coming to help our immigrant entrepreneurs, our street vendors, like a whole set of people that there's no way they're going to be eligible for PPP. So we got to build a program at the city level, and that might need public debt. It might, it might need other, but I don't think we can hope someone else will ride to the rescue for those businesses. No one else is going to come to their rescue. And I just really would reinforce what Councilmember Rivera said about our need to stand up a program that does that.
And we agree. And we think we've worked with the private sector before, and we will look forward to working with the private sector to address this particular population. So thank you very much. And happy to work with you and Councilmember Rivera to make sure that we get it right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Cohen.
I just want to pipe up for 1 second. I would just ask my colleagues, like, to be respectful of the clock, but you don't have to be slavish to it. I thought Councilmember Rivera might have gotten cut off. So I'm just asking people to be respectful of the clock. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Next, we'll hear from Councilmember Powers, followed by Councilmember Yeager. Councilmember Powers.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you to the chairs for allowing us some time here and to get into questions. I had a couple questions. One is I have to echo what Councilmember Lander said by 10, which is that those programs that are put in place, while are really still great programs that are helping businesses, still need so much more changes to be able to make them actually executable at the city level. But I know we all agree on that, so I'm going to go to questions. The first one I have is for the city programs that were put in place. Understandably, there was a misunderstanding of how, or maybe a lack of clarity how long this would last, and so resources were limited. But can you give us any data on the types of business, like in terms of the loans that went out and the grants that went out? Do you have a breakdown of what types of businesses receive those, meaning what sector or what area received those grants and loans?
Yeah, so they vary. So for our loan program, the top recipients of the loans were accommodation and food services, so restaurants, et cetera. Then followed by what we describe in the NAICS codes as professional, scientific, and technical services. But that's like your architects, architectural firms, graphic designers, and then followed by beauty salons, dry cleaners, et cetera, and then retail. And then it goes down all the way to wholesale trade, healthcare, transportation, and manufacturing. For our grant program, it was it skewed a little bit differently, simply because of the size standard that we applied. So you saw a lot of professional and technical services against architectural firms, then retail, then hair salons, barbershops, nail salons. Then you had your healthcare, and then you had arts and entertainment. Then you had accommodations, so food, restaurants, coffee shops, wholesale trade. So it's a widespread, and I think one of the reasons why we wanted to limit the employee count was to make sure that we limited it to our very micro businesses. But again, first come, first serve for, as you saw with the federal program, doesn't really help with our small businesses, which is why the things that I mentioned with Councilmember Lander in terms of fixes for the PPP, I think will address the fact that our small businesses got left out of the first round of the PPP.
Okay. And if you have any info you can send to us on that breakdown, it'd be helpful just for us to have an understanding of it.
Yeah, we can.
On the number of bills that are related to, this may be for SBS or others, so bills that are related to commercial tenants and harassment, liability, evictions, things like that. Do you have any data related to, one of the concerns is obviously, I've talked to a number of these owners who are holding on to their lives and they are fearful of having to put all their savings into it. And conversely, I've heard from folks who are, who we are relying on in terms of tax revenue here in the city about their concerns with what impact it may be to the city on property tax and their ability to pay. Do you have any data on commercial rent payments for the rent, the month of March or April at this point, basically in the coronavirus period of time? Is there any data available to us about how many, who's paying and how many commercial rents tenants are able to pay the rent at this point?
No, we do not have that information currently. I know the Brooklyn Chamber did a quick survey of their members or businesses in Brooklyn, and there seems to be about, I think, 30% were not able to pay the rent, and only about half of them have been able to work with their landlords. But what we have, in everything that we've done, we've sent out guidance to so many different businesses. We've told businesses to be proactive, contact their landlord, and use our legal services to have that conversation. So we can provide you information about how many referrals were made to our legal services, so you can get an understanding of how many businesses have actually taken.
Yeah, my point here is like I talked to a restaurant owner last night who was wonderful and was talking about his difficulty right now and some concerns around personal liability and being able to pay. I've heard anecdotally some commercial landlords saying they have collected in the 80-90 percentile of rent, and others are collecting in the 50, maybe even lower point, and concerned that legislation would impact that, and then we would be have an ability to collect on property taxes from a number of these folks. So I'm trying to monitor what the impact will be both to the city's revenue and also to those owners as well. And some are trying to do the right thing by their tenants. I've heard some that have not even been communicated or have not had positive communication from their landlord. I just want to ask one more question since there's so many topics on this. On the topic of surcharges on restaurants and deliveries and apps and things like that, I did not hear, I have to admit, I did not hear the exact position of the administration on those bills, but I did want to ask a question of whether they thought those should apply during this period, whether there should be a surcharge put on at the moment where restaurants are closed and only open for takeout, or were supportive or had thoughts on that beyond that period of time, meaning this particular point in time seems unique to the restaurant and hospitality industry relative to the non-coronavirus period of time, and whether there was a distinction drawn between those two areas when it comes to those bills.
Yeah, so we we work closely with the Hospitality Alliance. Andrew, I know, I saw him in this hearing. The rest of the industry has already had thin margins, and so we're very supportive of any efforts to limit their expenses, especially during this emergency period. So we are supportive of that. I think it requires a broader conversation after this period, but certainly we want to be supportive of anything that can help reduce the cost of our restaurants. Primarily because our restaurants right now, they're operating on just takeout. So in some cases that might not be enough revenue for them to actually operate, but some of them are just operating just to be a resource to the community. So we are very supportive of that.
Thank you. Thanks. I'll end there. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Councilmember. Next, we'll hear from Councilmember Yeager, followed by Councilmember Kozlowitz. Councilmember Yeager.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, it's good to see you again. And I'm going to be easy because I'm not asking you any questions. I'm simply going to make a few statements and you can sit back and relax. I appreciate the work that SBS is doing for small businesses. I do think that the city can do more, not necessarily from within your department, but I'm going to use my brief time at the microphone today to make a few points that I've been making over the last few days in these hearings. The city is continuing its standard process of issuing summonses, for example, to sanitation. So that hasn't really laid off. Sanitation employees are going around writing summonses on businesses, on homeowners. The city is still doing what it can to suck the life out of New Yorkers and get the cash. And I get that because we are facing tough times. But I also think that the city can and should do more. For example, the last real property tax payment was due on April 1st. The next one is due July 1st. There are people who have not been able to make the April 1st payment and may not be able to make the July 1st payment. And a lot of that, particularly when it comes to real property owners that aren't one and two family homeowners, relies on rental income. The city has an obligation to help tenants of small businesses to alleviate their rental burden. But at the same time, it can't be one directional. The city must use the resources that it has to alleviate the burdens on those who have to pay the bills, the landlords, who have to remit the money to the city. If tenants can't pay rent and landlords can't pay property taxes, the city gets hurt. But if the city can figure out a way to alleviate that burden a little bit on landlords, then one easy way to do it right now is give them a little breathing room. For the city to tell them, look, you may not have been able to make your April 1st payment. The grace period was 14 days ago. Interest is accumulating. We're waiving that. Right now, the mayor and the city council can make that announcement. Well, not me, but the mayor and the council can make that announcement that interest payments for interest debt being accrued on payments that were due on April 1st will be waived. Interest payments due on payments that cannot be made by July 1st will be waived. And a commitment to New Yorkers that real property taxes will not go up this year when we adopt the budget. Not that the rate won't change, because that's always the trick we pay with New Yorkers, that we don't change the rates, but everybody gets a higher bill. That the Property tax itself will stay, whether that means freezing assessed valuations or rolling them back down. We have to do something to release the pressure on those pipes, otherwise they're going to burst. The focus on the private sector for relief and the unwillingness of the city to do its part is wrong. And I think that the city and the council, the administration of the council, can make those commitments. And the reality is that tenants who can't pay rent today and tenants who can't pay rent on May 1st may never, ever be able to recover the lost revenue to come current. And we need to do things that will fix that, which brings me to Introduction 1932. I spoke yesterday about another introduction. It seems I'm going to repeat myself in some regard. It's important for us to come up with ways to help tenants. It's necessary. It's also important for us to do it legally and for us to do it constitutionally. Intro 1932, and I think, and without speaking for the Corporation Council, I think one of the reasons that the city is not ready to opine on it is because the city doesn't want to come before the council and say, this bill that was written is unconstitutional, except it is. Violation of Article 1, Section 10 of the Constitution. The city cannot retroactively adjust, amend a contract that was entered into by two parties at arm's length. Can't do it. Illegal. We can think we can do it because we always think we can do things that are illegal and unconstitutional, but it's not lawful for us to do it. Emergency or not, and this is the real epitome of an emergency. There has been no emergency like this, not just in the last 50 years, but probably in the last 100 years since the stock market crash of the early 20th century. But we have an obligation to actually be honest with New Yorkers. This bill's unconstitutional. We don't have a legal authority to go backwards into a contract that was entered into 5, 6, 7, 3 years ago, 1 year ago, 16 months ago, and amend it retroactively to remove a provision. I want to make one more point, Mr. Chair. I know my time is about to wrap up, and I'm going to try to do it quickly. To understand the nature of why personal guarantees exist in lease agreements, it's important for that to be part of this conversation. It's not simply to suck cash out of people. It is because in many respects, a landlord, when deciding to rent a piece of property, would not, but for that provision, rent the property. If a business doesn't have the assets, the income, the space of the landlord, if it's a new business, the landlord may not want to rent the property. What induces a landlord to do that, and what builds the small business enterprises of New York City, including my father's firm, would not be able to rent a piece of property if he did not sign a personal guarantee on his lease. It's necessary for the landlord to induce him to be willing to accept that lease. When we try to step in and say the landlord's wrong, the landlord's wrong, the landlord's wrong, without recognizing that it's not that the landlord's wrong, but we are in tough times and everybody is hurting. And it can't just be that the tenant is not going to pay rent because the tenant doesn't have income. We have to find a way, we in the council, the administration on the other side of the building, have to find a way to reduce the burden on all New Yorkers so that we can try to come out of this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for indulging me. And Commissioner, you weren't being lectured at, but I appreciate you sitting there patiently. It was just my chance to make these points. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember. Next, Councilmember Kozlowitz, followed by Councilmember Chen. Councilmember Kozlowitz.
Thank you very much. Good to see everybody. Today, the Queen's delegation had a remote meeting with the Queen's Chamber of Commerce. And the numbers that they gave us were pretty scary. Out of 6,000 businesses throughout Queens County, they don't expect 3,000 businesses to reopen. That's a very scary number. I know my district is full of commercial businesses all over, wherever you walk. I have all of Queens Boulevard that has from Elliott Avenue all the way down to into Kew Gardens, all businesses, 108th Street, and that's a very scary number. I've gotten calls from different businesses doing the same kind of business. For instance, hair salons. One person got a check for $10,000 and the other hair salon got $1,600. How do they decide who gets what?
So those two instances were the SBA's Economic Injury Disaster Loan Program that they applied to. There was an emergency grant that was attached to that program. That program, the grant was up to $10,000. But as you can imagine, there was a number of applications. So I think at a certain point, the SBA changed the guidance to limit the amount of dollars. So if you were early on, you might have gotten the maximum, but later on they shifted it to just $1,000 per employee.
That's like kind of unfair. And the truth of the matter is that in most hair salons, the employees are they work on commission more than salary. And that's really unfair because the bills are the same. The rent is the same. You know, whenever they apply, the rent is still the same and their expenses are the same. And for one to get $1,600 and then the other get $10,000, well, why didn't they foresee that there were going to be a lot more people applying and like kind of decide how much each person would get?
I think the New York delegation sees that, and the New York delegation has been advocating for additional funding. As you know, the New York delegation is also advocating for funding for the city of New York itself to help close our budget deficit. So I've been in touch with everyone from, Congressman Nydia Velázquez, Kim Jeffries, even Gregory Meeks, everyone in the New York delegation to let them know about the concerns of our smallest business, our micro businesses. So again, I will, bring this up, in terms of additional funding for the next stimulus package, and then happy to have your support there as well.
Okay, I just felt that the way you described it, first come, first served, in this kind of disaster, actually, to do it that way, not anticipating that there would be a lot of people applying for these loans, and kind of lower the amounts so each business applying would get the same amount of money.
Right. There's also another strategy that we're pursuing. If you, at the beginning of my testimony, I talked about how important CDFIs are to our small businesses. So more than likely, those nail salons, those small businesses that have fewer than 5 employees, they have a relationship with a CDFI or a small community bank. CDFIs are restricted in terms of their behavior in the open market to get capital. There's some restrictions on the SBA side, which is the Federal Small Business Administration, and there's restrictions on the Federal Reserve side. And we're advocating to loosen some of that restrictions so our CDFIs can get capital and therefore they can lend to those small businesses as well.
Okay, thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Councilmember Chin, followed by Councilmember Brannon. Councilmember Chin.
Clock. Thank you. Thank you to Chair Gjonaj and Chair Cohen and to the panel. Commissioner Bishop, it's great to see you. And, thank you for your support and concern, for our small businesses, especially the small business in my district in Chinatown, Lower East Side, who was impacted so early, as you mentioned. So I wanted to see if you have some statistic in terms of how many of the small businesses in Chinatown were able to access the city's loan program and then also the grant program, because it took a while for the application to get up and running. So if you can provide some of that statistic, and also how many were like street vendors who are, they work or they have another employee working with them. Were they able to get some of the grants and program under the city? If you can answer those 2 questions.
Yeah, so we can break down, and we can happy to follow up on specific on the zip code for Chinatown, because I just have like a global in terms of the borough-wide breakdown. So we'll follow up with you specifically for Chinatown. I think for street vendors, we did open up the grant program because it's only for companies that have 1 to 4 employees. And I, spoke to some of the advocates in the street vending community. That is one of the areas that we are going to be focused on in terms of private philanthropy to figure out how we can help those businesses that may not have the traditional documentation that's necessary for these programs. because, you know, there's some vendors, they may not even have like a payroll system. They may not have even maybe a bank account. So we are definitely aware that there are some gaps in both the city's program and the federal program. And we will be happy to work with you to continue to figure out how we can solve that particular problem in terms of helping our street vendors and our undocumented immigrants.
So that you're saying that none of the street vendors got a grant.
So I don't have the breakdown in terms. I only have sectors, so I can't tell you if like what we categorize as a restaurant was like a food cart. We would have to look at like who the business was. We'd have to look, and I don't have that level of detail for this hearing. But we can go back and give you like just the overall businesses in your district, how many were awarded a grant. And
I think it's also helpful to see if like the food carts and you know, street vendors were able to access that. I think that would really help the community, that there is a fighting chance, that don't just assume you won't have an opportunity. The other thing is that my question is on the loan, like you had a third party vendor organization that was help processing the loan. How come you were not able to reach out to CDFIs and credit union to help with the city? And you had to do this third party?
The third party is a CDFI. So the way it works is that we use tax dollars to do a loan loss reserve. We got capital from the private sector, and that capital was then deployed to the CDFI, and that CDFI.
Which one was that?
Pursuit.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but I know we also I know Renaissance. There's a couple of CDFIs we work closely with. You know, Pursuit, Renaissance, BCNA. We also work closely with True Fund. There's a number of them that we work with that have specific Axiom, for example. We have a network of a lot of CDFIs, but for this particular program, we worked with them in the past during Hurricane Sandy. They had the technology to be able to stand up this program as quickly as we did it. So, you know, we are, of course, working with other CDFIs because they're the ones that will provide the technical assistance to help the business.
In this 3.5 stimulus, sorry to interrupt, in the 3.5 stimulus, there's $60 billion set aside for women and minority-owned business, but it also did mention from the congressional rep that CDFI credit union will also be able to help small businesses. Is that correct?
That's correct. But it's CDFIs and community banks. So the not to get into the weeds, but community banks have access to the capital markets, so they can borrow, they can get money from the feds as quickly as possible. CDFIs don't. So there's sort of like a structural disadvantage for CDFIs in terms of liquidity for them to be able to lend as quickly as possible as community banks. So what we're saying in the next stimulus package, we would like CDFIs to have their own pool, so they're competing against other CDFIs nationwide. And not necessarily community banks. It's a minor clarification, but I've been contacting our New York delegation, and they understand sort of like the challenges there as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Next, we'll hear from Council Member Brannan, followed by Council Member Brandon.
Buck.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Certainly. You know, echoing what my colleagues are saying today, and certainly acknowledging the fact that what we're dealing with right now is larger than what the city can handle on its own. But I wanted to ask, as far as the SBS grant and loan programs, how do we decide? How does SBS decide how much money to put into that pot in relation to the amount of taxes that our small businesses pay? There seems to be a substantial discrepancy in the money that our small businesses are funding, putting into the city to keep the lights on, versus the money that is now being extended or offered to them, or was being extended and offered to them in the grant and loan programs. How is that decision made? And is there any talk about putting more money into those funds?
So I think just to make sure we understand the landscape, when we designed this program, the world that we're in right now was totally different. So we looked at what was happening, as the Councilmember Chin talked about, with businesses that were impacted in January and February. We looked at the landscape of our small businesses in terms of our micro businesses, and we focus on the largest amount of help that we can assist. So businesses with 1 to 4 employees make up about 60% of our small businesses in New York City. So we figured that was going to be the maximum reach to help those businesses that were trying to hold on to their employees, but still had services for businesses. They were still operating. 5 days later, we got to this point where the entire city needed assistance. Now, we were able to quickly adapt the program because we heard a lot of businesses saying you're only looking at lost reserves in January and February. So we were able to add March, but we publicly said that this is not going to be enough for everyone. We need federal help. And as soon as we got federal help, we started transitioning our resources and all our efforts to make sure our small businesses connect to the federal programs.
Okay, so is there any discussion around, now that we're in this new reality, discussion around putting more money into those programs?
I think, it's going to be depending on our resources. As you know, we have our budget constraints. We have been advocating on the federal level for more resources. And I think I've publicly said, the mayor's publicly said, we need the federal government to help us here. And we've been advocating for changes in those federal programs to make sure they're aligned with all the things we're talking about today to New York City businesses and the needs of New York City businesses, to make sure that not only our smaller businesses can get access through CDFIs to these funding, but then also our businesses in general, if they access the PPP, they have enough time to make a decision on hiring. They have enough time to figure out in terms of how to repay their employees in terms of the percentage. So there's a number of things that we've been advocating for, in addition to, asking for the banks to do more. They don't have to wait for the federal government to back the loans. They could create their own loan programs. So we're doing a number of things to help our small businesses get the capital that they need.
Okay, I'll finish up, but I guess my concern is, we're hearing a lot of talk now about donor states, right? And states that send back more money to DC than we get. But a lot of small business owners are starting to feel the same way, that they send more money to the city to keep the lights on than they're being offered access to now when they need it most. And there seems to be a pretty big discrepancy there with how much money is being taken from the businesses to keep the lights on in the city versus how much of that money is being put aside to be extended to the businesses now when they need it most. So that's going to be a big concern for the council as we go forward, certainly into the budget hearing. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Council Member. Next, we have Council Member Koo. Council Member Koo.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Bishop and all the Chair Jonah and Chair Cohen and all our members and also administration spending time on this really important meeting. My question is to the Commissioner. The city is only spending $39 million to help small business owners. It's not enough. We spend more money on renting hotels for homeless people than $39 million. We spend more money on Thrive. The mental health program is almost $1 billion there. And so the city has thousands and thousands of small business owners. And many of them are, like you said, they only have 4 or 5 employees. And many owners told me, first of all, they don't know how to apply because they are their language problem. By the time they find somebody who wants to help them to apply, it's over already. So I think we should do more. I mean, we have to find some money to help small business owners because they are the backbone of the economy. They pay taxes, they hire people, and that's how a small business should work. So your agency, your priority should be help small business owners, because without small business owners, they don't have, if they close the door, they don't have money to pay the rent, and the landlords are calling them, and they have bills to pay, the electricity bills, the insurance bills, even though they haven't opened the business for 3 months. Those bills are still coming. So I'm hoping as a commissioner, you will persuade the mayor to spend more money to help small business owners. Because even if you give them like $5,000 each, it will help them a lot. No, because at least you will pay them, have them pay partial rent or something, you know. Right now it's tough, and if you don't do anything, I will foresee maybe 1/3 and half of the business will file bankruptcy. You know, so it will be bad for the city if you don't want to spend money to feed these golden goose. We used to feed the city with lots of tax revenues. We are the golden goose, right? The golden geese. Now the geese have nothing to eat. They cannot lay any eggs anymore. So the city has to feed the geese, the business owners, with some money to help them tide over this difficult period. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Chair Jonai, did you have any further questions for our panel? Thank you. Chair Cohen, did you have any further questions?
Go ahead. Thank you, Stephanie. I think the commissioner has an update for us on the number of loans that were issued by borough, grants or loans. I'm not sure if you have that now available.
Yeah, so in terms of the loans by borough, and we have talked about the percentage. So I could go through the actual. So this is as of April 26th. So 5% of the loans went to Staten Island, 9% went to Queens, 66% went to Manhattan, 18% went to Brooklyn, and 1% went to the Bronx.
What went to Manhattan?
66%.
And how much went to the Bronx?
1%. As of 4/26, and we're still processing applications.
You know what I'm going to say to you. 1% of the loan went to the borough of the Bronx, and 66% went to Manhattan. And we know that most of these small businesses exist in the outer boroughs. So already we see a huge disparity here on how these loans are being. Does anyone even know how many went to minority and women-owned businesses, the very group that we're supposed to be fighting for?
Yeah, so we have that, and just so you know, the Bronx also has. We also have for the loans.
I know what we have.
Sorry. For the loans, we have 30% of the approvals went to MWBEs, and for the grants, when you look at the borough breakdown, we have 3% to Staten Island, 16% to Queens, 25% to Brooklyn, 53% to Manhattan, and 3% to the Bronx. I will just let you know that in terms of when you look at the number of firms that have 1 to 4 employees, the breakdown citywide, 8% of those businesses are in the Bronx, 26% are in Brooklyn, 40% are in Manhattan, 23% are in Queens, and 4% are in Staten Island. So there are very small businesses in Manhattan. 40% of those. So what you're seeing is a ratio that matches just the general landscape of small businesses across the city.
Commissioner, how many small businesses from the borough of the Bronx applied for those loans and grants?
We can get that number to you.
That will be very telling of the real story.
Yep.
1% of 39 million, which is really amounts to
no,
nothing.
that is not accurate. That 1% is so far of the 8 million that we have awarded, not the 39 million. And we're still awarding businesses on the loan side.
So in essence, of the $8 million, 80,000 has gone to the borough of the Bronx.
And we could give you a breakdown in terms of the number of businesses. As you may recall, the loan which was a standard loan, is not an emergency loan, required businesses to be in business for 2 years. There was additional requirements. For those that did not get the loan through the city's program, we pivoted them over to the Paycheck Protection Program, which had a lot more flexibility.
Commissioner, I don't want to deflect to the federal government. This is New York City taking care of its own. And if you're telling me that New York City couldn't do more than $39 million, and using your own numbers, provide $80,000 to the entire borough of the Bronx, we have real problems here. We're not going to figure them out today, but we need this message to go back to this administration. Start pumping more, give the money back to those small businesses. You often say, we often talk about New York City sending more money out than actually getting back. Give that, and I'm going to echo, I think it was Councilmember Brannan who said it. Give their money back. This is the time that they need it. $80,000 to the entire borough of the Bronx thus far.
That is
not, yeah.
So 80,000 for the loan, but when you look at the grant program as well, we've in terms of the dollars to businesses in the Bronx, we have awarded. Hold on, let me just pull this up. But it's more than $80,000, council member.
Well, when you get that number, maybe get back to us. I think Council Chair Cohen may have a question in the meantime, but that would be relevant to today's hearing. That's a true telling of how this money, this very limited money, which doesn't go meet the needs of the city, and how it's being broken down by borough, including the actual dollar amount, would be a true telling of what is happening in New York City. And this administration, I hope, is hearing this loud and clear. This council is not going to accept that. This committee is not going to accept that. Stephanie, Council Chair Cohen, do you have any questions you want to add to this?
I just want to circle back. I know that there's been a tremendous focus on SBS, but Commissioner Salas, could you just expand a little bit about the price gouging activities that your agency has been up to? I know there has been a lot of good work done, and I think it's important that we try to get the word out on some of those activities.
Sure. Thank you, Chair Cohen. And I wanted to get back to you. My staff is telling me that it was 47 businesses that had paid consent fees by March 1st, totaling $325,000. And that's the money that we're seeking to refund in the next couple of weeks.
That's great.
And so with the price gouging, just briefly, I would say that, yes, we're being overwhelmed with complaints from our neighbors in New York City, over 8,000 complaints, more than 4,000 violations issued. And I mean, for the most part, I would say a lot of the businesses get the message and they stop these practices, and that's great. That's what we want. And in cases in which we are seeing repeated price gouging, we have filed lawsuits at the Office of Administrative Trials and Hearings. I did mention that businesses do have an opportunity to justify an increase in cost that is higher than 10%, and we'll take that into account when they had to incur in additional costs for labor or just to pay their suppliers to bring those items into their stores, right? We do not want to discourage the retail stores from trying to get those items into our communities. The other thing that I would say is that we're very encouraged by our conversations with manufacturers of these products who are very much interested in making sure that their products are available to our our consumers that most need them without having to pay extra money for that. And so they're collaborating with us. We are we have served a couple of subpoenas on certain wholesalers to identify whether they are the ones who are charging overcharging for these items. And so, you know, we're keeping a close eye on that situation, and obviously encourage you and anyone else in the council to let us know if they're seeing this activity occurring in their neighborhoods. We're hoping that it stops and that our New Yorkers are able to access the items they need to take care of themselves.
Do you know in the 4,000 instances of violations, is that 4,000 individual businesses, or some businesses have multiple violations? Do you know how many businesses have been caught up in the practice?
Yeah, I don't have the number of businesses that were inspected and assessed fines for, but I can tell you that those
I have that, Laura.
You have them? Okay, so Mike Tiger can provide.
I believe this is as of yesterday, that there have been over 1,200 inspections with 289 summonses issued by our enforcement division that will be heard at OATH, the Office of Administrative Trials and Hearings. Of those 289 summons, they made up over 4,500 violations.
Oh, so when you find somebody who's doing it, they're doing it through a number of different products in their business.
Exactly, or a lot of one product.
Or a lot of one product. Thank you, Commissioner. I really appreciate your time here this morning or this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Cohen.
Thank you, chairs. All right, so we will now turn to public testimony. I'd like to remind, and thank you to the panelists. If you'd like to leave, you're welcome to do so. I'd like to remind everyone that unlike our typical council hearings, we will be calling individuals one by one to testify. Each panelist will be given 3 minutes to speak. Council members who have questions for a particular panelist should use the raise hand function in Zoom, and I will call on you after the panelist has completed their testimony. For panelists, once your name is called, a member of staff will unmute you. I would like to now welcome Evan Franca to testify. After Evan Franca, I will be calling on Jessica Lappin and then Andrew Riggi.
Time.
Evan?
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank the Chair Jonai and the City Council for allowing me to speak today. My name is Evan Franca, and I am the merchant member of the North Flatbush Business Improvement District and also the owner of Brooklyn Crepe for the past 12 years in Councilman Lander's district. Right now, many of you noted that New York City hospitality is on life support. And with every day that passes, we're losing the cafes, the restaurants, and the bars that make our neighborhoods so special. I'm actually one of the lucky businesses. We've actually been able to stay open throughout the pandemic for takeaway and delivery, and we've retained 7 of our 9 staff members, and we've even provided over 300 meals to 4 local hospitals. Now, since Governor Cuomo issued the stay-at-home order, we've seen a big change in our business. So pre-COVID, we were receiving about 20% of our overall business from these third-party delivery services, but now that's jumped to almost 80%. So what does that mean? So the 6 main services, Grubhub, Seamless, Uber Eats, Postmates, DoorDash, and Caviar, all operate slightly differently, but generally they take a 25 to 30% fee from us for each order that we receive, and they deliver for us. So if we did $1,000 in business before the pandemic and 20% of our orders were through these apps, we'd be looking at about $60 in fees, and I'd still be left with $940. I can make a living. Now today, if I do that same $1,000 in sales, 80% of that is going to be subject to a 30% fee. And now $240 go to these companies. I'm only left with $760, which just aren't covering my expenses. That difference over the course of the year would be over $65,000. This is simply an unsustainable model, and it's been an issue for years, but this crisis has exposed this broken model, and we need immediate government intervention. Now, the digital economy and third-party delivery is going to continue to grow, and there needs to be regulation. I understand that these companies, they have employees and expenses, but they also charge our customers fees and shouldn't be allowed to profit off of both sides while we're drowning in this crisis. So what we need to do is we need an immediate cap on the total fees restaurants, including the delivery fees, marketing fees, and the credit card processing fees to no more than 10% during this crisis, and that would give us a fighting chance. In addition, on fees where the customers pick up orders, we need a smaller fee of maybe just 3 to 5%, so that we can focus on surviving these next couple of months. We also need to have the freedom to charge higher prices with these platforms than our dine-in customers. So if it costs us 30% more plus packaging costs, we should be able to factor that in and charge more. And currently, many of these platforms don't allow that. These companies also need to be licensed and be able to lose that license if they engage in poor business practices. Just how we can be fined and closed down for not running our operation properly, they should have that same oversight. For example, despite having signed contracts with one of these companies, they increased my fees overnight from 21.5% to 29%, a 7.5% jump without my approval. That's not right. And finally, I support more transparency so that the customers know what percentage of their money is going to these third-party companies and where their tips are going. Not to take anything away from these hardworking delivery drivers that we partner with, but they also need protections, and that's a whole separate issue. But I think there should be a mandatory tip line for the restaurant staff that are preparing the meals, as well as the delivery drivers. Now, not all the third-party apps are created equal. Caviar and DoorDash have reduced delivery fees in half through the end of May, and they've eliminated fees on pickup orders during that time, and I will applaud them on that. But things are not going to go back to normal in a month, and we need more protections. These steps I outlined will give us desperately needed lifeline in this uncertain time and help us feel more confident to hire back staff and reopen our doors. But time is running out, and if further inaction continues, we're going to lose a majority of our independent restaurants that make up the fabric and soul of our city. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you. Chair Jonah, you had a question for a panelist?
Yeah, thank you, Stephanie. Evan, thank you so much, first of all, for joining us today and testifying. What you're saying hits home with so many businesses out there that couldn't participate. But can you explain a little bit more about the fee structure? You said 25 to 30%. Can you give me the extreme breakdown of the charges that you're seeing?
Well, there's 6 different companies that we deal with, and each one has a slightly different fee structure. Some charge a just flat fee of 30%. Others charge a marketing portion of the fee and a delivery portion of the fee. But in general, most of the companies range in fees from about 25 to 30%. And then some of those also add on a credit card processing fee. Some of them don't. So it's kind of, you'd have to talk to each company individually, but generally it breaks down to about 25 to 30%.
So can I ask you to be transparent? I'll use Grubhub. What is the fee structure that they're charging you?
So I believe with Grubhub,
marketing and credit card.
We are charged, it's 25% for the delivery and marketing fees, and then it's around a 4% processing fee. So we pay about 29% for delivery orders. Now, if a customer comes and picks up the order, we're still charged 15%, even though they did nothing except for aggregate that order for us. So they didn't deliver it. That's a customer just going on Grubhub saying, hey, I want to pick up an order. We're still being charged 15% just for a customer to place the order through their platform.
Evan, what is your profit margin on your typical sale?
Typically, in our industry, we see around a 10% margin on our sales. Now, when our restaurant is full of people, it's nice to have these extra sales that come in. But now that we're not allowed to fill our restaurants in this emergency, we're relying on only these orders, and we just simply can't survive on these margins if we're not allowed to have our regular dine-in customers. I mean, even the CEO, Matt Maloney of Grubhub, said that this is not sustainable.
So, Evan, you're telling me your profit margins are around 10%, but yet you're paying up to 30% plus the credit card fee to these third-party food order apps. That would mean on each sale, you have a net loss.
Yeah, we are losing money on a lot of these orders now.
Well, no, it would be on every order.
Yeah.
Your profit margins are 10%, but yet you're paying out 30% plus credit card fees. That means each delivery and each order is a net loss. Is that accurate? I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Yeah, I mean, I've been working 12 hours a day just to pretty much get us to break even, and I'm not taking any salary or any pay. So yeah, basically we are pretty much losing money right now. If I were to pay myself.
Thank you, Evan. Look, we're going to fight this fight for you and all of our other small businesses, in particular the restaurant industry that is being impacted by this crisis, and where they're shut down, or if they're open, it's only delivery, and third-party food order apps is the only way that they're able to stay in business. But when you're netting a net loss, I don't know what's better, just shutting the doors or continuing the slow bleed.
Yeah, right now I'm just trying to keep my staff employed and keep the lights on until the situation improves.
Thank you, Evan.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to remind public panelists that you do not need to use the Zoom raise hand function. We have seen you and we will call on you in order. Chair Cohen, did you have any questions for our panelists?
Sure. Have you thought about not using these platforms? As if Chair Jonai's math is correct, you could lose money without giving it to Grubhub. You don't need their help to lose money.
Yeah, that's a great question and one that we get a lot. Right now we just need every bit of revenue that we can get, and unfortunately, that's just not an option. As so many customers use these platforms and are used to using these platforms, we simply just don't have the time to create our own systems. And many entrepreneurs have tried to do that. We're going against these companies that have millions and millions of dollars of resources of marketing, of advertising all over the trains, and they're being used. It's like Uber, and it's like telling cab companies to just start your own app and just compete with Uber. We would need tens of millions in startup capital to be able to build out the technology and compete with these guys realistically.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We'll now turn to questions from other council members. I see Councilmember Powers has a question for our panelists. Councilmember Powers?
Thank you. Thanks to both of the chairs. I just want to go back to that. Am I right saying that, according to what the answer was, that you're losing money on every single, it's kind of a follow-up to Councilmember Cohen and Councilmember Jonai's question, but you're losing, is that possibly true? You're losing revenue on each delivery that goes through these platforms? Is that how I heard that?
That's correct.
But I mean, I guess my question is kind of what Councilmember Cohen's. In what world would a restaurant stay on a platform if they were losing money on every transaction that was being done by it? I mean,
well, for one, it's keeping my staff employed, and again, during good times when our dining rooms are full of people, this is extra income. Let's say this is our we can't fit more. Let's say we only have 10 seats. We can only fill those 10 seats. So if we're able to get some of these orders, then we're not losing money because it's helping us cover those costs. But now that we're not allowed to have any diners dine in, and we're only subject to using these apps, again, that's about 80% of our business now, and only about 20% of customers are actually coming and ordering at our window. We can't survive on that math and those numbers right now. The numbers need to be. We need to have that discussion in the long term to be capped. But right now, we just really need immediate assistance during this crisis when we're not allowed to have diners.
No, I understand that. I guess I'm just torn here in terms of, certainly during this period of time, I think all the platforms, I see many of them on here, should be doing as much. I know some have done stuff, but to limit, this is just about takeout right now and delivery.
Yeah, and we're not losing money on the Caviar and DoorDash orders because those orders are only in the 10 to 12% range right now since they've reduced those fees.
You're making, that's where you're making profit is on DoorDash.
We are making money on our DoorDash and Caviar.
Yeah, but I guess my point is it is hard to hear or believe that restaurant that on every single delivery order, one is losing 30%. I'm not accusing you of anything. It's just the reality of that. It seems hard to put together how you could be losing 30%. A restaurant could be losing 30% a transaction, or losing money, I should say, on a transaction, and continue to do it. The math of that is difficult for me to understand.
Right. We need a certain amount of revenue just to cover our rent, our expenses, our employees, and our staff. So right now, I'd rather lose a little bit of money and keep my staff that I've had for so many years, and keep paying rent and keep the lights on and keep the insurance paid and all those bills paid, than just close down the business completely and lose the 12 years that I've spent building it up in the community.
Okay, and I appreciate it. I just want two more questions that are related. How much of this is negotiable? I know some platforms allow you to come in and negotiate. I don't know. I really honestly don't know how every platform works with the business, but how much of this is negotiable, meaning you can sit down and negotiate with the platform about what the revenue sharing or what the arrangement is, and how many platforms allow you to negotiate, how much of it is negotiable and renegotiable, and then lastly, how much of those fees are mandatory versus things that you can opt into? I know on certain platforms you can elevate yourself because you may want to be seen by more folks. But can you explain to me, just in terms of how much of that is negotiable and how much of that is optional in terms of how you pay to get seen, things like that?
Sure. So as an independent restaurant, we don't have a lot of negotiability. I know, if you're a McDonald's or you're a big chain and you have a lot of locations, you're going to have some power there in the negotiability of your contracts. Like I said, we were at a certain rate, and Grubhub and Seamless said, hey, this is going to be your new rate starting next week. And like it or not, you can drop us if you want. I've called other companies to speak about this, and they've said, no, we're not going to move the rates. The rates are what they are, take it or leave it. So I've seen a lot of resistance to negotiating these rates. Again, besides DoorDash and Caviar, who have voluntarily reduced the rates for all of the restaurants on their platform. And can you repeat the second question again?
The second question was fees that are optional, meaning you might pay, one restaurant might decide to pay more than another restaurant on certain platforms to get themselves priority status.
Yeah, they do try to pit restaurants against each other to compete in this marketplace to get better visibility on the website. And there are also options if you do deliver the food on your own and have your own delivery staff, the fees are less. But it's not easy for us to hire a brand new, staff of, and it's also very costly as well to hire more employees and staff to deliver that food. So these percentages are if they're delivering the food for you, they are a little bit lower if you're doing the deliveries yourself. But a lot of us can't afford to hire those delivery drivers right now, pay the additional insurances, and how
many of the platforms of the 6 that I think you said you were on 6 platforms, how many of those do you negotiate a fee with the platform versus those where it's a take it or leave it? Not take it or leave it, meaning this is the fee we charge the restaurant, versus having to individually negotiate with them. Like if I open up a restaurant today, how many can I go to and I'd pay the same rate as you by a default versus having individually negotiated?
Most new restaurants now, it's pretty non-negotiable. In the beginning, when they were first piloting these programs, they were offering better rates to get restaurants to sign up. But I've found a lot of resistance now in negotiating, at least on my own. Maybe if we had a larger collection of restaurants that were negotiating, but then again, we'd have to pull out if they didn't. And a lot of restaurants rely on this income, and every order right now really counts. So I hope they don't take me off their platforms for saying anything negative about them.
All right, I'll leave it at there. Thank you for taking some time to answer the questions.
Sure.
Thank you. I understand Chair Jonai has a follow-up question.
Thank you, Stephanie. Evan, just to piggyback on some of the questions and your responses to Councilmember Powers, is this the most you can get from the platform? Is there any other bells and whistles? So the 29%, is that the maximum that you can be charged by Grubhub, or is there other programs that you can participate in marketing that would increase the fee? Is this the Rolls Royce that you're enrolled in?
So there is another program, and it's I think you've touched on it before in your previous hearing. It's called virtual restaurants or ghost kitchens. For those concepts, I've seen rates of up to 34%. If you're trying to introduce a secondary concept within your concept, they'll charge up to 34% fees on those orders.
And Evan, the last thing that you brought out that is a little sensitive for me, and I want to make sure that everyone hears this. There will be no repercussions for you. You spoke up, and your testimony is important, and you've been only honest and frank with us. I assure you that if there is any unintended consequences that you feel that you get retaliated against, I want you to reach out to me and the council, and I promise you that we'll be there for you to support you. But I don't expect any type of retaliation, Evan.
I appreciate that.
Just
Thank
to
you.
put you at your mind at ease. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Cohen, did you have any follow-up questions for our panelists?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to now welcome Jessica Lappin to testify. After Jessica, I will be calling on Andrew Riggi and Robert Bookman. Jessica?
Well, hello. Thank you for allowing me to testify and for having this hearing. I think, like the rest of the city, the coronavirus has really had a devastating impact on Lower Manhattan in particular. You're not down at City Hall or at 250 Broadway, so you probably aren't seeing for yourself, but I can promise you that only a very small number of our essential businesses are open, have managed to stay open and provide services for the hospital workers downtown and others. And so while I'll talk about a couple of the bills, the one I really wanted to focus on was Intro 1908. Our restaurants also operate on razor thin margins, and they're facing this crisis, which is really a once in a generation crisis. And what they keep saying to us is that even if they are serving takeout and delivery, they're likely doing it at a loss. And I hear that in my own neighborhood as well, where I live. They're just doing it to keep the doors open and to try and keep staff on payroll. And yet they are being charged these really exorbitant fees by apps like Seamless and Grubhub. And so I think, to your questions, they have become such an integral part of the foodscape in New York that it's hard to avoid them. And yet they are charging these really outsized fees. And I think in a crisis like this, they should share in some of the pain, and to charge 30% is really unconscionable. And so again, while there are other things I know you're discussing, like prohibiting the apps from charging for telephone orders that didn't occur, or requiring the disclosure of commissions to customers, or creating a new licensing and regulatory system, those would all be really helpful. But what we've been hearing again and again the last few weeks is that by far and away, the single most impactful thing you could do is to limit the amount that these third-party delivery apps can charge. And so I'm urging your very swift passage of this. I can try to answer questions, and I would just say proactively, again, to sort of follow up on the thread that was just happening, there are restaurants that didn't used to do takeout or delivery who are doing that now to survive. So they can't hire their own delivery staff right now. So they're dependent upon this temporary service. So they're kind of screwed that way. And also in terms of marketing and communications, if you don't show up on those apps as being open in that neighborhood, then people don't know you exist. And I think people feel very beholden for that reason as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Chair Jonai, do you have any questions for our panelists?
No.
Chair Cohen?
No, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Councilmember Powers has a follow-up question. Councilmember Powers?
Thank you. Nice to see you, Councilmember Lappin. Hope you're a former Councilmember Lappin, I guess, but still a friend. Nice to see you. I want to just reiterate, I do think that we, during this crisis, should for sure be asking those in many of the platforms who are here today to be taking steps to reduce the fees and as much as possible, because we are in an emergency crisis and we have to tangle with some of the larger questions as we move forward here. To your point, you mentioned that I was asking questions related to, loss of revenue and things like that. For folks who are in downtown Manhattan, where you represent, who have their doors closed, do you know how many restaurants right now? Do you have any sort of sense of how many restaurants have completely closed their doors versus those who are moving to takeout and delivery as the option to stay afloat?
Well, I would say we have roughly 1,200 retailers all in, and we're at about 25% that are open. So 200 and some odd. And, again, of the ones that are open, I had a call with 30 of them last week. And I mean, they had many things that could be helpful from the state, federal, and city level. But, this just seemed to them, it's sort of like insult to injury. And they're all trying to adapt as much as they can. And like Evan said, the principals or the owners are not taking, they're not taking a salary at all. They're really just trying to kind of keep their people and maintain some presence. And I think also we're mindful that it'll cost more to start up again. And they don't want to have to incur those startup costs. So if they can kind of eke it out. I mean, we announced today a grant program actually at the Alliance, $800,000 for small independently owned businesses to help them pay April or May rent, kind of just for that reason. Like, we got to keep the doors open. We got to keep the lights on. We got to help those who can survive. And I think this is such a common sense, easy way to help them. And longer term, we can figure it all out, as Evan said. But, it's nice to see like Caviar and DoorDash being proactive. It's not in their best interest for these restaurants to close long term. It's like sort of stupid for their own business model, quite frankly.
Thanks. I hope all your businesses are hanging in there. Thank you for that announcement today. And we are looking, I think, for ways to continue to help businesses. So, any guidance you have in that with the folks you're working with is much appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. I see Chair Cohen has a follow-up question.
Stephanie, could you recognize Councilmember Kozlowitz? She wanted to clarify something she said.
Yes, Councilmember Kozlowitz.
Thank you. I just want to make a correction. I said there were 6,000 businesses. No, 6,000 restaurants, and the estimated 3,000 would close. Not businesses. We have a lot more business, thousands more businesses in Queens. Thank you.
Hi, Karen.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Jessica.
Thank you.
I would like to now welcome Andrew Riggi to testify. After Andrew, I will be calling on Robert Bookman and then Amy Healy.
Thank you. Good afternoon. First, I'd like to thank the speaker, Chair Gjonaj, and Cohen, all the members and staff for putting today's hearing together. Listen, the restaurant industry and nightlife industry is vital to the economic footprint and social fabric of New York City. And our city will not recover unless this industry is at the forefront and the core of this recovery. And that's why we were very thankful for many of the bills being introduced today. And I have submitted written comments for the record, but I do want to touch on 3 bills in particular, and then I'm happy to answer any questions. These 3 bills we support: 1908A, 1914, and 1932. Per 1908A, I want to make it very clear that the third-party delivery platform situation was a crisis before we were in this crisis. Restaurants cannot afford to pay 15 to 30% per order to these delivery companies. And what companies like Grubhub and Seamless are doing is using sophisticated techniques to basically extract as much money as possible out of businesses pre and during this pandemic. We need to cap delivery fees at no more than 10%. I can answer some of the members' questions earlier, but there are sophisticated works that here at play. Restaurants cannot afford to not be on applications like Grubhub Seamless when some reports say they own between 60 to 70% of the marketplace. They also own ownership of the customer data. So a restaurant can't say, I'm not paying these fees and I'm going to leave, because then they're going to lose all of their customers. And there's a lot more at play. But when government has used their authority to shut down restaurants, they must use that same authority to cap the fees, both during the crisis, for the long-term recovery, and in the future. On 1916, sidewalk cafes are going to be extraordinarily important for the survival of our local restaurants. Frankly, we are going to have to re-envision how we use public safe streets and public areas to support our local businesses. And one thing we can do is waive these fees throughout the remainder of the year. It will bring much needed support. It will also help generate sales for these businesses, which will then generate sales tax and create activity on our streets, which we desperately will need to get back to a sense of whatever the new normal will be. Finally, 1932. Businesses are in crisis and they are going to lose their livelihood. They are also laying off all of their employees. It would just be absolutely tragic if now people are not only losing their businesses, but then they are losing their own personal assets. We're not failing because we're not running our businesses properly. Government has required us to shut down. We never anticipated this when we entered into these lease agreements. We cannot now take away people's personal livelihoods and their assets because they are unable to pay their rent because of a pandemic, because government is shutting us down. So I know I'm at time and I'll leave it there. As I mentioned, I did submit comments, but we truly, truly appreciate the council's support of our small businesses, our restaurants, our bars and nightclubs. These are our small businesses, the backbone of our community. And we need it not only for our economy, but for New Yorkers and our visitors to get back to some sense of normalcy. And we will not do that if we are not at the core of the recovery. So I want to thank you all again for your leadership here, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Andrew. I see Councilmember Rivera had a question. Councilmember Rivera.
Hi, thank you so much for being here. And congrats on your appointment to the governor's board. Thank you for what you said about the bill. You know, this is it's not an amendment to a contract, it's a temporary suspension. And contract law does allow for broad changes based on emergency situations. And I think this is certainly an emergency. We are in crisis. So Andrew, I wanted to ask you, and thank you for your testimony. How many of your members have been impacted by personal liability clauses during COVID-19, more or less? And how many do you expect to face this?
You know, that's a good question. I don't have the data. I can tell you thousands of restaurant, bars, and clubs throughout the city are being impacted. The challenge is we don't know when we're going to be able to reopen lawfully, but then once we can start reopening, if it'll be a reduced occupancy, and then what consumer purchasing behavior is going to be. Will we have enough sales to sustain those businesses? So immediately, we've heard some stories where there's been great relationships between the small businesses and the landlords, but we've heard some, as I think you mentioned earlier, where there's been some threats or there hasn't been as good of communication. So the longer that these closures go on and the uncertainty of what the business environment will be moving forward leads me to believe that there will be more and more businesses or business people whose personal livelihoods and assets are at risk. So I don't have an exact number, but I have to imagine with 25,000 eating and drinking establishments in the 5 boroughs, we're talking about numbers in the thousands, since the vast majority of them are not generating any revenue and they're unable to pay their rent.
So, and just my second question is, do you have any recommendations for what owners should do now to make sure they're ready and prepared in case a landlord attempts to follow through on a personal liability clause? And then what else should the city and state be doing to support your members?
Sure. Thank you. So, one, and it's tough to say go hire a lawyer because people don't have money. So I know that the Department of Small Business Services and the commissioner had mentioned some of the resources that they are offering. I'd highly suggest businesses do reach out to them. If they can speak with a lawyer, or they can reach out to groups like the New York City Hospitality Alliance, and we could try to provide some general guidance. But you need to have dialogues with your landlords. And like I said, there are some good landlords that understand, because we as New Yorkers are all in this together. And there's not going to be another restaurant ready to reopen if a business, just shuts down, and that's going to have great consequences for the city of New York. So I think one is dialogue, but also make sure to the best of your ability you have legal counsel guiding you through all of this. And again, I understand that's not easy, but that's one of the challenges that we're facing here. As far as what can the city and state do, it is going to have to be a comprehensive save restaurant and save nightlife plan. We are going to have to look at everything from issues like capping fees and waiving sidewalk cafe fee, or capping delivery fees and waiving sidewalk cafe fees. We're gonna have to look at utilizing public space, like I said to you. We're also gonna have to look at a lot of other policies throughout time. I think there's going to be some immediate needs that may have to come from the federal government, amending the Paycheck Protection Program, which was mentioned earlier. How do we get business interruption insurance claims paid out to businesses right away? We've heard from restaurants that want to be able to add a clearly disclosed charge to menu prices in a way to help generate additional revenue to keep their doors open and to keep people employed. So I think, again, we are going to need to look at every single angle possible and work together to get it done, because there's not going to be one policy that's happening that's going to be a save-all. But certainly many of the bills today, including yours, the package of many of the delivery-related bills, those would take a great step. And they'd also be symbolic in showing the local business community that our elected leaders are not just saying we need to support you, but they're taking bold action to do so, and doing it quickly, because every minute we waste, we're losing more businesses and more jobs.
Thank you. And I did write a letter to the governor specifically trying to include what I think the language should be for the business interruption clarification, which so many of you will not qualify for based on what stands right now. So thank you so much for your time, and thank you to the chairs for the ability to ask questions.
Thank you, Council Member.
Thank you. I see Chair Cohen had a follow-up question.
Thank you, Stephanie. Andrew, it's good to see you.
You too.
I had two questions I wanted to ask. Are you concerned at all about the impact of the availability of credit if the council, I'm referring specifically to the Public Advocates Resolution or Councilwoman Rivera's legislation. I'm concerned that I don't want to freeze credit to these businesses, and if lenders can't use the normal contracting procedure loan agreements, are you concerned about that at all?
I think many there are complexities in all of this. I do believe many of these types of loans, not the ones that are just being offered today, but the ones that are going to be needed for opening capital for businesses to open, are going to have to be backed from the government. These are going to be difficult choices to make. But if we are serious about getting businesses, reopened, we are going to have to pass multiple bills. So if for some reason one bill that is passed is going to then prevent a business from getting a loan, we need to understand why that's going to happen. And frankly, the government may need to step in and provide some sort of backstop. Again, I think everything we do, there's going to be additional questions that need to be addressed. But these bills are critical for people, again, not to lose their personal livelihoods, not just their professional. And if the government is going to have to step up in some ways to support or back these other entities, then that's what needs to be done. The situation demands it.
Well, do you think it might be a better approach to be offering guarantees rather than sort of changing the nature of the agreements?
Well, I think you could suspend it immediately, pass this legislation, and then quickly move to figure out how you can provide those funds or that type of support. I'd imagine, and that's kind of, I guess, more of your work than mine, that may be a little bit more complicated, longer term discussion than immediately prohibiting, the enforcement of the personal liability provisions.
And related to the apps, I'm cautious only about changing the nature of contractual relationships. And I guess, I don't know if it was your testimony or someone else's, that these apps, that there were problems sort of structurally with these apps and the restaurant industry before the COVID crisis. I'm not sure what, it's a different constituency. When I have an individual tenant who comes to me and says that, that they're having problems with their landlord, you see the real strong differential in bargaining power. But, you have business owners who are, I think, not the least sophisticated members of our society, that, it takes a lot to open a business in New York. How do you think we got here in terms of how these apps the situation got so destructive?
Yeah, well, good question. Try to answer as quickly as possible. But listen, the world is changing and it's changing fast. Technology has changed the way that we interact and we make purchases. Grubhub, Seamless in particular, well, Seamless was the original New York City business, was able to capture a lot of the market share early on. They were also able to capture a lot of the corporate business, where in the past, an accounting firm had a house account at 12 different neighborhood restaurants where their employees could order, lunch from or dinner from if they were working late, and they'd have to tally them up at the end of the month. Seamless and Grubhub kind of came in and said, well, we'll handle all of that. And they basically lock in that business. Consumers are so used to the convenience and paying on their phone that they don't realize when they order through some of these apps, not all of them, I want to be very clear, some of them are very good and have done the right thing, how they are harming the businesses. So I think part of it was certain companies were able to get in early and capture enormous amount of the market share, and then use sophisticated techniques to keep diners on their apps and keep businesses on their apps by controlling the catering business, by purchasing Google AdWords and other sophisticated SEO techniques to ensure that anytime anyone, visits, wants to order from Andy's, Bar and Grill, and they Google it, that somehow their third-party platform is going to come up before Andy's Bar and Grill's actual website. They've also created phone numbers for the restaurant. So when a customer thinks that, hey, I'm ordering directly from my restaurant, guess what? You're not. You're ordering through the Grubhub Seamless one that's been levying bogus fees for years now and has still not appropriately dealt with it. So much so that we need legislation in the city council to say, you're prohibited from charging fees for services you did not render. I mean, this is kind of crazy talk. You would never think we're having this conversation, but we are. So, there's that. There's also the spending of millions of dollars on TV ads, on the subways. They take out ads. So they're doing everything in their power to redirect consumer purchasing behavior so they can get a fee any way they can. And even the larger, more sophisticated restaurant groups do not have the resources or the bandwidth to be able to compete, especially when all of their competitors are also listed on those websites, and all of a sudden you're going to come up lower in the search results, or maybe you'll just disappear. I will tell you one last thing on that is, I've been doing this work for a long time over some really challenging issues, everything from minimum wage to paid sick leave and all these issues, where small business owners that are consumer facing would come to public hearings and speak out. And it's not always a great look. But when it comes to this issue with third-party delivery platforms like Grubhub and Seamless, they are scared. They almost are being silenced. As you saw earlier, the person who just spoke prior to me is concerned about retribution. I want to thank Councilmember Jonai for recognizing and for having their back. This is a real significant issue. It's very sophisticated. And again, when we're required to close, we need support. And when we open back up, we need support. This is not only about small businesses and jobs, we're also vital to the food supply system of the city of New York. And if restaurants close because they can't afford doing third-party delivery, then New Yorkers aren't going to be able to get their food. And I think we've seen the display of philanthropy and support our local restaurants providing our hero work cell. So what we're asking is, these were important bills before the crisis. They are vitally important during, and they will be just as much
He's losing his bandwidth.
moving forward.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Am I here?
Yeah, you cut out a little bit. We got the gist of it. Thank you very much, Andrew. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Joan, I had a question or some remarks to make.
Thank you, Stephanie, and thank you, Chair Cohen. I'm getting messages that we have so many people lined up to ask questions, both from the council members and so many that have testified, that we're going to try to limit now the questions and answer portions to 3 minutes for members, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to invite Robert Bookman to testify next. After Robert, I will be calling on Amy Healy and then Josh Gold. Robert?
Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today in this historic council hearing. I want to thank council staff as well for putting this together so seamlessly. I'm sure that was not an easy job. It's historic because this is not only the first virtual hearing, but because the small business community, especially the hospitality industry, is in historic trouble. I've been involved as an attorney with small businesses and testifying before this council going back 30+ years since my time in city government at the Department of Consumer Affairs. Never before have I seen anything like what we are experiencing now. Not 9/11, not the recession in the late 1980s, not the Great Recession. This is different. This has the real makeup of an unprecedented closing of thousands of neighborhood businesses forever. If we do not act at every level of government, we could see our commercial strips in every neighborhood turn into ghost towns. That is why these bills are so important, not just for the message that they send that this body is listening and hearing small businesses, but that it is acting, and quick action is desperately needed. Restaurants were the first to be closed, and they will likely be the last to be reopened. Even then, we do not know what reopening will mean or look like for a long time to come. 50% capacity is not profitable. But for now, we must keep the food flowing, especially for the tens of thousands of New Yorkers that rely on delivery to eat. To do that, we must immediately rein in the monopolistic big businesses that dominate the food delivery ordering industry. Let's be clear. All they do in New York City is transmit an order. They do not cook the food, and with minor exceptions, they do not deliver the food. And for this, they grab over 20% of every order. While these fees were not sustainable when the restaurant was filled with diners, it is simply an outrage now that we are empty. This is why other cities like San Francisco, Seattle, Chicago, and LA have either already instituted fee caps on these companies, some as low as 5%, or are actively pursuing it like you are. Restaurants will not and cannot continue with this vital public service if these fees remain in effect. Food delivery will simply dry up, forcing elderly and sick New Yorkers to wait in long lines to get food. And New Yorkers have the right to know that these charges, which the platform contract are forced to be hidden from them. Pass these package of bills immediately. Then there are the personal guarantees on commercial leases. Nothing is keeping small business owners awake at night more than this, what we call in the industry good guy guarantees. Typically, leases require that the business owner personally guarantee the rent as long as the business is in possession of the premises. It is designed properly to prevent someone from operating while not paying the rent. But no one ever contemplated this situation where we are technically in possession, but the government says we cannot operate or only minimally operate. For a landlord under these circumstances to file civil action against a small business owner's personal assets, their life savings, their house, is simply unconscionable and cannot be allowed to happen. May rent is coming due and business owners are deciding, should they give the keys back and permanently go out of business or risk another month of personal liability? You must act now. And wrapping up, finally, a simple bill in relation to sidewalk cafe fees. Thousands of restaurants owe the city rental fees for sidewalk cafe space that they cannot legally use. It is only fair that these fees, some of which were paid already, be waived for 2020. Unlike what the commissioner said, where there are 70 categories, this is different. In this category, it's not just a license fee. The city is the landlord. And if we're asking private landlords to step up, the city needs to step up as the landlord of this commercial space and say, we are forgiving rent on our commercial space for 2020. As Andrew said, small businesses are not just the lifeblood of our neighborhoods. They're not just huge employers. They're not just the reason why companies come to New York to do business. They are also why artists of all types can make a living here while pursuing their art, their music, their acting, and their writing. There is no recovery for New York City without our restaurants and our small businesses. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony, Robert. Next up, we will be calling Amy Healy, then Josh Gold, and then Max Rettig. Amy? Thank you, Robert.
Thank you. Dear Chairman Jonai, Chairman Cohen, and members of the committees. I'm here today to express Grubhub's strong opposition to the proposed caps on fees paid by restaurants for marketing and delivery services. Any cap on fees, regardless of the duration, will result in damaging unintended consequences, as we are already seeing, for locally owned businesses, delivery workers, diners, and the local economy. In fact, it will result in the exact opposite of what the legislation is designed to accomplish. And we believe that any cap on fees, nullifying contracts between two businesses, represents an overstep by local officials and will not withstand a legal challenge. On the face of it, a cap on fees seems to be an easy solution to help restaurants that are struggling due to the coronavirus. And there is nothing we want more than to assure the health of independent restaurants. As many have said, we don't have a business without them. But this solution is exactly the wrong thing to do. In reality, this proposed cap will lower order volume to locally owned restaurants, increase costs and headaches for small business owners, and raise costs to consumers. Delivery workers who are currently relying on Grubhub to earn an income, including 100% of tips from diners, would have fewer work opportunities and lower earnings. In the middle of what is quickly becoming one of the worst economic downturns in a century, Grubhub is ensuring that workers in New York City can continue to provide for themselves and their families. Grubhub is neither a public utility nor simply a delivery service. In the simplest of terms, Grubhub is a marketing engine and an order generation business connecting diners to great local restaurants. The platform is free for any restaurant owner who chooses to join, and Grubhub offers a fee-for-service model, meaning that restaurant owners select the services they want and only pay Grubhub when we generate a sale. Restaurants have many options to drive businesses other than third-party marketplaces, none of which are seeing their fees regulated. The arbitrary cap would limit how restaurants, and especially small ones, can market themselves and therefore limit how many customers and orders we can bring to these restaurants. Why not cap how much other marketing platforms can charge these restaurants? Why not cap Google or Facebook ads, Yelp, Yellow Pages, newspaper, radio, billboards? These are all marketing options that restaurants have. Restaurants should make their own decisions for where they want to market and how much they want to spend on those channels. But they and you cannot expect Grubhub and others to operate at a loss. The cap would raise costs on restaurants by blocking them from taking advantage of Grubhub's economies of scale. As our restaurant said earlier, a local restaurant may not have the order volume to hire a full-time delivery person. Grubhub identifies, verifies, conducts background checks, coordinates delivery teams, operates 24/7 customer care on behalf of the restaurant if they
Time
choose.
expired.
I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Amy. We have a question from Chair Jonai, and then we'll be calling on Chair Cohen. Chair Jonai?
I'm going to ask for Ms. Haley to finish her statement, if it's okay, because this is such an important issue. I don't know how much more she has. Ms. Haley?
Not much. While the largest of national chains can afford these types of expenses, small and independent restaurants cannot, even in the best of times. They may shut their doors or shift additional costs onto consumers, making them even less competitive against other national chain businesses. There's a popular and completely false belief that third-party marketing services would still make a profit, let alone significant profits, with the proposed fee caps. It is not true, and these caps may force us to exit certain markets or suffer substantial losses that threaten the sustainability of our businesses. Of course, all this is happening at the worst possible time for customers across your city, including homebound families and seniors that are dependent on food delivery. And Grubhub has provided with partners tens of thousands of meals to seniors, to frontline workers and others in New York City. We are committed to working with you and with policymakers because we do share a common goal to create and maintain a growing, thriving local restaurant community. We only do well when they do well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Healy. I'm going to call on Councilmember Moya.
I believe, Chair, that Chair Cohen also has some questions.
I'm happy to defer to Councilmember Moya and go after that. That's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Clock starting.
Yep. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair. Quick question. Just given that you deferred fee payments for independent restaurants, what's your plan for collecting these fees? And is there a timeline that they will be due, or will they be due all at once? Or will these restaurants be able to pay them off over time or be able to request forgiveness?
Thank you. We deferred fees, which essentially was an interest-free loan right at the beginning of this pandemic. And we're still working on payback options. We don't have hard and fast payment options. We're being flexible. So I can't tell you that there's a date certain because we haven't established one.
So, well, what will you do for restaurants unable to pay back their fees after this pandemic is over?
Well, we knew taking that risk of deferring fees that there would be some restaurants that would not be able to pay them back. And we were willing to take that risk on.
So really quickly, because I know I don't have that much time. What is the lowest percentage and the highest percentage that you've charged restaurants for listing advertising fees? Because we'd like to have a sense of the full range that you've been able to charge.
Sure. And given we have competitors on the line, I'm sensitive to, putting out our pricing in this forum, but our average.
The same question to all of them, so.
Yep. Our average 10% for delivery. And we don't charge to be on our platform. There's no annual fee, no sign up fee. We provide the tablets and all of the onboarding for free. And then my understanding is an average commission rate is at 15%.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Chair Cohen?
Thank you very much. Thank you for your testimony. I guess I'm just wondering, what percentage, do you have any sense of what percentage of the market in New York City Grubhub has penetrated?
I should have started my comments that I started at Grubhub 3 months ago. So if I don't have answers to your questions today, I certainly will get them. I believe we are the largest player in the market in New York, especially with our acquisition of Seamless.
I mean, I think that there's a feeling from restaurants that there's like a monopoly problem, that you have such tremendous unequal bargaining power between the restaurant and you, that you control the customer and the restaurant needs you. That there's really a monopoly problem or an antitrust problem here.
We believe that consumers love the service that we provide. We have the way the consumers want to buy services. They don't want to read their credit card number into a crowded restaurant lobby. I had a credit card written on a to-go bag the other day with my name, address, and credit card number. That's not a great customer experience, and we know that. People like that their information is secure, that their favorite restaurants are saved in one place. It's convenient. Anyone in their family can log in. So consumers are demanding this type of experience when they order today. And that's a fundamental shift, as somebody said, in the economy. That's just how people want to order, especially New Yorkers. Young New Yorkers want everything at their fingertips in a secure, easy way. And so the diners were demanding services like this. And it's a very competitive space. I've got, friends of mine that are going to talk after me, and we're always, competing against each other.
Well, I guess that's really the issue that I think is most germane here. Is it really competitive? Does Grubhub control such a large portion of the app market that it's not as competitive as it needs to be in New York? And that would be, I think, a good justification for city government to step in. If the market is broken, that's an opportunity for, and I am, believe me, cautious and reserved in interfering in marketplace transactions and particularly commercial transactions. But if this market is broken, that's of deep concern to me.
Chairman, I think you'll see media reports that say that other companies have surpassed Grubhub. So, you know, I challenge that, you know, Grubhub is a monopoly.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I see Councilmember Powers has a question. Councilmember Powers?
Thank you. After this, I'm going to stop talking so much, but thank you,
Clock
guys.
starting.
Thank you for more time. I just wanted to ask a question. I think the comment here was that by lowering the fees, it would, or capping fees rather, it would lower restaurant orders, which seems to be counter to what many of us would think or believe when you talk about lowering prices and increasing the ability for people to afford it and then to order it. Can you explain that to me?
Sure. If you cap our fees, price controls lead to shortages. So if our prices are fixed, then other parts of the business are going to be squeezed. So there may not be as much marketing available to that restaurant. We drive orders. You know, somebody said we're, you know, simply a pass-through. You know, we provide a lot of services to showcase a restaurant. And if our ability to do that is limited, then, you know, we might have to make business decisions that are going to reduce service. I mean, if you increase prices, something's got to give.
Meaning you're saying like essentially that you'll have to change your model here as a company to be able to help deliver services to restaurants. Is that your point?
I'm saying if our costs are increased, we will have to make business decisions about how to be sustainable. Yes.
Okay. Okay. I understand that. And then can I just, I asked, I might miss a piece of your testimony, but have you made adjustments during COVID-19 to help the restaurants here in New York City who are obviously closed? I mean, we had to close them as a public health issue. What has Seamless and Grubhub done in terms of addressing fees or helping their customers?
Right. We're doing a multitude of things. We, again, deferred fees right at the beginning, which was, again, an interest-free loan. We have a separate support, $30 million of cash that we're just giving to restaurants that choose to participate in that program. Our marketing team is constantly working on other promotions to drive orders to small businesses. And the $30 million is get free $10 on any order over 30. So that drives $100 million in sales. And again, we've got marketing support going out for these restaurants all the time.
Okay, I just, you know, I think that crisis call for intervention. I know that's the part of the intention here from my colleagues here is to intervene at a moment where an industry has been shut down because of public health, not because of bad business decisions or anything like that. And I think that's where the request here is to ask a major player here. You know, I know you've been there for 3 months. I'm going to ask you to be the spokesperson for the company, but certainly to be able to, you know, share the burden here. And I know that's painful for a company that's public traded, a company in general, but it does. When you talk to the restaurant owners here in New York City, this is the only way they can make their money right now, and it does feel like it is a moment that calls for an intervention.
Time expired.
Respond to that. I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember. I believe we have a follow-up question from Chair Jonai and then Councilmember Brannan. Chair?
Thank you, Stephanie. And Amy, just to answer your question, according to the information I have, you have 62% of all third-party food order apps for the entire city of New York. 62% of the entire market. The other food order apps share in the 38%.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. In addition, can you tell me about the deferral program, the duration? I believe it was for only 2 weeks. Am I correct?
I believe it was about 2 weeks, yes.
So you sought to help these small businesses, these restaurants, deal with this COVID crisis by allowing a 2-week deferral.
That was the first step, Chairman. We knew that access to capital and cash was hugely important. The federal government was coming through with, unfortunately, you know, disappointing response at this level, which we have encouraged congressional leaders in the White House to do more. And after that, we've shifted to other programs to drive revenue, to drive orders to our restaurants.
So I think the 2-week period is up now?
Yes, but I don't believe we've started, again, there's no hard collection date. We're not taking any type of retaliatory measures towards restaurants. That was our
It's not
first step.
retaliation. It's not
Okay.
retaliation. I'm just asking, have they started paying back that deferral? Have you started collecting on the 2-week deferral?
I just ping somebody to ask that question. Hopefully I can get back to you to understand where we are in the collection.
And the second thing you mentioned is this $10 off on orders. Can you elaborate a little bit about that?
Sure, it's $10 to the restaurant so that if somebody, to encourage a larger order. So if a customer will buy a $30 order, we'll give the restaurant $10 to increase the size of that order, because bigger orders is better for the restaurant. So that's a $30 million cash injection for the restaurants, that the $10 drives a $30 order. So it's
And
called
Shelley-
Suffer for Support.
So the marketing ranges for those that participate in the marketing services product that you offer, they range from what to what, on a low level to a high level?
Our average, I think our average is about 30%, and they range from a low of 15, no fee or cost at all to get onto our platform or to onboard. And then of course restaurants can pay more.
Right, but that's what I'm asking. The fee structure that you have for marketing, not the delivery, not the 3% credit card fee, just the marketing.
How high does it go, the range?
Yeah, from low to high.
15, I don't know the highest that a restaurant has chosen to pay, but I believe it starts around 15 and averages around 30. Excuse me, averages around 15 and goes up to 30. I don't know if there's a few restaurants that have maxed out at something higher than that. And I did just get a note that we have not started recollection of those deferral payments that we deferred in March.
So I'm going to ask them the question we heard earlier, and this is what I've heard time and time again from all restaurants, that in good times, they do not make more on a high level than 12% return. But if they're paying 15, that means to you, for your services, that means each sale is yielding a net loss. Unless my math is completely off, and I did pretty well in math, I'm not understanding this.
I don't understand either, because to me, profit means after all costs are accounted for. So if restaurants are saying they have profit of X, why is it that then this particular cost is being audited on top of that versus rent or another cost? So I don't understand either. I mean, why would a restaurant choose to use our service outside of an emergency situation if it wasn't helpful to their business?
I'm glad you said that, because this is an emergency situation. There is no way you can get an order today unless you use a third-party food order app.
No, you can call a restaurant directly.
I'm sorry?
You can call a restaurant directly. That restaurant can choose to pay for their own delivery service, which we heard is expensive, or somebody can pick it up.
That's why I took the delivery portion out of it. I'm not referring to the delivery portion. I'm referring to the marketing only. Your advertising and marketing capabilities and the percentage that you charge. You're saying an average of 15%, but it goes much higher. I still don't know why we don't know that number, where it should be a hard and fast number. It starts at X and can go as high as Y, but I'll leave it at that. We've heard time and time again, they do not make 15%. Before third-party food order apps came into the arena and have become the norm now, consumer behavior demands it. And also, I can show you that if we Google any restaurant, the third-party food order apps come up before the individual restaurant's own website. In essence, you're controlling or directing the market and the availability. I wouldn't know. If I'm looking for pizza, Grubhub and third-party food order apps will come up before the actual restaurant's website. So when you say, why would they use you?
I just Googled my favorite pizza place in my town, and it came up. A Google map came up, and then the restaurant website came up. So I don't think that's the case everywhere.
Not everywhere, but is that person a user of your service? Are they that pizzeria? Are they taking?
They are. It's Fiamma Wood-Fired Pizza in Westfield, New Jersey. I'll give them a plug. They're fantastic.
Good. So we have much more to talk about then. But time and time again, I hear each transaction is a net loss based on these percentages.
Chairman Jonah, I don't know why. When I hear profit, and you've said this, you and I have talked about this many times, and you say if the profit is X and we're more than X, then they lose. But to me, profit is after all costs are incorporated. So if they have a cost, whether it's rent, city fees and taxes, labor, all of the other fees that they have, including advertising and marketing, and then they have a profit. So I don't know why we're singled out to be layered on top of that. So
it's not you, it's the entire industry. So
no, that's what I mean. Like the specifically that part of their marketing fees. Maybe it's rent that causes them to lose. We hear time and time again from our small business restaurants that one of their biggest challenges in operating in New York City is New York City. And there's a lot of issues they have with how they feel that they're being treated, and the regulations and the high rents and all of the issues, again, that you and I have talked about before. These are smart business people. We design marketing programs with them. We don't mandate what they do. We have a menu of services, and they choose what they believe is good for their business.
So earlier we heard a restaurant owner reveal what his business model and what this means to him, where prior he was doing 20% with third-party food order apps. Now it's 80% of his business. 80% paying the commission rate that he referred to is from 25 to 29% or 30%, has yielded a net loss on his transactions. How do you respond to that restaurant owner? And by the way, many have shared their same sentiments. So either I'm getting misinformation or you're not in touch with what the bottom line is for these restaurants. I have yet to hear from someone to say third-party food order apps are giving me a greater return, not more business, because right now you can't do without them. And it's an instant death if you don't work with third-party food order apps, and it's a slow death if you're working with them. I have yet anyone to show me that their profits have increased, not the amount of traffic that yielded in sales, but their profits. And right now there is no in-house dining. That is shut down across the board. So they can only do pickup or delivery. And there is no option.
I mean, we have restaurants that you can call and have delivery. You can call, you don't need to go through a platform for all of these instances. We know that some restaurants who have never used our platforms before after COVID are experiencing order volume through us that they didn't have before. Absolutely. And any restaurant can call their account advisor at any time and renegotiate and pay for a different package of services.
Thank you. Stephanie, I think other council members have questions.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Councilmember Brannan? Thank you.
Clock starting.
Thank you. Amy, you testified that you feel that this is government overreach, and you also testified that you want restaurants to do well. So why not voluntarily give us this cap so we don't have to overreach?
We are considering all kinds of pricing models, council member. And can you be more specific, cap at 10% voluntarily?
For an emergency for COVID, yeah.
Well, I'm happy to go talk to our competitors. I don't know if this is the right forum to all agree on pricing.
All right, I mean, because you're saying a lot of this stuff would force you to operate at a loss, but you don't seem to care that you're forcing restaurants to operate at a loss.
That's not true. Of course we care. We are a publicly traded company with shareholders. We just announced that our earnings for the quarter or for the rest of the year, I think it's a public document, would be managed down so that we could inject those.
What is that? What is managed down?
Means we're not going to take. It means we're
Is
not.
Grubhub right now? Is Grubhub right now doing better than ever? Is profits up?
I don't believe so. I'm not in our finance. I don't want to say we're a publicly traded company. I don't want to say something that's not.
I mean, are orders up? I assume orders are up.
In some areas, yes. Yes.
So then I assume restaurants aren't making the profit, so you are.
So many people in New York have left. So that's had a dramatic.
What do you mean have left?
Consumers. A lot of consumers have gone out of New York City to stay with relatives in places outside of the city. So that's had a big impact on the amount of orders in New York City.
So you can't tell me for sure if sales and orders are up?
In some areas, they absolutely are up. Yes. In other areas, they are not due to, circumstances such as New York City.
So you're
people have left New York City.
You're saying right now in New York City, Grubhub's profits and orders are not up.
I can't tell you about our profits specific to New York City. I believe due to the fact that so many customers are down, have left, that we're not doing as well in New York City.
Where are you getting data that people have left?
Due to our order volume that we're watching.
So then you're saying it's down.
I believe it's down in New York City. Oh, but I'm just being told we're in a quiet period and I should not be talking about our profits right now.
But that's what all I'm hearing. I'm hearing profits and shareholders. I'm not hearing empathy with restaurants that are struggling.
Sorry, you asked me about profits. I did not bring that up. Of course. We did not. I didn't bring that up.
But I guess so. I understand your concern with government overreach, and frankly, so am I. But given that restaurants are forced by government action to limit operation to delivery and takeout only, why should they be forced to operate at a loss just so you don't have to operate at a loss?
I'm getting information from folks to help out, and we have it guided to no profit for the rest of the year. So that's what we're saying. And we said that publicly so that anything we make can go back into supporting local restaurants.
So could that be then done through a cap?
We don't believe in price fixing, council member. We believe in using those dollars to reinvest in restaurants, to provide support in the ways that we think will drive more order volume and help restaurants. I mean, if prices are fixed, service is going to suffer. We've seen it in other cities where this has happened.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Amy. Before we move on, I want to remind everybody that you may submit written testimony as well by emailing testimony@council.nyc.gov or by visiting the council's website. Next, I'll be calling up Josh Gold, followed by Max Rettig, and then Vikram Dave Iyer. Josh Gold.
Thank you.
I'm starting now.
Thank you, council members. Uber appreciates the opportunity to testify and appreciate the work the staff has done to set up virtual hearings. We've submitted some written testimony that's more inclusive, but I'm going to focus on one particular piece of legislation in my verbal testimony. We are generally supportive of 1846, 95, 98, 1907, and 1921. However, we have substantial concerns with 1908, and that's where I wanted to focus my testimony today. Furthermore, I wanted to focus specifically on the permanent portions of the proposal before the committee. During New York's pause order, it is clear that all of us have to make shared sacrifices to protect our local economies, frontline workers, and small business owners. Uber recently announced that we'll be donating 10 million free meals and rides globally. In New York, that effort has included over 40,000 free meals to first responders and others in need, and free deliveries for local food banks. We've also dropped all fees on pickup orders for restaurants, allowed daily cash withdrawals at no charge, and have undertaken an extensive marketing push to drive orders to small businesses. Over the last couple of months, much of the growth in orders is coming from the outer boroughs in northern Manhattan. For example, we've seen a 61% increase in orders in Southeast Queens and a 35% increase in the South Bronx. This is compared to the West Village and the Upper East Side, which have seen declines in orders. One of the reasons why we have been able to grow our business successfully in New York is because we value our restaurant partners. We are committed to having no hidden fees for restaurants. We don't charge for credit card processing, and we don't charge higher rates for lead generation. Our model is straightforward and transparent. Restaurants can choose to pay a 15% fee and use their own delivery workers, or pay a 30% fee to use Uber Eats delivery people. Currently, we charge 0% for pickup orders. We do not charge any other fees to restaurants. Restaurants can also choose to alternate between these options. For example, if restaurants are using their own delivery staff and then it gets too busy, they can decide to tap into our delivery network at the touch of a button. Many choose to have Uber Eats facilitate the delivery for them because it means not having to pay upfront for a delivery worker all day to wait for orders to come in. They can choose to pay a bit more for the individual order to have Uber Eats facilitate the delivery. With Uber Eats, they only have to pay for delivery logistics when an order comes in. As drafted, the permanent provisions of the legislation treat third-party marketplaces that only list menus and process orders the same as those that provide those services, but also facilitate delivery. The difference is important because while to consumers they may all appear to be similar, they offer different services to restaurants. Companies that only provide restaurants with listing and order processing should not be treated the same as platforms that bundle those services with facilitating delivery. Delivery platforms provide much more than just access to customers. They manage the fulfillment of the orders for the restaurants by providing and handling all logistics and payments to the delivery people. Restaurants who choose to use platforms only to list their menus and accept orders through a marketplace are spending more money to pay their own in-house delivery people. Alternatively, they are spending money to list with one platform and deliver with another platform like Relay. A possible consequence of a permanent 10% commission cap is bifurcation of these services. Restaurants will have to contract with one platform for listing services, and if they are unable to pay a delivery person or don't want to manage the complex operations and logistics of delivery, they will contract with another entity to facilitate delivery. This isn't a hypothetical. The seamless style listing only model has existed in New York City for decades, and companies like Relay currently provide delivery services to many restaurants in New York City who choose only to list on platforms. Finally, as drafted, the legislation also treats large chains and virtual restaurants that don't have the same overhead as restaurants with a large amount of real estate, the same as small mom and pops, and I would urge the committee to reconsider that. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to answering any questions.
Thank you. I see Councilmember Moya has a question.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Josh. How many employees, not independent contractors, does Uber Eats have in New York City?
I'm not entirely sure how many are Uber Eats, but it's a few hundred. We have 27,000 employees nationally or globally.
Can you get that information?
Yes, it's. I think it's in the neighborhood of 200 to 300, but I'll get back to you.
Okay, and just can you just break down the fee structure that you have?
Yeah, it's a 0% for pickup, it's 15% for listing, and it's 30% for delivery. There are no hidden charges, there's no processing fees, there's no telephone charges, there's no website charges. That's it.
And so do you charge exclusivity like delivery fees, or do you charge commission on the orders as well?
We charge, sorry, do we charge the consumers as well? Is that what you're saying?
Do you charge commission on your orders?
Yes, we charge either 0% for a pickup order, 15% if the restaurant's doing the delivery, or 30% if we're doing or if we're facilitating the delivery.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Powers.
It's nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. Just a very quick question. You said something at the very end, which was about mom and pops versus virtual restaurants. I think of them being treated differently. Can you just explain that point to me?
Sure. So as drafted, if you're a McDonald's or a Starbucks, or if you're the corner slice place, you get the same benefit for the 10% cap, even though presumably a McDonald's or a larger corporation, even though they have franchises, are striking national deals. And so, I would, New York has singled out small business owners, and as I said on the top, I think we need to do a lot to figure out how to protect our small businesses that are the lifeblood of our city during this time. But I'm not sure larger corporations need that same level of protection from government. And then there are also virtual restaurants that Councilmember Chair Jonai has talked about in the past that don't necessarily have extensive real estate costs because they're only paying for a kitchen, and may not have the same sort of financial issues that a restaurant that relies on dine-in during non-COVID times has at this moment in time.
Okay, thanks. And I'll leave it at that because I've talked too much during this hearing. Thank you. Thanks, Josh. Thanks for this one.
Thank you, Councilmember. Chair Cohen.
Josh, good to see you. I just want to clarify one point. If I go on to Uber Eats and I place an order for pickup, there's you make no money at all.
Yes, that is how it is right now. That is one of the steps we took during the pandemic.
Okay, so that's not the normal practice?
We pay credit card processing fees, but we don't make any money right now. I don't believe it's been, I'm not sure if it's the normal process or not. I'll get back to you on that. But we're still paying, Visa or MasterCard for the credit card processing on that order.
And you're not passing that cost through even?
No.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. I see Councilmember Chin has a follow-up question.
Time starts now.
Yes, thank you. Hi, Josh.
Hi,
I wanted to ask you a question about the delivery worker that works for Uber Eats, because you were saying that you employ about 200 to 300. So are they salary based, and also do they get 100% of the tips they get? Because right now during this crisis, customers are being very generous. So I wanted to make sure that all the tip money, goes to the worker, and how much, do they get paid per day or per hour?
Certainly. So when I was responding to Councilmember Moya, I was talking about the salary staff. Our Eats engineering team is actually based in New York City. In terms of the independent contractor delivery workers, there are thousands, and I can come back to you with the exact number, although we have seen since COVID a massive spike in the amount of people that have signed up to deliver on the platform. And, I also said on the top very quickly that we support, I believe it's 1846, which is Councilmember Torres's bill, which would make it clear what portion of the tip goes to delivery workers. 100% of the tip goes to delivery workers. The tip on Uber Eats does not change the base pay. We aren't subsidizing the base pay with the tip. The tip goes entirely to the worker and does not impact their pay for service.
Yeah, so if you could get back to us in terms of what the base pay is for the delivery worker, that would be good. And the other thing is, do you charge a delivery fee to the customer? Because some of the other app-based, if you order some restaurant that's further away, you have to pay a bigger service fee or deliver whatever. It's an extra charge.
We do during this period of time. We since the pause order, we have waived that to try to, for small and medium businesses, to try to encourage more consumers to use small and medium businesses and drive orders to those businesses. But we do charge a fee to consumers. I could break down the fees, but if you're looking at a $20 order and the commission on the order isn't going to cover on its own the amount of money that has to be paid to a delivery worker to make sure that that wage is appropriate for the work that they're doing. And so there is an additional delivery fee on top that's charged to the consumer.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, chairs.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, I'll be calling on Max Rettig, then Vikram Dave Iyer, and then Lisa Sorum. Soren, sorry. Max Reddick.
Time will start now.
Chairs, committee members, thank you very much for inviting me to testify today. My name is Max Reddick, and I'm the Global Head of Public Policy at DoorDash, which also includes the Caviar brand. My hope is that my testimony today will shed light on who DoorDash is, how we operate, and the services that we make available to New Yorkers. Our CEO and co-founder, whose name is Tony Xu, he's seen firsthand the challenges that restaurants face. He grew up washing dishes alongside his mom, working in a Chinese restaurant, and that experience led him to start our company with the mission of helping small businesses and offering flexible work opportunities with strong earnings to those who need it. Our operations and our approach are somewhat unique. While technology and marketing to help restaurants reach new customers is certainly an important component of the services that we offer, really the core of our platform is logistics. It's connecting customers, restaurants, and couriers through our website and mobile application. It's things happening in the real world. It's an actual delivery. Our platform enables restaurants to reach customers online and offer delivery, something that most of our restaurant partners have never been able to do before. And restaurants can also tap into our delivery network to deliver orders to customers who place that order directly with the restaurant, whether that's on the phone or online. I think we have to recognize that this hearing is occurring during a time of acute stress for all New Yorkers. And our goal during this crisis has been to really take on a special responsibility that we owe to our community of customers, dashers, and restaurants, and to the cities and towns in which we operate. So I'd like to highlight just a few of the steps that we've taken in response to this crisis. We've heard today, and we've certainly heard throughout this crisis, that for restaurants, their worlds have been turned upside down. We've sought to provide support through a combination of commission relief and programs designed to increase order volume to replace the diners who are no longer able to go and sit in their favorite restaurant. At the start of the crisis, we eliminated commissions on pickup orders. We eliminated commissions for restaurants that are new to DoorDash or Caviar for 30 days. And we instituted $0 deliveries for customers on Saturdays, meaning customers would pay no delivery fees. And the goal of that is to attract new customers and keep delivery affordable, which in turn drives more revenue to restaurants. In early April, recognizing the challenges that restaurants were facing, we went a step further, and we reduced commissions by 50% for local restaurants like Evans through the end of May, and that's benefiting roughly 1,000 restaurants across the boroughs. We've also taken steps to support couriers, or what we call dashers, both on and off the road. For example, we've done no contact delivery by default to minimize the risk of transmission. We've provided free protective equipment. We've offered 2 weeks of earnings to dashers who are we launched telemedicine, and dashers are earning about $30 per active hour. We're also helping deliver school lunches to public school students, groceries to homebound seniors, working with Mount Sinai to deliver free meals to healthcare workers, etc. I'll close by saying this: for our platform to work, it has to work for customers, dashers, and of course, it has to work for restaurants. People from all income brackets in all corners of the city order on DoorDash, and there are real and significant costs associated with offering delivery, from insurance to cover on-the-job injuries, to processing fees, to dasher earnings. We have serious concerns with some of the proposals under consideration today and how they would impact New Yorkers from all walks of life. But it's our intention, not just today, but over the long haul, to work with the council and people like Evan and Andrew and Jessica to ensure that we as a company are doing everything that we can to support restaurants and strike the balance so that customers and dashers are also able to reap the benefits of our platform. I'll close there, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Thank you for your testimony, Max. Next, I'll be calling on Vikram Dave Iyer, followed by Lisa Soren, and then Karen Narevsky. Vikram?
Time starts now.
Good afternoon, Chair and council members, chairs and council members. This is Vignesh Ganapathy on behalf of Postmates. Unfortunately, Vikram was unable to attend, so I'm attending in lieu of his presence. Postmates wants to thank you all for your leadership at this unprecedented time. This body has been tasked with balancing resources in a moment of scarcity, and we need a collaborative approach to this crisis. Postmates unequivocally supports our 10,000 local New York merchants, 30,000 workers doing deliveries, families, and our most vulnerable populations. And we'd like to walk you through the steps we've already taken to help these folks in these unprecedented times. But unless we amend 1896 and 1908, on-demand delivery apps like Postmates will struggle to effectively serve these local brick and mortar merchants, be able to enable homebound individuals to be able to access the food that they're increasingly relying on delivery for, and to durably support the city's long-term recovery efforts. So to date, over eight weeks ago, as Postmates closely monitored the CDC guidance, we prioritized the input of local brick and mortar retailers, cities, and our fleet of 400,000 gig workers across the country to open up our platform in historic ways. We've been able to offer non-contact delivery, a fleet relief fund to cover medical visits and PPE, sick leave, family care relief. But we have still found that we've had an 84% jump in the number of individuals who have hopped on this platform, which reflects the reality that we have 27 million unemployed individuals as a result of the crisis. Looking at the way in which the rate cap proposal is made, you know, we see why it's being presented, but we have numerous concerns about it and are eager to work with you all on a proposal that would be able to both benefit the restaurants that rely on our platform, as well as enable delivery to continue to be an option. At this proposal creates a false choice between helping restaurants thrive and preserving delivery when New Yorkers need it most. And we believe we can solve this problem without pitting two symbiotic industries against each other. We're looking for something that's not a one-size-fits-all proposal here. And our delivery fees that are charged to merchants are tailored to each one of those restaurants' needs. That includes everything from restaurants that are looking for granular data in terms of areas they might want to expand to, all the way through marketing help, getting them a point of sale service, and the customer service representatives that are able to help when a delivery doesn't make it on time. But much like the restaurant industry, facilitating delivery of goods and prepared foods is also a slim margin business. The blunt instrument of a rate cap on our industry could have the unintended consequences of limiting delivery options for restaurants, slowing delivery for customers, and increasing prices paid by consumers. And as was observed by labor unions in San Francisco and Seattle who protested the mayor's actions there, this impact on worker pay. Unfortunately, in San Francisco, we've already seen a decline in earnings for workers and revenue for restaurants as a result of the blunt effect of that type of cost shifting. So I really want to close with a quick point, which is that you've heard today about some platforms being able to afford the cuts and some not being able to do so. And that's because all tech companies are not made the same. Rate setting would have the unintended impact of rewarding those with the most venture capital or establishing monopolies instead of working on the core matter at heart, raising cash fast for Main Street. A price cap for an item would benefit a big box store more than a corner bodega. And similarly, we think that an alternative proposal, a restaurant resiliency fund that we are all able to support, would be able to enable New York restaurants to continue to thrive without blunting the benefits that on-demand delivery has provided to date. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I see Chair Cohen has a question. Chair?
Yeah, I admit, I don't use these apps. So I like going to hearings and showing off what I don't know about what's going on in the city. But would you consider yourselves competitors to Grubhub? Or do you think of your business as being different? If you are competitors, how would you say the sector is broken up in terms of market share?
Appreciate the question, Chair Cohen. You know, I can't really speak to the market share situation here because two of the companies that are present are publicly traded, two are not. So we don't have the granular data in terms of the market share within New York. But to the first part of your question, in terms of how we all function, there are various differences between the different platforms. We charge commissions structured in different ways. Postmates is proud of offering one single commission fee and structure that for restaurants, so that they're not relying on having to have an additional fee for marketing, an additional fee for a phone service or something else. Everything is rolled up into one fee that makes it very simple and easy to understand for the restaurants on the platform. That differs across the industry, but at the same time, I think we all do compete in the marketplace.
just before I stop, do you think that restaurants have, with the various app options, do you think that they have negotiating power though? Or really are they compelled to be on all the apps if they're going to have a viable delivery business, or they have to be on Grubhub? Or I guess the thing that will motivate me to act is if I feel like the restaurants don't have the ability to, don't have any choice in dealing with you guys.
Yeah, that's a great question. You'll notice when Evan was speaking earlier, different restaurants tend to take different packages depending on what works best for them. There are some restaurants that have on-demand delivery drivers already present at their disposal. There's some that don't, and there's some restaurants that are really looking for insights in terms of how they can grow. Maybe there's some restaurants that need additional help with how to take a good photo of food that ought to be available. There's some restaurants that have customer service capabilities that enable them to be able to deal with higher order volume, and there's some that don't. So I think ultimately it isn't a one-size-fits-all sort of solution, and each one of these platforms is actually giving a very different array of options that's available to those restaurants. There's a reason that he mentioned that the commission structures actually look very different across the board. And there's some restaurants you'll walk in, you'll find multiple tablets, meaning we offer point of sale services for restaurants that might not be able to afford them themselves. And that's actually all rolled up into that cost, is the overhead of maintaining that, the hundreds of customer service representatives that are able to answer questions when an order is late. All of those individual pieces are all part of this commission structure. So I think it's, even though from the outside it might seem to be very similar, these are all quite different.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Lisa Soren, followed by Karen Narevsky and Joanne Yu. Lisa?
Time starts now.
Thank you so much for their time. Good afternoon, Chairman and everyone present. I will say that throughout this entire hearing, I had my presentation done and testimony, but I'm forced to have to change tactics for a minute. First, I'll say that as far as the sidewalk cafe permits, I am 100% about getting rid of them temporarily until December. It's going to be the one way that our businesses and our restaurants can thrive. So you have our 100% support. On the subject of what we're just discussing, the delivery services, a chamber is probably the last person or the last organization to say that the government needs to get involved in how we manage business. But for this instance, I have to say that we're going to take a different note and say that, to Jessica made a wonderful point. If one person is suffering, everybody should fall into place. And based on my conversations with our businesses in the outer boroughs, and especially in the Bronx, they are being hit hard. And these services that should be something that is helping during this desperate time is actually hurting them. And to the point of our council representatives that are on, I echo the fact that, they're forced at this point to have to participate in these programs because a lot of them did not have the opportunity or knew of or understood how to do it. To the gentleman who from Postmates, I think that it's important that maybe you take this cap temporarily, that you all look at how the impact of our businesses, the restaurants, the outer boroughs, and start with the level of education on what all these mean, because everybody now is coming to the table, but during the time that things were settled, the conversations were very fluid as to what restaurants expected from delivery services. And now it's almost a hard pill to take. And I don't see the hard hit on the delivery services. If anything, it's almost like you're using this right now to benefit your companies, rightly so. Everybody has to make money, but these are unprecedented times. Going on to the continuity loan and the SBS, I wish the commissioner would still stay on. The 1% to the Bronx is disgusting. We have The outer boroughs have been impacted for so long as it relates to the opportunities and access to monies and resources. The Bronx Chamber has taken, along with partnerships of the bids, I see Jennifer and Mike Brady fighting really hard to bring education. Okay, bringing education to our businesses. But when you see a 1%, then the city of New York needs to take notice and say that there's something wrong with the system if the Bronx is not being allocated the monies, and something needs to change. And this will be followed up with a very strong letter. And I'm asking the representatives from the Bronx especially to take notice of this, because at this point, there's something wrong with the system and the Bronx is gonna fall way behind more than it has in the past. And I think there's something wrong with all of that. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Lisa. I see Chair Cohen has a question.
I just wanted to tell Lisa, I'm glad to see you. I'm glad to see that you're well. And I look forward to doing business again face to face.
Absolutely, Councilman Cohen, you've done amazing work for us and we really appreciate, and as with Chairman Jonai, thank you.
Thank you. And I see Chair Jonai also would like to ask a question.
Thank you, Stephanie. Lisa, thank you for making the time to be a part of this. As you can see, we have our work cut out for us. I'm going to rely on you, the chamber, the bids, and all of the associations that exist to come together on this. You'll definitely have the cooperation of the delegation to back you up on this, but that was, as you put it, disgusting. That 1% of that money made it to the borough of the Bronx is unexcusable. It's unforgivable, knowing that we're the poorest borough, that we have so many bad things attributed to this borough. The least that they can do is make sure that the limited resources, and it's actually a joke, the amount of resources they put into the grants and loans, $39 million is an insult to begin with. And to have only 1% of that work its way to the Bronx is unexcusable, unforgivable. And we're going to be coming together after today's conference to figure out how we can move ahead. But we're going to need your support and everyone else to join
Thank
us.
you, Councilman. If and I can add to the one thing that's coming positive out of this situation of working from home, we have the time to reach out to all the businesses. And, you know, our council people, rightly so, have asked us where are the businesses that when there's problems with some of the bills being introduced. And we're here to say that you'll be hearing from all of them very soon.
Lisa,
Thank you.
this is a wake-up call.
Absolutely.
It's evident that in good times, we don't get the resources. And in bad times, we're not getting the resources. So thank you.
Well, squeaky wheel gets the oil, right? I think the Bronx is about as squeaky as it can get right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. I'd like to welcome Karen Narefsky to testify, then Joanne Yu, and then Ah-Young Kim. Karen?
Time starts now.
Thank you, Chair Jonai and Chair Cohen, committee members, for the opportunity to testify. My name is Karen Narefsky, and I'm the Senior Organizer for Equitable Economic Development at the Association for Neighborhood and Housing Development. ANHD is a nonprofit organization whose mission is to build community power to win affordable housing and thriving equitable neighborhoods for all New Yorkers. Our members include more than 80 neighborhood-based community development organizations across New York City. And we're also a member of United for Small Business New York City, a coalition of community organizations across the city who are fighting to protect small businesses from the threat of displacement, with a focus on owner-operated, minority-run businesses that serve low-income and minority communities. We've been happy to work with the council to pass commercial tenant harassment legislation, the state of the storefronts and storefront tracker programs, and the commercial lease assistance program. So as we all know, small businesses who were already operating on very tight margins and extremely vulnerable to the threat of speculation and displacement are now really seeing a catastrophe due to COVID-19. As the speaker noted at the beginning of the meeting, 26% of all jobs in New York City are at businesses with 20 or fewer employees. So the resulting closures and layoffs ripple through the community and have a broad economic impact. in immigrant and majority people of color neighborhoods that are already bearing the greatest burden of COVID-19, employment in small businesses tends to be at a much higher proportion. So we really need swift and comprehensive action to protect commercial tenants from displacement and permanent closure. I'd like to speak today to Intro 1914 and Intro 1932, as well as to the urgent need for rent relief and targeted support for commercial tenants. Intro 1914 builds on the valuable work that the Council and USB NYC have done to prevent commercial tenant harassment. While we support expanding protections to all commercial tenants, we also want to note that small business tenants rarely have the resources to hire a lawyer and go to court. We also support Intro 1932. We think it's an important effort to protect small business owners from personal financial risk, but we ask the committee to strengthen it by expanding it beyond the COVID-19 period and by clarifying that personal guarantee agreements, even that are not included in the lease itself, are also covered by the intro. As I mentioned, we support these intros with the suggested modifications, but they are not sufficient to meet the current crisis for commercial tenants. Businesses that are closed or experiencing a significant loss of income cannot pay rent or other business costs. As was discussed earlier on, the city is no longer offering grants or loans to small businesses through SBS, and it has been extremely challenging, if not impossible, for small and immigrant-owned businesses to access the PPP and EIDL loans provided by the federal government. Analysis that ANHD did in 2017 showed that New York City's small businesses, especially those in the outer boroughs, face numerous barriers to accessing loans, and those are only being exacerbated. So I'll finish by saying both that the city should be really prioritizing direct aid for immigrant-owned small businesses, which are almost half of our city's small businesses and are helping to keep our city alive. And that also the city does have the power to enact commercial rent relief for commercial tenants and ensure that those tenants are not saddled with hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt they will never be able to pay back. So we thank the council for introducing this relief package, and we encourage you to continue to take broad measures to support small business tenants. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Next, I'll be calling up Joanne Yu, Ah-Young Kim, and Ryan Monell. Joanne?
Thank you so much, council members. Hello. It's so great to see you. I think this right around this time, if we were not in lockdown, I would have visited your office a gazillion times by now, but it is still great to see you guys in this capacity. I am Joanne Yu, and I'm the executive director of the Asian American Federation. And I am here to lend my voice to the aspirations of this council. As you know, for the past 2.5 years, the Federation led the charge to legalize electric bicycles that are used by food delivery drivers who are mostly Chinese and Latino immigrants, many without immigration status. The job of a delivery worker is extremely arduous one, having to ride more than 12 hours a day, 40 to 60 miles a day, 6 to 7 days a week for a few dollars an hour. As you all, I want to thank this legislative body for supporting the workers since our fight to legalize the e-bikes began. Just before the city encountered this pandemic, electric bicycles were legalized by Governor Cuomo, and the Federation was headed back to the council to wrap up the legalization process. And then as the pandemic hit, delivery workers were designated essential workers. It should not have taken a global pandemic to make the city realize that we're realizing these immigrant workers to deliver food. The irony is not lost on Asian American Federation, and certainly not to all of our council leaders, I'm sure. But the workers are grateful that they didn't have to be afraid of every encounter with NYPD that would have led to having them led to tickets that cost more than their month's wages. Every night at 7 o'clock, our city pokes our collective heads out to cheer those essential workers. Some of those cheering folks who I'm sure complained about the delivery workers. As we start to emerge from our homes into a city that now has staggering unemployment, small business that will never reopen, hundreds of thousands of New Yorkers wondering how their essential needs will be met, and Black and Latino families struggling with grief of losing so many loved ones. This is an opportunity for this legislative body to envision a new economy that is centered on the working class, the very people who kept the city going while most New Yorkers had the privilege of being at home during the pandemic. During this pandemic, the food delivery app sent emails to their customers to ask for contributions to emergency funds funds that should the workers get sick. Workers who delivered foods without sufficient personal protection equipment. The delivery apps also designated delivery workers as independent contractors to circumvent paying taxes or provide benefits. Their workers do not have much choice but to accept these unconscionable conditions of unemployment. These food delivery apps record billions of dollars of revenue through the exploitation of most vulnerable New Yorkers. After months of being at home, I'm sure as we are all looking to return to the new normal, but I hope that the new normal is not to embrace the injustices always felt. And I hope that you will work with us to envision us an economy that really does highlight the people who've kept us alive. Finally, I want to thank all the council members who signed on to a letter that asked the NYPD to return all the electric bicycles to the workers. These bicycles are $2,000 a piece, and as we know, NYPD is holding hundreds of these the bicycles. We ask that council continue to lend their voice in demanding that e-bike workers get their bikes back, and that the economy of the city not be borne on the backs of immigrant food delivery workers. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanne. Next, we have Ah-Young Kim, followed by Ryan Monell, followed by Stephen Choi. Ah-Young?
Time starts now.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Jonai, Chair Cohen.
Chair Cohen, did you have a question for Joanne?
No, I'm just going to try to encourage people to try to adhere to the clock. There's still actually a number of people who want to testify, and if people could limit their testimony to 3 minutes, we'll get through everybody.
Okay, I apologize for interrupting Ah-Young. Go right ahead.
No worries. Thank you, both chairs and the committee members, and thank you very much for your patience throughout the day. We've all been here for quite long enough. My name is Ah-Young Kim. I am the Small Business Project Manager at the Asian American Federation, and we welcome the council's efforts of protecting small business owners through measures as the bills that are being discussed today. We must argue that they're not really enough for the most vulnerable small business owners. And we worry that the merchants that we help today are not going to be able to take advantage of such measures. The bills such as the Intro 1914 and 1932 give small business owners some protection from harassment by their landlords, but they do not change the simple fact that the small business owners cannot afford to pay rent today. We urge the council to also put into place conditional incentives for landlords to give rent relief to tenants instead of just relying on their good intentions, and so that the tenants that have been debilitated by COVID-19 can actually have some kind of protection rather than being able to put it off for 3 months later just because because there's a moratorium on eviction. But more importantly, I wanted to point out to you that these kind of measures also need to be put in place with ample in-language assistance that allows immigrant small business owners to, 1, learn of such measures and city programs, and 2, seek appropriate legal and technical assistance. I do not have to remind you today that our Asian small business owners were the first to be hit by the economic impacts of COVID-19, but they were also the ones that are most left out when it comes to city initiatives for helping our small business owners. According to the New York State Department of Labor, Asian American unemployment claims in the week of April 11 rose by 10,210%. 10,210% compared to the 501 claims in the same period last year. To us, this shows that Asian American community has been holding up the very fabric of this economy throughout the city, but have not been helped out and that have not been reached out to when it comes to issues, when it comes to programs that can be helped. For example, as pointed out by Councilmember Koo and Chen, when the New York City ERG program closed, the grant program by the SBS, we can surmise, based on responses from the small business associations that we work with, that most of our small businesses did not participate in the city programs because of poor language assistance and lack of coherent instructions. The city's SPS is now directing small business owners to federal assistance programs, as you have all heard today, but many merchants still worry that they're ineligible for federal assistance or hesitate to even apply because of the overwhelming documentation requirements or the lack of a social security number, even if they have been paying their taxes with an ITIN. We believe that our community and our small business merchants also need to be given a voice. Just because they don't have the methods to be able to speak to you in a hearing like this, to come up to talk, give their voice, lend their voice to talk about what is actually going on to their business today, does not mean they are fine, does not mean they're going to be okay. In fact, in 2002, from 2006 to 2012, during the last Great Recession we experienced, the Asian small businesses were the ones that created up almost half of net new economic activity in the city.
Time expired.
So, okay, so just one last thing. We want to say that small business owners that have specific concerns that about new regulations also have to be heard, and we would love to work with you in the near future to talk about issues like PERT machines or like small businesses that have to that have to mandate. That can't really like adhere to the new regulations that are going to be put into place because of logistic and financial issues. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ayan. A reminder to everyone that you may submit written testimony to testimony@council.nyc.gov or via our website. Next up is Ryan Monell, followed by Stephen Choi, and then Mohammed Atia.
Ryan, your time is going to start now.
Well, thank you, Chair Cohen. Thank you, Chair Jonai. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today. My name is Ryan Monell. I'm the Director of City Legislative Affairs for the Real Estate Board of New York. As we all know, very few industries or sectors have been shielded from the economic downturn brought by COVID-19, and that includes the real estate industry. Unfortunately, some of the bills in the package introduced by the Council as a response to COVID-19 artificially select winners and losers. As we look towards ways to push for robust but safe economic recovery, it is critical that every proposal put forth by any level of government or advocacy group is fully vetted and underscores the fact that one well-intentioned bill can have numerous consequences on our city's ability to meet other objectives. Revenue would like to identify two bills relevant to our members for which we have questions and concerns. First, Revenue is opposed to Intro 1932. At a time in which the city should be finding ways to work together with the private sector to provide relief to all businesses and workers, we cannot afford to pick winners and losers as it pertains to commercial lease contracts and other contractual agreements between two parties. This legislation proposes a seemingly impermissible unilateral amendment of existing valid contracts. Solutions that would benefit all parties could be collaborative support for business interruption support, rent relief, and commercial mortgage forbearance from Congress. Additionally, 3,342 New York City condominium and cooperative properties, including HDFCs, contain retail space. Retail space in condominium and cooperative buildings are fundamental to the financial viability of these residences, as they keep homes affordable by offsetting costs that would otherwise be paid for by the building's tenants. Second, relative to Intro 1914, Revenue agrees wholeheartedly with the Council that protecting tenants from harassment of any kind, notably during COVID-19, should be a priority. However, it is important to clearly define what harassment means when most of the normal ways our society interacts with have changed recently. Considering the need to adopt social distancing practices and wear face coverings, Revenue has concerns on if the bill addresses what could be misconstrued as harassment. We encourage the Council to take these scenarios into consideration to best provide more clarity for building owners and tenants alike. Additionally, Revenue has concerns about how a building owner will understand what constitutes a COVID-19 impacted business. As written, there does not seem to be a contingency towards how long a tenant could claim protected status relative to the COVID-19 disaster declaration, theoretically allowing for the protected class to be claimed well after the end of the current pandemic. With this said, we look forward to working with the Council to address these concerns in a way that strengthens this legislation. As we work to address reopening our economy while prioritizing the health and safety of all New Yorkers, we need to support proposals and actions that embrace collaboration. Additionally, we need to understand the reality that most small businesses and industries across our city need real and immediate financial relief. Programs are proposed to eliminate obligations in one part of the ecosystem without guarantees for the back end of our
Time expired.
Responsibilities. Thank you, and I appreciate this.
Thank you, Ryan. Next up, we have Stephen Choi, Mohammed Atia, and Karina Kaufman Gutierrez.
Stephen, your clock will start now.
Great. Good afternoon. I'm Stephen Choi. I'm the Executive Director of the New York Immigration Coalition. We're an umbrella policy and advocacy organization that works statewide with 200 immigrant-serving member organizations. I want to thank Chair Jonai, Chair Cohen, and the members of the two committees for convening this important hearing and allowing us the opportunity to submit testimony. Look, the impact of COVID-19 on New York City cannot be understated. This disease has really infected every single facet of our city. And one area that has clearly felt the immense impact has been small businesses in NYC, particularly those that are owned by immigrants, serve immigrant communities, and those that employ immigrants. We applaud the council for acknowledging that small businesses have fared poorly during this pandemic. And we support Intro 1846 by Councilmember Torres as protecting the wages of primarily immigrant frontline delivery workers is very important. They're risking their lives to deliver our food and should receive all their wages and more. Similarly, we also support Chair Jonai and Councilmember Moya's bills, Intro 1895, 1896, 1897, 1907, and 1908 that protect small businesses from being gouged by fees by third-party food delivery services. And we're glad to hear that the council is really engaging in a lot of introspection with these food delivery services and putting their feet to the fire. We also support Council Member Rivera and Adams' bills, Intro 1914 and 1932 as well. All that being said, I have to say, frankly, that the City Council could go even further to support small businesses and immigrant-run small businesses. We've seen hundreds of billions of dollars from the federal government get doled out to support small businesses, but completely miss the target for a number of different reasons. So Washington, D.C. has failed immigrant small businesses, and we desperately need New York City and the council to have their backs. So as part of our New York United campaign, we've identified several key common sense measures to ensure immigrants across New York can remain safe and healthy. And there are a couple things that I wanted to mention. Number one, creating an emergency cash assistance fund for those New Yorkers cruelly left out of the federal relief packages, including direct cash payments and help for small businesses. Punishing landlords that are harassing tenants, both residential and commercial, should be done in tandem with direct cash relief to be truly effective. We also want to say that even in this moment, expanding New York City paid sick leave from the current mandatory 5 days to 14, we believe is actually critical as well. To make sure that businesses and employees are truly healthy. Finally, expanding access to food vendor licenses by passing Intro 1116 by Council Member Chin.
Time expired.
We think that's critical as well. Thank you for convening this extremely important hearing, and we will continue as the NYC to engage on this critical issue to support our immigrant small businesses.
Thank you, Stephen. Next up will be Mohammed Atia, Karina Kaufman Gutierrez, and then Mike Brady. Mohammed?
Clock is starting now.
Thank you. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Mohammed Atia. I'm the executive director of the Street Vendor Project at the Urban Justice Center. The Street Vendor Project is a member-led organization that advocates for the street vendors' rights and fights to improve their working conditions. We are a proud member of United for Small Business NYC Coalition. While street vendors have been dealing with an outdated, unjust system that was created 4 decades ago that has impacted their livelihoods dramatically and made it quite impossible for them to be financially secure, and the City Council hasn't passed legislation to fix this broken system yet. We're deferring to Intro 1116. We have recently seen the effect of COVID-19 pandemic has made it even more dire for them to sustain their livelihoods. Street vendors are the smallest businesses in New York City. They are mostly hardworking immigrants and military veterans, single mothers and low-income New Yorkers who live day by day to survive and thrive in our city. They serve all New Yorkers across the city, contribute to the local economy, create more jobs, pay taxes, an estimated $70 million a year by a study made in 2012. Just like any other small businesses, but yet they are still excluded from all government relief programs. The vast majority of street vendors are not eligible for any small business assistance provided by the federal government or the city government as sole proprietors. Not to mention that thousands of street vendors who are undocumented and in mixed immigration status families haven't received a dime from the government during this crisis, although they have been paying their fair share of taxes and fees just like other businesses or workers in New York City. It is so disappointing that today's hearing, with the various legislations being heard and introduced today, we don't see any support being offered to street vendors. Last month, 8 council members, some of whom are here now, thanks to Councilmember Shin, Councilmember Rivera, Councilmember Lander, who have been advocates for the street vendors, a population that's always overlooked, and other council members signed a list of demands that street vendors community needs to survive during this pandemic, including creating granting opportunities via New York City Small Business Services Department for sole proprietors, these micro businesses, including street vendors, who would be eligible to receive. The list is not so long, but that's maybe the most important part of it. We haven't yet received a response from City Council Speaker Corey Johnson to these demands, and our community needs the support of the whole City Council at this moment. It's unfair and unacceptable to see how New York City government is excluding a population of nearly 20,000 people who are part of the most vulnerable communities. Street vendors are essential workers who have been feeding our city since its establishment, and it's so disappointing to see the government ignore them.
I'm excited.
We urge the City Council to introduce and pass legislations that support small businesses, such as, but not limited to, bodegas, small mom and pop stores, and street vendors who are mostly owned and operated by immigrants that use traditional methods in running their businesses, and mandate the city administration.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed. Next is Karina Kaufman Gutierrez, then Mike Brady, and then Pablo Benson Silva. Karina?
Clock is starting now.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Karina Kaufman Gutierrez, and I'm the Deputy Director of the Street Vendor Project at the Urban Justice Center and a member of the United for Small Business Coalition. Thank you to the Small Business Committee for the opportunity to speak today. As the Street Vendor Project is a member-led organization that advocates for street vendor rights and fights to improve working conditions, rights which have been in crisis long before the COVID-19 outbreak. However, as Councilmembers Chin and Lander have highlighted today, street vendor small business owners have been hit hard by the COVID-19 outbreak. Vendors serve New Yorkers all across the city, contribute to the local economy and culture, create jobs, pay taxes just like any small business, but yet they're excluded from almost all existing government relief programs, and many are reporting record income losses of up to 90%, if not 100%. As primarily immigrant small business owners and workers, many of whom are undocumented and/or cash economy workers, street vendors are ineligible for government support such as paid sick leave, or even most loans and grants that are offered to small businesses, making an already dire situation critical. Again, although small business loans and grants exist, in practice, we have found that immigrant small business owners, in addition to like in coalition with street vendors, have been ultimately ineligible due to monolingual English application documents, extensive documentation required, and extensive eligibility criteria. Many immigrant-run small businesses fear that they will be unable to open after the crisis. Along with United for Small Business, we are asking for the creation of a New York City small business grant with the following parameters of eligibility. First is to ensure that eligibility is not dependent on commercial rent payments, utility bills, or payroll. Confirm that no immigration status reporting is required, either for employer or employee. Allow for adequate documentation to include that which is suitable for cash transaction reporting, such as daily sales on written ledgers or end of day counts. Ensure that all promotional and application materials are in multiple languages, and allow for mobile food vending licenses or permits, general merchandise licenses, tickets even that have been received for vending, or proof of quarterly sales tax to be sufficient proof of sole proprietorship. New York City has yet to create a response that supports street vendors, thereby excluding a population of nearly 20,000 people who serve our city, rain or shine. and we urge you to take action to ensure that all New Yorkers emerge from this crisis safely and are able to continue to contribute to our city's economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Karina. Next is Mike Brady, followed by Pablo Benson Silva, followed by Jennifer Taussig. Mike?
Clock starting now.
Thank you, Stephanie. Good morning, Chairs Cohen, or afternoon, Chairs Cohen and Jonai, and members of the Small Business Committee and the Committee on Consumer Affairs and Business Licensing. My name is Michael Brady. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the 3rd Avenue Business Improvement District and the Bruckner Boulevard Commercial Corridor located in the South Bronx. I will just give a couple highline items in terms of where we support, and then I'll go into some more detailed comments. We are supportive of Intro 1914 on commercial tenant harassment. We are supportive of Intro 1916 on sidewalk cafe licenses. We are supporting fee caps for third-party delivery vendors with the understanding that this particular legislation should go in as a temporary fix during the emergency now, and then look towards a more long-term permanent solution to prevent the bastardization of a system that basically rapes our restaurant industry. In terms of the personal liability clauses on Intro 1932, we would recommend further review by legal to prevent any obstacles in the future before this legislation is considered further. So just quickly, despite our city's emergency preparedness planning efforts, the COVID-19 pandemic and its ongoing impact caught our city off guard. It's taken the lives of 60,000 Americans, hundreds of thousands of New Yorkers have been infected, and it's disproportionately impacted low-income communities of color. The public health impact has been great, and the subsequent economic impact will have a lasting effect on our city for decades. During times of crisis, some individuals, groups, and governments rise to the occasion, and alternatively, some of the same groups remain silent or, quite frankly, fail. The COVID-19 pandemic has shed light on those fractures in our system. I'm here to discuss the limited business resources implemented by the City of New York during the first 2 months of this pandemic. I'd like to preface this by stating that our first priority is always public health. However, business falls in very quickly as a second. While I commend New York City Department of Small Business Services for nimbly moving an entire office operation to remote work within a week, I further commend the SBS on its drive to implement a grant program within the first few weeks of the mandated business closures, and thank Commissioner Bishop for being so available to small businesses for forums and webinars. I do have to say I'm very disheartened at the lack of forethought that went into creating the New York City Employee Retention Grant Program, which closed nearly as quickly as it opened. And it cited a lack of financial resources, but I think structurally it was flawed from the beginning. I have more prepared remarks that I'll submit into for the record. However, I just have to say that the City of New York really missed the mark on small businesses. Whether it's the loan fund or the grant fund, the City of New York needs to wake up. Our small businesses have been assaulted by government for at least the last decade, and I am a centrist Democrat. We can't ignore the past, and what this body has done to strip the life out of our small businesses is really unconscionable. But we can gather together and fight for a better future. So with that said, I thank you for your time. My comments of substance are in the record, but I do need to let us know that we can no longer use the phrases of the we wills. We need to say that we have and deliver on those promises that we as a city and we as a government make. We can't continue our threshold of broken promises and the proverbial pimping out of small businesses. It just won't be tolerated anymore.
Michael, we hear you, and I appreciate your testimony. I think that people should know that the 3rd Avenue bid does so much more than just support businesses, but your concern for the greater community that's served by the 3rd Avenue bid is not lost on certainly on the Bronx delegation. So I want to thank you. And I just want to add one more thing. I don't know how many people from the Street Vendor Project are still on the Zoom, but I really think that maybe the Consumer Affairs staff and we should maybe do a separate a Zoom for them at some point to try to see if there's some interim solutions that we could come up for street vendors in particular. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilmember Cohen. And I think that particularly for Bronx street vendors, there's probably some bandwidth with the Bronx Community Relief Effort where there are some access to some philanthropic dollars that we can deploy for street vendor support.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you. Chair Jonai also has some follow-up questions. Chair?
Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you, Stephanie, and thank you, Chair Cohen. Michael, thank you for being a part of today's hearing, for making the time to be out. Your leadership is renowned and well-known out there. So to have, I'm looking forward to reading your full testimony. But Michael, were you surprised to hear that only 1% of that limited, and when I say limited, I'm being very generous, that limited SBS loan and grant program, that 1% worked its way to the borough of the Bronx?
I would be lying if I said I was surprised. I didn't think it would be that bad. It's quite frankly. I knew the Bronx would be get disproportionately less than the rest of the city of New York, but 1% is disgusting, quite frankly. And I have a lot of friends who I consider friends and colleagues at Small Business Services, and there's really something wrong, structurally wrong, with our city and our agencies if only 1% of resources that we have gets to a borough that has historically been disenfranchised and redlined. This is the story of redlining all over again, but it's coming from the city of New York.
Michael, thank you. And I think it's abundantly clear that this should be a rude awakening for the borough of the Bronx and our small businesses and what we actually mean. I mean, all small business should be upset by the low dollar amount, $39 million for 200,000 businesses. That equates to about $245 per business. That is an insult. And we know that it was an interim gap meant to help along until the federal funds came in. But we spend more on some very minor, culturally important things, but nothing to this magnitude. Small business is the backbone of our city as an economic engine. To only give $39 million is an insult to begin with, let alone to have that small amount come into the borough of the Bronx. So I'm expecting you to continue this leadership, Michael. Rally your troops. You shouldn't be just a borough of the Bronx, but citywide, you have to help deliver that message back to this administration that enough is enough and that they must do more. We're going to hold them accountable. What they've done is borderline criminal. $39 million to help 200,000 businesses is unforgivable.
Absolutely, Chair Jonai. And I would just say to Commissioner Bishop, because I know during last week's stated meeting, there was a lot of question about what business improvement districts are doing. In the past 3 weeks, the Bronx Business Improvement Districts have packaged over 1,000 PPP loans for Bronx businesses. We've deployed $500,000 worth of grant monies to Bronx businesses without the bureaucratic red tape of government. So when we ask what Bronx bids are doing during a pandemic, we are active in providing services, and we would expect that the city of New York would be providing those same services.
You've done more than the entire city of New York for just your commercial corridor. Kudos to you, Michael. They're lucky to have you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Michael. Next up is Pablo Benson Silva, followed by Jennifer Tossig, and then Matthew Newberg. Pablo?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair Jonah and Cohen. I want to thank you all for organizing this hearing remotely. I am with the New York City Network of Worker Cooperatives. We are the trade association for worker-owned businesses in New York City. We are also a proud member of the United for Small Business Coalition. I just want to second all the demands that were expressed earlier by Karen, Karina, and others. But I'm here representing the WCBDI, Worker Cooperative Business Development Initiative, which, as you know, is funded by City Council discretionary funds. Firstly, because like a lot of our businesses were unfairly excluded from a lot of these the SBS grant and loan program, partly because they defined employment very narrowly, excluding what we would call member distributions or patronage, especially for LLC structured cooperatives. And representing 70% of our worker owners are immigrants. They're not going to have access to the federal relief, direct cash payments. They have a much higher threshold to get the PPP and other federal small business relief programs. So, and they are also unfairly impacted by the UBT tax, the unincorporated business tax. And that is something that we're hoping to get some kind of relief for, just because of the amount of owners, right? Since most in worker cooperatives, most of the workers are owners of the business. So for these and many other reasons, we feel like this crisis has impacted our community disproportionately. But nevertheless, the Worker Co-op Development Initiative, which has 14 partner organizations, has done a lot of amazing work during this period. Our partners have just been inundated with requests, an avalanche of TA requests from distressed businesses in which they're operating at double and sometimes triple their capacity. So we definitely feel that our work is super essential in moments of crisis like this. You know, we've served over 2,000 individuals during this period. You know, our online resources have reached over 125,000 people and supported over 300 businesses. One of the things that we think is it's super strategic to think that City Council think about worker cooperatives as a model to preserve businesses as business owners retire or are forced to retire because of this crisis. You know, a lot of businesses, 85% don't have succession plans. So selling to their workers is a way of preserving those jobs. We hope that City Council considers our proposed enhancement of $5.4 million for next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pablo. Next is Jennifer Taussig, followed by Matthew Newberg, and then Gregory Frank. Jennifer?
Time starts now.
Good evening, Speaker Johnson, Chair Jonai, Chair Cohen, and members of the New York City Council. My name is Jennifer Taussig. I'm a co-chair of the New York City Bid Association and also the executive director of the Jerome Gun Hill Bid in the Bronx. The association and its 76 individual bid members are stewards of New York City's commercial corridors and are working harder than ever to help our businesses and city during this unprecedented time. Our mission has always been to support our local businesses, keep neighborhoods safe, and bring prosperity to our communities. Never has our work been more vital and essential than it is today. Our association and bid directors are sharing information about relief programs, shutdown directives, and city agency initiatives with business owners. They are actively sharing information on businesses that are open with customers. Staff are still working to the minimum extent necessary to maintain public safety and sanitary conditions as per the state's executive orders. The essential work of bids continues during this crisis. The Bid Association is also working closely with other advocacy organizations, many of whom we've heard from today, with Andrew and Michael and Lisa, to have a united voice on how to best support and save our local businesses. We will continue to advocate for both small businesses and property owners in commercial districts across New York and look forward to working with our elected leaders on innovative solutions to ensure our city bounces back stronger than ever. Our small businesses are suffering unlike ever before. We have long been advocates for our struggling storefront businesses, but they now face unparalleled challenges. Many businesses have been forced to close, and the few that remain open have major operational constraints. Our restaurants and bars, as we've heard, are the lifeblood of our neighborhoods. They're also a critical food option for our residents, but are now limited to only takeout and delivery. Even when dining in was allowed, many businesses were already losing money on deliveries when working through third-party apps. Now these apps are surely seeing record profits while our local restaurants are hanging on by a thread, if at all. We've heard that as many as half of the restaurants that are closed, currently closed, may never reopen, and many more are closing every day. This is why we fully support legislation to rein in excessive fees and predatory behavior by third-party food delivery companies. We believe that this action could be the difference between survival and closure for countless local businesses. We also support the waiving and refunding of sidewalk cafe license fees, as well as a temporary delay in licensing renewal requirements. Businesses have so many operational costs and regulatory burdens. Anything we can do to reduce those costs during this crisis and after will be critical to ensuring the continued survival of these businesses. Lastly, we recognize that many commercial tenants may find it difficult to pay rent during these hard times. However, we must ensure that any legislative efforts also take into account the continued operational costs of property owners and their obligations to creditors. Many of the buildings in our outer borough commercial corridors, including the one I represent in the Bronx, are owned by small landlords. We believe that the commercial tenant legislation considered today and others being currently considered are well-intentioned. However, the fact that some of those property owners might not see any rental income until April 2021 may create another untenable situation. We look forward to working with the City Council to find solutions to these unprecedented challenges. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Jennifer. I see Chair Cohen has some questions for you.
I just want Jennifer to know that I've noticed the work that you've been doing in these very difficult times. I'm very, very appreciative. The Jerome Gun Hill bid is in my district, and I really look forward in working hand in glove as we try to revitalize and maybe even make it better than it was on the other side of the coronavirus. So thank you for your partnership.
Thank you for all of your support through all the years, and we're with you.
Thank you, Chair. I see Chair Jonai also has a follow-up question or remark.
Just want to follow the sentiments of my colleague, Jennifer. We're very fortunate to have you in our borough and working hard for our small businesses and for those mom and pop shops, and we're grateful to you. But as you can see, we have a lot of work ahead of us, and we're going to need to roll up our sleeves. You've always had them rolled up, and now we need to engage everyone. And the approach must be an attack on any small business is an attack on all small business. United, we're going to get through this. So I'm grateful to you. Thanks, Jennifer.
Yes, thank you for your leadership as well, and we're with you to the end.
Which doesn't sound like it's far off anyhow, the way things are going. The end is nearer than, closer than we think. Don't respond, Jennifer.
Thank you, Jennifer. Next up is Matthew Newberg, followed by Gregory Frank, followed by Yin Khan. Matthew?
Time starts now. My video. Can't start my video. Alrighty. Good evening, Councilmember Janai and Chair Cohen. My name is Matt Newberg. I'm the founder and author of Hungry, a new media platform dedicated to the emerging intersection of food and technology. Despite having only been a few months since my last testimony, we have witnessed a decade's worth of new developments. We are now officially living in a 100% off-premise society where takeout and delivery are the sole options for dining at our favorite restaurants. In a post-COVID, pre-vaccine world, there is no doubt that delivery and takeout will continue to remain the dominant lifeline for restaurants. However, the chance of restaurant survival will continue to decline each and every day until the entire system is rethought. In just a matter of weeks, restaurants have suffered a 1-2 punch. Depressed sales, and on top of that, a rising percentage of delivery that accounts for those sales. So according to a recent survey from the National Bureau of Economic Research, restaurant owners cite a 30% chance of remaining open through the end of December if the current crisis lasts for 4 months. That probability quickly halves to 15% if it lasts 6 months. As Momofuku founder David Chang recently tweeted, restaurants cannot survive off of takeout alone, referring to delivery as fool's gold. To explain why, consider an example from the CEO of a very successful vegan fast casual chain, By Chloe. If delivery accounts for 1/3 of a restaurant's sales yesterday and doubles to 2/3 today, that same business would have to increase its total sales by 50% to just break even, assuming a 30% commission to third parties. Compared to had it simply not done any delivery at all, the restaurant selling 2/3 delivery would have to double its sales to just break even. Thus, Hellstron's presentation to a room full of restaurant execs last November was titled, "The Zero-Sum Game of Delivery." Of course, this math was all done before the crisis and assumes a restaurant can make a healthy 15% margin on dine-in. But the principles remain the same. The more deliveries sold through third-party apps like Grubhub, DoorDash, Uber Eats, and Postmates, the worse the restaurant's bottom line. An example that turns a zero-sum game and to downright unprofitable is Grubhub's Supper for Support, a controversial promotion that takes advantage of restaurants that don't read the fine print. The scheme offered consumers a $10 discount bared completely by the restaurant, while it simultaneously charged them the same 20 to 30% commissions of the entire order value, not discounted. So if you do the math, that restaurant would have to pay $22 of a $40 order to Grubhub for fees and discounts. That's a 64% reduction of profit had it not participated at all. After getting flack, the Grubhub responded by setting up a $30 million fund to provide each of these restaurants with a mere $250 each if they would consider the abuse. I guess I just want to close and just show you this. I wanted to share my screen very quickly to just show you the economics of this promotion so you can better understand that.
Matthew, please feel free to submit that by email with the email address that I shared earlier. Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we have Gregory Frank, then Yin Kong, and then Alice Liu. Gregory?
Time starts now.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairman Cohen and Jonai and members of the City Council. I am an antitrust lawyer and a partner of the New York City law firm Frank LLP. Since I testified before this committee concerning third-party delivery services last July, at the behest of Councilman Jonai, I have continued my investigation into any unlawful practices. I have interviewed stakeholders, including restaurants and consumers, and have reviewed numerous documents, including the form contracts required of restaurants. As a result of the findings of my investigation, I now represent several New York City consumers who filed an antitrust lawsuit against the third-party food delivery services in federal court, styled Davitashvili v. Grubhub et al. The lawsuit alleges that all of the third-party delivery services testifying here today include in their contracts unlawful menu price restraints. The services clauses prevent restaurants from offering lower menu prices to New York City consumers when they make purchases in sales channels other than through the third-party delivery services. This hurts both restaurants and consumers. By precluding restaurants from offering lower menu prices to dine-in and direct delivery consumers who order on a restaurant's website or phone, the delivery services unlawfully restrict competition from restaurants for their own customers. Long after this crisis ends, these clauses will continue to cause prices to be higher for consumers in the dine-in and direct markets, even though the services do not even participate in those markets. Instead, the menu price restrictions cause prices to be higher for everyone. Moreover, once this crisis ends, these menu price restraints will prevent restaurants from offering discounted menu items to bring consumers back to dine in the restaurant, even though they would be more profitable for the restaurants and less expensive for consumers. For this reason, I strongly support Bill 1907 because restaurants should be allowed to set their menu prices however they want. This is capitalism. The delivery services levering their monopoly power in the food delivery market to use price restraints that cause higher prices in other markets is not. I must also voice my support for Bill 1908A, the commission cap, and Bill 1897 concerning transparency of costs. During my investigation, one restaurateur observed that Seamless used to offer the same service for a 5% fee. Moreover, Grubhub, Seamless's now acquirer, only spends 10% of its costs on technology. That Grubhub's rates are monopolistically high is reflected in the testimony we heard today, as Grubhub charges almost twice what Uber Eats does for the same service. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Gregory. Next up, we have Yin Kong, Alice Liu, and then Julian Hill. Yin?
Time starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone, or should I say evening at this point. My name is Yen Kong. I'm the director of Think Chinatown. We're a nonprofit based in Manhattan's Chinatown, advocating to support what we love about Chinatown. I know neighborhoods all across New York are hurting at this difficult time, but I'm here today to raise a red flag about how the small business economy in my neighborhood, Chinatown, has been disproportionately impacted by this pandemic. So first of all, the economic downturn in Chinatown began as early as January. This was due to xenophobic fears, but also due to cultural norms observed in our neighborhoods, which lead to stronger practicing of social distancing earlier on in the pandemic. That means that we went on pause in a more intense manner and an earlier timeline compared to other neighborhoods in New York City. As early as January, Chinatown community members had already canceled plans for Lunar New Year gatherings. Second of all, both SBS and SBA grants and loan programs were not inclusive of immigrant-owned businesses. Language support on the application and on the outreach of the program was sorely lacking. By the time grassroots efforts pulled together to fill in the gaps for translations, the funding was already run out. The cash basis business practice comment in Chinatown also results in a paper trail that may not be able to fully reflect losses. And informal payroll prevalent in small family-owned businesses excluded many businesses from benefiting in meaningful amounts from the PPP. I know the intention of SBS and SBA is employment retention, and I appreciate Commissioner Bishop's shout out to his testimony that small businesses in Chinatown were specifically kept in mind for the rollout of the SBS relief plans. And I also look forward to seeing his zip code based numbers. Thank you, Councilwoman Chin, for asking for that. But even more than that, we really need to take a look at what type of businesses are benefiting from these programs. Because I gotta say, it's really been missing the mark in Chinatown. And this is why the Chinatown community needs targeted support. Here are some places I think the City Council can invest in. One, protect the wholesale produce network in Chinatown. It is the lifeblood of our neighborhood's economy. I know this complex network of produce wholesalers in Chinatown is not visible in the way Hunts Point is, but it's an entire ecology of small businesses are dependent on that, including grocers, street vendors, and hundreds of restaurants, not only in Chinatown, but across New York City. A failure of this infrastructure will lead to the many downstream effects, such as closures of retailers and restaurants, and resulting in many jobs. Second recommendation is targeting rent burden. It is the #1 concern for business owners in Chinatown. Self-employment as a means of survival when you are shut out of the mainstream job market due to language skills and citizenship status. But Chinatown business owners take on these tough business conditions because of necessity. I also want to point out the fact that because Chinatown is a neighborhood with the most rent stabilized and controlled units, our commercial property takes up the burden, and any increase of property or tax and property tax and fees, meaning our community landlords have less flexibility in determining lower commercial rents and street level storefronts without
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you again. Next up is Alice Liu, then Julian Hill, and then Brendan Martin. Alice?
Time starts now.
Good evening, everyone. I won't be able to stream my video because my internet is a little bit glitchy, so I'll just have to talk to you guys over audio. So again, my name is Alice, and my family are small business owners in Chinatown, but I was brought to this meeting through Think Chinatown. I want to talk to you a little bit about my family's experience as well as many other small businesses' experience in applying for these existing grants and loan opportunities that were given to us by the state, the city, and the federal government. So my family actually applied for the employee retention grant that was administered by the SBS. After having spent one entire day gathering all the necessary documents, including bank statements, POS system statements, revenue, annual revenue, etc., we only found out that we were eligible for $960, a mere $960. And then on top of that, when we were called and contacted by the administrator of the grant, we found out that we were not eligible for it because we had no proof of payroll that was acceptable to SBS. So they insisted to us that the only acceptable document for payroll was check stubs. But that's not something that exists for Chinatown's small mom and pop businesses and for micro businesses. And so therefore it excludes all of these small businesses, immigrant businesses, and micro businesses. We offered to instead supplement with W-2 forms to show that employees got paid, or NYS 45 forms to show that our business paid employees, but none of that was accepted as eligible proof. And so this restrictive pool of eligible documents really needs to be widened so that it's inclusive of the unique situation of small business owners. The second thing I want to talk about is rent and property tax in Chinatown. So with federal programs like the PPP or EIDL, a lot of these businesses have not been able to apply. This is because, a lot of it has become too troublesome for small businesses in Chinatown to take advantage of, because most of our overhead costs comes through the rent and property tax, not through employees. So when you're not able to have when you're not able to get a large sum of the PPP programs, then small businesses have to consider whether they will be able to, whether it's worth it to even apply for these programs when they are even considering the fact that whether they will reopen. And so I just want to, in terms of that issue, I want to point out a solution, which is for future programs to incorporate rent-based grants or loans or rent vouchers or even property tax forgiveness programs for the future in order to make this more sustainable for small businesses and immigrant businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Alice. Next, we have Julian Hill, then Brendan Martin, and then Ryan Roy. Julian?
Time starts now.
Speaker, Chairman Jonai and Cohen, committee members, thank you for this opportunity to testify. So my name is Julian Hill, and I'm a supervising attorney at Take Root Justice. Take Root believes that empowering local organizing is really how we decrease suffering in our city. Take Root advises worker cooperatives through the Worker Cooperative Business Development Initiative, WCBDI, which was mentioned before. It's a council-funded initiative helping build a solidarity economy. Take Root also supports small businesses through the Commercial Lease Assistance Program, which was also mentioned before as an SBS program that's actually up for renewal next year. Thank Commissioner Bishop, countless council members for supporting these small business programs. Our clients are mostly low income, mostly people of color, mostly women, often non-English speaking, often immigrant business owners currently being devastated by COVID-19. I'll talk briefly about intro numbers 1914 and 1932. Regarding intro 1914, we agree that the term harassment should include threatening tenants impacted by COVID-19, directly or indirectly. However, our clients, who often can't at this point afford to pay rent, certainly can't afford to pay for a lawyer either. We suggest further thought around ensuring what resources are necessary for small businesses to be able to hold their landlords accountable under this bill. Regarding intro number 1932, we also agree business owners should not be personally liable for breaking a lease or the terms of the lease due to COVID-19. Two quick suggestions: extend the COVID-19 period by several months to contemplate what will inevitably be a need for time to recover. And two, expand the definition of personal liability provision to include guarantee agreements, which often accompany leases and give effect to personal liability in the first place. Look, before Take Root, I advised domestic and Latin American companies at a very large law firm, so I understand there are multiple perspectives here. But let's not ignore what's obvious. Small businesses need rent relief. Most landlords are not providing that relief despite our efforts. The largest corporations in the world got bailed out. People need to know that city government, which has the authority to abate rent, will put all of its tools on the table to help them. Failure means power and property in the hands of fewer large corporations and monopolies, which has been brought up several times today, and the exploitation of community labor, culture, and investments. Corporate elites are radically imagining the future of this city post-COVID-19. How are they going to organize financing, labor, power, commercial space? We should too. Thank you again for this opportunity to testify, and I welcome any questions that folks may have. Thanks.
Thank you, Julian. Next up, we have Brendan Martin, Ryan Roy, and then Andrew Ding. Brendan?
Time starts
Can you hear me?
now.
Great. Hi, my name is Brendan Martin. I'm the Executive Director of the Working World. I want to thank the City Council, the Chairman, and everyone for getting together in this time, putting together this virtual hearing. Thanks for hearing all the extraordinarily important challenges that small businesses in our city are facing. The Working World is a lender and who does technical assistance to cooperative businesses in the city. So I'm following up on some of the comments by my colleagues, Pablo de Silva, that he made earlier. 90% of the money that 90% of the money that the Working World lends out goes to people of color businesses, to people of color small businesses in the city. The Working World is also part of the Worker Cooperative Business Development Initiative, WCBDI, that helps these cooperative businesses, helps create new small businesses, and in particular, small businesses that create equity in New York City. What I want to talk about today is the kind of work that we've had to continue doing. The Working World and WCBDI, our work lending and supporting cooperative small businesses has not only has it not been interrupted, but it's multiplied manyfold. Like a lot of people doing what you might call essential type work, we've been up till 4 a.m. most nights to respond by raising over $250,000 just ourselves for grant relief directly to small businesses, by raising almost $1.5 million in federal aid, by doing dozens and dozens of applications for city and federal support for these small businesses. Most of these small businesses are people of color. The majority of them are in immigrant communities, the places that have been hit hardest by COVID and the places that are getting the least amount of support. It is the work of WCBDI to target these most marginalized areas of the city and support the small businesses there. However, as we mentioned before, there was some of the crises that we see worst in response to something like this pandemic are the crises that already existed. There was a small business crisis happening in this city of retiring business owners. The majority of our small businesses were owned by baby boomers who are in the processes of retiring. There was already a crisis of employment we saw coming for those, if those retirements all went through. Now what we're seeing is the retirements we saw coming in the next 5 to 10 years seem to be happening in the next 5 to 10 months, if not sooner. We have had a 5 times increase unsolicited in business owners saying, I wanted to retire, and I'm just going to get out now. And no amount of financial support is going to help them bring together the energy as a 70-year-old plus person to restart their business. One of the few solutions that have been brought forward to not only help weather this storm, but actually to rebuild after this storm has passed, has been the possibility of conversion to worker ownership. With so few owners available, so few buyers available to buy out these businesses from these retiring owners, the conversion to worker ownership is one of the few solutions that have been presented. And it is the core work that we do at the Working World and that WCBDI does. And not only is it one of the solutions that actually is not just going to get through and help on the table, it's also one that can do so with extraordinary equity and inclusion of people from around the city. So we're asking that this for a very small price relative to other things being floated, you can keep the opportunity of worker ownership that has been a boon for the city since the City Council started funding it a few years ago. And it's now all of a sudden become more essential than you could ever imagine, as the need for this worker ownership solution for work in the 21st century has become paramount during this crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Brendan. Next, we have Ryan Roy, then Andrew Ding, and then Carlos Martinez. Ryan?
Time starts.
I'm starting now. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak. I am a small business owner in Greenpoint, Brooklyn. I'm a Brooklyn native. I grew up here my entire life. My business is located in a building with over 100 smaller, studio spaces, and I'm with a group of tenants. We're approximately 80 or so of us that are trying to negotiate with a landlord, and there's some talk about helping businesses who are being harassed by their landlord. We are experiencing the total opposite, where no one is communicating with us except through an intermediary who basically stonewalls us. So we feel pretty powerless to voice our needs. We are unable to provide income to pay for our retail spaces, and then paying for our residential rents on top of that is just become incredibly challenging. And this, I waited 5 hours because to speak here, because there's no other opportunities. There's no where our voice can be heard. So I'm very grateful for this opportunity to speak. And I own a tattoo studio. I do not have employees, but my space provides a space for other artists to work. So they rent room from my studio. So, I applied for a lot of loans. I'm not sure how I qualified or didn't. I haven't received anything yet. And I was told by my accountant that the EDL or EIDL loan that I applied in March, and there was a glitch or something, and now I need to reapply, but they're not taking new applications. So it's a lot here, and I want to keep it concise. And I guess I just want to get across that we're just feeling very powerless, and like we have no voice, and we're really hoping that people can provide support. And we're thinking of our families, and our livelihoods are on the line here, and we're desperate. So I just wanted to speak for myself and other small businesses that are in my situation. That's all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ryan. Chair Jonah has a question for you.
Stephanie.
Yeah.
Ryan, I'm not sure I didn't catch it. Where is your establishment located?
The address is 67 West Street.
Manhattan?
In Greenpoint, Brooklyn.
Brooklyn. Okay, thank you. So Ryan,
Yeah.
I want you to stay in touch with me. As small business chair, I'm committed to you and all small businesses. I want to be there and be the resource for you, and hopefully you can point you in the right direction. So I want you to email me or stay in touch with my office, and I promise you that we'll do whatever we can to help you. You're not alone.
Who can I email? I was actually speaking with someone from Take Root before this, and they reviewed my lease, and they're the ones who told me to come here and speak today. They were very helpful, but it also seems like if our landlord won't come to the table, they can't really help us. So can you? Ryan, where can I get your email to be in touch?
I'm going to give you my phone number, 718-931.
931.
1721. And my email.
Yeah.
My email is M like Mark, Jonai, and I'll spell it out for you. GJ ONAJ.
Yeah.
At council.nyc.gov.
So.nyc.gov.
Perfect.
Right. I got that. Yeah.
Thanks, Ryan.
You'll be hearing from me. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Ryan. And thank you to all our panelists for your patience. Next, we have Andrew Ding, followed by Carlos Martinez, followed by Rahim Ali.
Hi, everyone. Andrew, your time to start now. Thank you. I'm speaking in support of Intro 1898, which is the prohibition of erroneous telephone order fees by third-party order sites, and specifically, in my case, Grubhub and Seamless. Thank you for allowing me to speak on this matter. My name is Andrew Ding, and I'm the owner of the Expat, a neighborhood bar in Morningside Heights up in Harlem. We opened last June 2019. The start of this mandated restaurant shutdown in March, we were forced to furlough 9 employees and scramble to move exclusively to a delivery and takeout model in a bid to save the jobs of some of our most vulnerable staff in the kitchen. Prior to the shutdown, our delivery sales accounted for about 3%. And right now, we've grown them to about 30%, but that's 30% of what our total sales used to be pre-COVID. This amount is barely enough to cover payroll, let alone utilities and other operational expenses. And last Tuesday, while I was reviewing transactions for a customer, I stumbled across an item labeled phone order, which after clicking produced a pop-up window and had a play button. It was a recording of a 35-second of phone ringing 7 times and then going straight to voicemail. And for this call, I was charged $7.09. No point in time was I ever informed or advised to be aware of such charges. And as such, I didn't know to even look for them previously. So I immediately conducted a thorough audit. And I found that between January 1st, 2020 and April 21st, 2020, I had 55 similar charges. The total was about $385. The majority of these calls consisted of questions about the menu, delivery radius, allergy info, and hours. I had a bunch of them that were just simply phone ringing and voicemail. But what was even more disturbing was that at least 10 of these charges were customers who had just placed an order online but called in to ask about the status of that order, which means we were charged twice. More disturbingly was that a whole bunch of these people calling didn't even realize that they were calling and being redirected by Grubhub because they found our information on Yelp, which I later found out was owned by Grubhub. Shockingly, only 3 out of 55 orders were actually orders of these charges. So that means that they had a dismal 5% accuracy and a 95% margin of error. It appears that Grubhub arbitrarily charges a flat rate for all calls lasting over 35 seconds, which is barely long enough to pick up the phone, let alone take an order. The review process is also extremely cumbersome, requires us to manually review each and every charge on a laptop or a desktop browser only. The play function on your smartphone is not active. In order to submit a request for review, we are asked to take down the time and date.
Time expired.
Anyway, this is predatory. Everything is calibrated and stacked against the business owner, and we need your help to stop them. Thank you for your time, everybody.
Thank you, Andrew. I believe Chair Jonai has a follow-up question.
Sure.
Andrew, first of all, I want to thank you for waiting so long to be heard, because what you just told me reinforced something that we knew was occurring. But we were told by Grubhub that they corrected this problem, that it is not ongoing. They've also opened up the look back period for any phone order charges that were done erroneously. But you're telling me only 3 out of the 55 charges actually yielded a sale, and
right.
A few of them, it was a double charge, meaning that they called back after they placed an order. Andrew, I'm going to give you my phone number as well. This is so important to me. 718-931-1721.
Yep.
And my email, mjonai@council.nyc.gov. I want to stay in touch with you. You're not the only one. And unfortunately, from the original hearing that we had, when this came about, I said back then on the record that I truly believe this was done with intent by Grubhub, knowing that small businesses did not have the time to go back and look at phone orders. And it was 100%. A calculated move on their part. So I'm really sorry that this is continuing. This won't be the last of it, Andrew. I want you to challenge those orders immediately, challenge them all, and we're going to get to this together. Thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrew. Next, we have Carlos Martinez, Rahim Ali, and Marihito Ayabe. Carlos?
Carlos, your time is starting now.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Mark Jonai and distinguished members of the Committee on Small Business of the New York City Council. My name is Carlos Martinez. I'm a member of Sunset Scholars LLC, a tutoring cooperative, and Alianza CUS Inc., which is Cooperatives United for Sunset Park. I'm here today to share my experience of my peers from the Worker Cooperative Business Development Initiative, WCBDI, because we believe that cooperatives are essential for supporting our communities and they should be supported, especially in times of crisis and recovery. I can share a little bit about my experience living and working as a young student here in Sunset Park. I faced many obstacles to achieve higher education and obtain work opportunities. My very first job here in New York City was at a restaurant where I worked for merely $6, $7 an hour. That was one of my first jobs. I was under a lot of long hours, exploring work conditions, but I later on moved on to being part of a cooperative. So being a founding and member of my cooperative, Sunset Scholars LLC, has provided me with many different opportunities to, one, have a flexible work schedule and earn money for school and give back to my community. Since our launch in 2015, with the support of the Center for Family Life, we've helped over 100 families in all academic areas. I'm also the board member of Alianza CUS, a local not-for-profit made up of worker cooperatives advocating for immigrant workers' rights, developing social leadership in the worker-owned business community, and providing direct services to startup working cooperative businesses. My cooperative personally has taken a big hit because of the shutdown of the schools, since we are a cooperative business. The crisis hit in a very short notice, as it did with many of the other businesses. So we were not prepared, one, to provide online services to our community in such short notice. Our work has been completely put on pause as of now. And this included an exciting scholarship that we are planning to launch to benefit low-income families in our community. The crisis has also taken a big toll on other cooperatives, as I said, who are members of CUS, which work in the industries such as cleaning, childcare, dog walking, and other important services. These cooperatives are made up of majority low-income immigrants and women. For many of these cooperatives, contracts that are about to happen are now all on pause, and there is absolutely little to no money coming into these businesses. As cooperatives, we try to help each other as much as we can. So we have tried to share as many resources as possible that we can with our members. But there's still a huge need for financial support at this time. Many are immigrant workers and cannot qualify for stimulus checks and do not have access to funds. None of the cooperatives who are members of CUS were able to access the federal aid for small businesses. And lastly, I would just like to end with, I would like to ask the City Council to continue providing economic support and language-specific technical assistance to cooperative members. I believe in the impact of cooperative businesses to invest in individuals, families, and neighborhoods, creating a more prosperous and fair New York City. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos. Next, we have Rahim Ali, Marihito Ayabe, and then Sade Swift. Rahim?
Time is starting now.
Hi, everyone. My name is Rahim Ali, and I started my business, Chelsea Papaya, in New York City in 2016. Since then, my business has grown 300% thanks to on-demand delivery through Postmates and hundreds of thousands of workers who help make delivery possible in the state of New York. At Chelsea Papaya, we've been able to hire 7 new workers and open 2 other locations. When the international COVID-19 outbreak began a few months ago, the virus seemed so far away. And I remember thinking, what would this response look like in my own community? What would this mean for my employees, my customers, my business, and my neighborhood? And now our business throughout New York City has been rocked by scourge like none we've ever seen, grinding our businesses and our way of life to a halt. But there's an innovative lifeline lending a hand to Main Street. Before social distancing, customers would simply walk into our business and we would be able to reach so many of the people who make our community what it is. On-demand delivery enabled Chelsea Papaya to grow our business base by 3 times before the pandemic began. But these platforms now enable us to continue keeping our doors open. I've run the numbers and I know what I'm paying for. Services that help expand my business, but also things like marketing, technology, new customers I would normally not be able to reach. The significance of delivery services during this time has been recognized in essential service, executive orders, and ordinances across our country. Postmates and other delivery companies have been aiding governments all over the country by delivering meals to homebound, elderly, critical medical staff, and kids who no longer have access to schools. Small businesses like mine have been halted access to small business administration loans. So why in a time So why in this time when on-demand delivery companies are critical support to our countries, our businesses, and our most vulnerable in the city council trying to create more red tape for these companies? This is not the time for laws that make it harder for on-demand deliveries to operate. My business, our business, needs these resources to stay open for business. And all of us need the sense of community and closeness we feel when we sit down for our favorite meal, even if it's on our own living rooms. That's why I'm here today, calling on legislature to protect and continue our shared economy prosperity. Restaurants and third-party platforms either sink or swim together. This isn't just about Chelsea Papaya, but about the hundreds of thousands of other businesses that continue to call New York home. Let's set an example with solutions that don't make us choose between restaurants and delivery. Thank you.
Thank you, Rahim. Next, we have Marihito Ayabe, Sade Swift, and then Robert S. Altman. Marihito?
Time starts now.
Today, my name is Marihito Ayabe. I'm small business owner and I'm originally from Japan. But 2 stores in Brooklyn. One is in Williamsburg and one in the Greenpoint. And due 19 of our stores, they're closed since March 18th. And since most of our stores are non-business, we have no income since March 18th. So we tried to file PPP as emergency loans, but so far no luck. So we've been amount of stress from COVID-19, dealing with PPP, health insurance, immigration visa for my staff, and things never I experienced before. Then my landlord started to ask for rent for April. We told my landlord we are not making any money since March. He told me, rain or shine or whatever happening now, I have to pay the rent. She told me I have to use my saving money. I told her we are having a crisis. So we asked for the better deal, cheaper rent. Her answer was no. If we can pay April or end May rent, we have to leave by May 1st. As heads, we have to leave by May 31st. And she's gonna keep the $9,000 deposit. So we called 311 New York City for help. And they called Tony from a Take Root Justice, the city commercial lease assistance program. They've been helping us to get through this situation, but since the most commercial leases are unfair to the tenants, we decided to give up and move out by April 31st. So basically, we're not protected by anything. It's so unfair, everything is just unfair right now. And they told me I have a grace period for 3 months, but that means I have to pay 3 months rent after June 1st, from June 1st, which is like over $10,000. I don't have it. Small business needs help from New York City because New York City's economy is made from businesses that are from all over the world. In order to survive as a small business owner, New York City has to pass a bill to protect tenants from the landlord, ASAP. I don't think we're gonna be making same amount of the money from June 1st. And I don't know. Expired. Oh, okay. So I don't know. I'm just scared with our future without any help. That's it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you for your testimony. I see Chair Jonah has some follow-up questions.
Marihito.
Hi.
I hear your struggles, and as small business chair, I'm going to offer my services to you as well. I'm committed to you. Can you take down my phone number, please, and my email?
Is it 718-931-1721?
Correct. And my email address. You have it?
Okay.
mjonai@council.nyc.gov. Did you surrender your lease yet? Did you hand in your... Look,
I
it's a
have
little
two
too
stores.
personal. It's too personal to perhaps do this on Zoom. I want you to call me after this Zoom meeting is over, after the hearing, so we can talk.
Okay.
Don't give
thank you.
up. I'm here for you.
It's just so much work we have to go through right now, and we have so just the stress amount is just too much to handle, and it was one of the choices. We just forget about the one store and just concentrate on one store right now, because having two stores and getting harassment from two stores is just we can't handle anymore. It's just too much stress.
Marita, I'm here for you. After
Okay.
this hearing, I'm hoping to hear from
I'll call you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Again, we encourage all panelists to submit any written testimony to testimony@council.nyc.gov. Next, we have Sade Swift and then Robert S. Altman. So, Sade?
Thank you.
Time is starting now.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Sade Swift, and I'm a worker owner based in the Bronx at Cards by Day and Rebellious Root, and a member of the Knick-Knock Advocacy Council. In all of these spaces, I have the opportunity to dream about and practice what a different world looks like and support my community in doing the same. I began my journey as a cooperator at the Green Worker Cooperatives Co-op Academy back in fall 2018 and fell in love with the concept of a solidarity economy, when accomplished at scale, what that would mean for communities around the world. Through the academy, I learned about the 7 guiding principles of being a cooperative, and 2 that have stuck with me and that ground me daily are cooperation among cooperatives and concern for community. Since COVID began, I have found myself seeking ways to support my community and having heightened concern for the most vulnerable cooperators who are undocumented, uninsured, Spanish speakers, chronically ill, etc. Considering that so many of these solutions by our federal government exclude entire communities of people, like PPP asking for information that co-ops do not have because we are not employers, or giving loans that we are not able to pay back instead of grants. Co-ops only have one place to turn, and that is the organizations that built us and that support our growth. Organizations like Knick-Knock, Take Root Justice, Green Worker Cooperatives, and countless others within the WCBDI initiative who have helped me are truly guiding co-ops, especially those with vulnerable workers, to a place where they feel seen and heard. We should not have to jump through hoops and break barriers to get the resources we deserve from our city. For example, the MWBE certification being an impossible application to complete, and this possibly being a way to rebuild our cooperative after losing most of our revenue for 2020 in just 40 days, and wanting to develop a robust clientele, but not having any support to do so. As a queer, Black, immunocompromised, chronically ill cooperator who is currently financially supporting 2 households for a total of six people, I know I deserve more from our city. My community deserves more. I know that so many of my fellow cooperators are also supporting multiple households and counting on their co-ops to survive this. Co-ops are the future of our economy, and without your help, they will be erased in a time when our society needs hope, assurance, and a place to turn. As a cooperative community, we want to cancel rents to ensure that all New Yorkers receive aid, that a New York City immigrant small grant is created, and that supplemental relief for low-income New Yorkers is provided. I hope that today and moving forward, you continue to fund the WCBDI initiative and all the essential programs that guide my cooperative's work, that you consider sharing your check with the most vulnerable communities of New York City, that when you make decisions, you remember all the communities, Black, Brown, Indigenous, LGBTQIA+, chronically ill, immunocompromised, differently abled, undocumented, poor, working class, homeless, and all the other vulnerable communities that are counting on you to guide us toward the future. The last thing is, the only way to create a new and better system is together with those most impacted to the front. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sade. Robert S. Altman is our last panelist. If we have inadvertently missed any panelists who have not yet had the opportunity to speak, please use the raise hand function. Thank you for your patience, Mr. Altman. You may begin.
Thank you.
Now.
I represent the Queens and Bronx Building Association and the Building Association of New York, Building Industry Association of New York City. The testimony is for yesterday and today. It's on 4 bills. Problem with all 4 bills is they do provide a roadmap on how to game the system. How that is explained in the testimony. I won't repeat that here. A number of our members were complaining about the fact that here it was they were having to forego money or delay money. But in fact, they would still be responsible to the city for the water bill, which in some instances is even higher because people are staying at home. They would still be responsible for taxes. They would still be responsible for heat. And they would still be responsible for their mortgage. And it's important to remember that even in certain commercial mortgages, there is usually a provision which requires that if you are going to amend a mortgage, that in fact you must get permission from the mortgage bank. So on many of these situations, realize a few things. Tenants who are saying that the landlords are not getting back to them or such, and maybe for multiple reasons. One, they have limited resources and multiple tenants and are trying to work it out. Two, they do have to go back to their bank and determine whether the bank will allow them to amend the lease to give relief. Because once that mortgage, once the rent is lowered, there is less of an ability to pay the mortgage. A large majority of these landowners are not stupid. There are some that are dumb, I grant you that. But most of them know they want to work with the good tenants. Smart landlords, and most of them are, going to get some relief. Because if everybody closes down, there's no one to rent. And of course, at that point in time, fair market rents will bottom out. And the landlord would probably get less than what they were getting from their current tenant. So it makes sense for them to do that. Finally, in dealing with this, I think there are other ways of dealing with the problems that exist rather than using a sledgehammer. For example, if there is an eviction proceeding, there probably should be some form of mediation before anything takes place in terms of an eviction as such. Because for those landlords that are not reasonable, you do in fact want to have them, how should I say, realize that nobody's renting, that the fair market rents in the area are down, and that maybe they want to reconsider.
Time expired.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you so much, Robert. We appreciate your testimony. I will now turn it over to Chair Jonai for closing remarks, followed by Chair Cohen. Chair Jonai?
So, Stephanie, we don't have anyone else that's waiting that we may have overlooked?
No, we've been looking. It doesn't appear that we have missed anybody. Nobody's raised their hands. So I think you can proceed, Chair.
So I want to thank all of you that testified today, that held on, submitted your testimony in writing. I wanted to start the hearing with, I know that there's a lot of pain and suffering out there, including the loss of loved ones. My sincerest condolences to all of those that have had a tragic loss in their lives. And my hearts and prayers are with those that are currently battling this virus and fighting for their life. We're going to get through this together. We're going to get through this crisis together because we're in it together. And when it comes to the small business issues, as well as the slew of legislation that we heard today, it's intended to make things better. So your testimony is important to us. We're going to take into consideration all of your comments, and we're going to be paying attention to the needs of your business and the overall needs of New York City. So I just want to thank you all. And I want to thank my co-chair, Andy Cohen, for being such a great partner and a friend. And as you can see, we have a lot of work together when it comes to the issues that were presented today, but none more important and pressing to me than the discrimination and prejudice of the limited funds that made its way to our great borough. It truly is an injustice.
Thank you, Mark. I know that you and I and the entire Bronx delegation are not going to take that lying down. It's really terribly disappointing. And I know that we're going to all fight together to try to bring some equity to the Bronx. I do want to thank everybody who helped organize this hearing. It was a long haul. It was a very jam-packed agenda. And, you know, in light of the circumstances, I think that we felt that we wanted to take up all these issues. So I want to thank everyone for their patience, their very, very hard work. Again, I want to thank you, Chair, for your partnership. And I'm happy to conclude this hearing. Thank you.
And if we could just, thank you, Chair. If we could just get Chair Jonai to close the hearing by gaveling out. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie, and thank you to all the staff. This will conclude our hearing for today.